Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1 The Sweeper. When the sky was bright, Yang Kai woke up, washed a little and walked out of the solitary hut with the broom at the corner. Standing in the doorway, he stretched out, glanced at the white fish belly that appeared on the edge of the sky, closed his eyes and concentrated on enjoying a moment of peace, then opened his eyes and waved the broom in his hand, burying his head to clean the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. Dressed in xingyi, simple and clean, the seasoned clothes are plain and white to set off the youth by a few years. Yang Kai's waist is as straight as a javelin. Even if he is doing the lowest level of work, his face is meticulous. The movement was very steady, the hands holding the broom didn't use much force, and the body didn't even swing much. With only the rotation of the wrist, the broom came and went like an arm. The dust and debris accumulated on it moved magically, as if they had two legs. Yang Kai is a trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion. He started to cultivate in the sect 3 years ago, but until now, he has only cultivated to the 3rd layer realm of body quenching. The disciples and brothers who entered with him have long since surpassed this stage, and each had the opportunity to worship the seniors in the entry, but he could only look at the ocean and sigh. 3 years of quenching the body and 3 layers, this kind of aptitude can no longer be described with ordinary words, it can be said to be extremely mediocre. Helpless, Yang Kai can only take a sweeping job in the sect, while maintaining his livelihood and practicing hard. The High Heaven Pavilion is a relatively special sect. This speciality is reflected in the cruel competition among its disciples. In this sect, those who are capable are promoted, and those who are incompetent are eliminated. Other sects may still have some sibling friendships, but not in the High Heaven Pavilion. If you want to climb up, you can only be qualified by stepping on the shoulders of those so-called brothers and their blood. The High Heaven Pavilion is strictly controlled, and it is famous throughout the Han Dynasty. Although it is not a super sect, the brutality of the battles of the disciples is second to none. Because of this, the disciples are all sturdy in martial arts, and few people dare to provoke them when they go out on the rivers and lakes. There is a rule in Lingxiao Pavilion that disciples under the age of 14, no matter who they are, start from the beginning and have a trial period of 3 years. In the past 3 years, the sect was responsible for food, accommodation and travel, and the disciples only needed to cultivate. If you can break through the quenching period within 3 years, you will be qualified to be apprentices under the masters of the sect, and let these masters teach you how to practice, are quite different. To a certain extent, the rules of Lingxiao Pavilion are somewhat free. And those who did not break through the quenching period within 3 years, either left the sect or were demoted to trial disciples. The trial disciple is Yang Kai's current identity. It is also a disgrace within the High Heaven Pavilion. Different from ordinary disciples, the living environment of trial disciples is more harsh, because at this stage, you have to take care of food, clothing, housing, and transportation yourself, and the sect will not waste any cultivation resources on you. And once you are demoted to a trial disciple, you will basically never have a chance in this life, unless your strength rises sharply in a short period of time, and another sect feels that you have capital to invest. There are 3,000 disciples in the entire High Heaven Pavilion, and how many are the trial disciples? But 10 fingers. Yang Kai is fortunate to be one of them. It is difficult for a trial disciple to survive in the High Heaven Pavilion. For example, Yang Kai's hut is now built by himself, wood by wood. There are several holes in the small roof. Time to take care of it. As soon as it rains, it will be difficult to drain the water in the house. He bought his clothes, made his own food, and was responsible for everything. Even the location of the hut was in the most remote and an interesting place in the High Heaven Pavilion. Such a bad treatment is difficult for ordinary people to bear. This is also the reason for the small number of High Heaven Pavilion trial disciples. Basically, the disciples who have not broken through the quenching realm after the trial period will choose to leave High Heaven Pavilion this way, but Yang Kai stayed. He has been swept out of the house once, how can this be the case this time? After being demoted to a trial disciple a few months ago, Yang Kai took a sweeping job in the sect to maintain his livelihood. It can be said that Yang Kai is now both a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and a sweeper of High Heaven Pavilion. But this sweeping work sometimes cannot maintain Yang Kai's food and clothing. From time to time, he is hungry and full, and the wind and cold are unattended, and his life is miserable. Even so, Yang Kai has never retreated. In his life, he has chosen this path for decades, and he has to keep going. It is not a man's act to give up halfway. Yang Kai has a tenacity, the tenacity of not hitting the southern wall and not turning back. The sky gradually lit up, and Yang Kai swept the ground for a while, and the place he passed was clean and dusty. Although sweeping the floor didn't waste any strength, he moved for so long without eating or drinking early in the morning, and Yang Kai was sweating all over his body. 2 of the 3 meals are hungry. No matter who is in the living environment of Yang Kai, the physique will not be good. There were gradually some High Heaven Pavilion disciples around them. All of these disciples woke up early in the morning. They didn't go to practice but surrounded Yang Kai. Many people looked at Yang Kai with great interest, and some people's eyes were very greedy, as if Yang Kai is now a naked beauty, with a fragrant fragrance. And among these High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered around Yang Kai, there is also a tense and competitive atmosphere spreading, vigilantly looking at the apprentice brothers around them. All of them look bad. Someone in the crowd couldn't bear it, and said softly, "So many people, it's a bit too much." Immediately, someone replied, "You can leave if you think there are too many people, no one wants you to stay." One sentence made that person shy. Everyone knew why they gathered here, and they all knew why they were staring at Yang Kai, and now they were waiting for that moment to come. The time limit is coming soon. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave now? If you can grab the top spot, today will be another harvest. Yang Kai is naturally aware of Zhou's movements, but his expression has never changed. I have to go through this kind of battle every 5 days, 6 times a month. It's really nothing to make a fuss about, and seeing that the number of people in front of me is slightly less, it should be because they haven't all arrived yet. So he has been sweeping the floor, no matter the people around him, sweeping all the way. With the passage of time, more and more people gathered around Yang Kai, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least 30 or 40 people. Yang Kai stopped suddenly, just sat in the middle of the road, took a slow breath, and recovered the physical strength that he had consumed early in the morning. Seeing this movement, everyone gathered around Yang Kai immediately dispersed, and the group surrounded him in the middle. The tense and competitive atmosphere suddenly rose to a new level, as if the air was no longer flowing. No one sees who is not pleasing to the eye, but they all look forward to Yang Kai. If people who don't know the truth see this scene, I'm afraid they will think that the person surrounded by the crowd is a superb master. Otherwise, why would such a large number of people be dispatched to deal with him? But in fact, Yang Kai is only a trial disciple of the 3rd layer body tempering state, and anyone present is more powerful than Yang Kai. Yang Kai, don't worry about it, and you will obediently tell me to wait and get down, and everyone will save time, right? Some people looked at Yang Kai like this, and suddenly felt a little disdain. What else can I do with a 3-layer quenched body? Anyway, we are going to lose. It is better to be more straightforward. Why do we have to live so long? Yeah, Yang Kai, please understand the feelings of the brothers. Everyone is different from you. We have to practice after this game. This said, it seems that Yang Kai should be quickly defeated by them, and it seems disrespectful to them that Yang Kai recovers his physical strength now. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, like an old monk entering meditation. Time continued to pass, and suddenly, a melodious and empty bell rang. It was the morning bell of the High Heaven Pavilion. The bell was transmitted to everyone's ears, and the disciples gathered around Yang Kai were all shocked. The bell rings 9 times, the rising sun in the east rises, and it's a new day. Everyone's breathing suddenly subsided. Looking eagerly at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the middle, Yang Kai slowly got up, took the broom in his hand, and glanced at the circle of people around him. "Choose me, Brother Yang." Someone shouted loudly, "I'll strike lightly, so I promise you won't hurt." "Fart, choose me, I will give you a good time, and it will be over with 1 punch. I will never waste everyone's time. Choose me, choose me." There was a lot of noise in the field, just like the vegetable vendors in the market were promoting the vegetables in their fields, and they were competing for the fresher vegetables. "Yang Kai, you can't break the rules you set," someone reminded. Yang Kai chuckled, and threw the broom he was holding into the sky. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked up, full of anticipation, waiting for the moment the broom landed, praying in his heart, "Choose me, choose me." Time seemed to slow down, and the broom made a few turns in midair, then fell down, bounced on the ground, and didn't move. The front of the broom pointed to a burly young man in the crowd. There was a sound of regret, full of resentment and unwillingness. On the contrary, the burly young man walked out of the crowd with a ha-ha laugh, clasped his fists at the crowd and said with a smile, "Brothers, you kanshu www.yuakanshu.com I won this battle today, and I hope you guys don't be surprised." Grass, shit luck, someone was jealous. Why can't you choose me? I come every 5 days, it's been a full month. Yang Kai, did you do it on purpose? Don't mention it, I've been here for 3 months, and I haven't been selected once. Senior brother, you are worse than me. It's neither miserable nor miserable, just watch a good show. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. In the field, the others have dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and the burly young man looking at each other. Trial disciple Yang Kai, 3 layers of body quenching. Yang Kai looked at the other party and said. Ordinary disciple Zhou Dingjun, 5 layers of body tempering. The burly young man reported to his family. The disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion are also divided into 5 levels. From the bottom to the top, there are 5 levels: trial disciples, ordinary disciples, subordinate disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. Zhou Dingjun said that he was an ordinary disciple, that is, he had not yet joined the masters of the sect and had not received the guidance of a good teacher. If one breaks through the quenching period and joins the masters of the sect, then he is a higher level disciple. No matter how high the elite disciples are, they are all outstanding, and they are selected from the disciples below. The core disciples are the hope of the generation of Your Excellency Ling Xiao, and Zhongnei has cultivated these people as future successors. Sen Ran's hierarchical system of disciples seems inhumane, but it can well stimulate the bloody and competitive consciousness of young people, which is also the foundation of the cruel system of High Heaven Pavilion. The root cause of Yang Kai being scrambled by countless people is another rule of High Heaven Pavilion, the rule of challenge. Asterisk 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 asterisk. New book upload, ask for collection, ask for recommendation. Sell yourself for milk. Chapter 2 Breaking Through the South Wall and Not Looking Back. One of the rules of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples have 1 chance to challenge every day, and 1 chance to be challenged every 5 days. The strength of the 2 sides in the battle must not differ by 3 levels. The winner will be rewarded with corresponding contribution points according to the opponent's disciple level, and the loser will be deducted the corresponding contribution points according to their own disciple level. Contribution points, also known as Zongmen contribution value. This is the characteristic of High Heaven Pavilion. To put it simply, contribution points are equivalent to money in High Heaven Pavilion. As long as there are enough contribution points, you can exchange anything you want, elixir, cheats, weapons, at the Zongmen Logistics Office. Baojia, everything related to cultivation can be exchanged, and of course, gold and silver can be exchanged, but generally speaking, the contribution value of sects is not easy to come by, and most disciples are reluctant to exchange for gold and silver. There are also many ways to obtain Zongmen contribution points. You can turn in your treasure hunt income to Zongmen, or complete tasks given by Zongmen, etc., and you can get a certain amount of contribution points. One of the most common and easiest ways to get contribution points is to challenge. If you challenge fellow disciples who are less than 3 levels apart from your own strength, you can get contribution points if you win. That's why so many people came to surround Yang Kai this early in the morning. Everyone knows how to stare at the soft persimmon. Yang Kai's name is well known in High Heaven Pavilion, not only because he bears the status of a rare trial disciple, but also because he has basically never won a single victory since he entered High Heaven Pavilion. Every challenge is the result of defeat. Those who are interested naturally remember when Yang Kai was challenged last time. Today is the 5th day from the last time. According to the sect rules, he can challenge him again. Who is not envious of this readily available contribution value? Although he wins, Yang Kai didn't have much contribution value, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. What's more, the disciples who will challenge Yang Kai are not rich and noble, so they will naturally not be too small for a mere contribution value. In the field, Yang Kai and Zhou Dingjun have already opened their stance, and said in unison, "Please advise." Having said that, everyone knows that Yang Kai is going to be beaten up again today. As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai attacked first. His thin and weak body burst out with amazing combat power, stepped out 1 step, clenched his fists and smashed into Zhou Dingjun's chest. The attack was simple and direct, his fists were fierce, as if all the strength was poured into it. This punch is the changquan that every disciple at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion has practiced. This boxing technique is not profound, it is just used for the disciples to strengthen their bodies, and the moves are naturally simple. Zhou Dingjun didn't panic, with a smile on his face. It was because his realm was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, so there was no suspense in this battle. When Yang Kai's fist was about to come, he turned around like a stroll in the courtyard, and his burly body seemed a little smart at this moment. The fist wiped the clothes and hit out, not hurting Zhou Dingjun in the slightest. Without waiting for Yang Kai to close his fist, Zhou Dingjun had already knocked his elbow on Yang Kai's forearm, and at the same time his knee was slightly raised, centering on Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai groaned, endured the piercing pain, made a mistake, and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Zhou Dingjun's third attack. Well, Zhou Dingjun was surprised. He didn't expect that this senior brother, who only had the 3rd layer of tempering body, would expect the enemy to take the lead. He knew how he would deal with him next, but his plan to defeat him in one fell swoop was disrupted. But this small mistake did not affect the overall situation. Zhou Dingjun's thoughts changed, and he followed him like a shadow, trying to completely end the battle while Yang Kai was breathing. Unexpectedly, his front foot just moved, but Yang Kai, who was retreating, slammed over again. The two figures quickly approached. Zhou Dingjun saw the unyielding and high fighting intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's fist clenched, and it was another note-long fist. Oops! Zhou Dingjun's heart skipped a beat, knowing that he was caught in the opponent's trick. Although his strength was 2 layers higher than this senior brother, his combat experience was not as good. But what if it was a trick? Zhou Ding's army sank into Ruiyuan, no longer dodging, but also returned the color with a long fist. With 2 light touches, Yang Kai flew out, Zhou Dingjun swayed, still standing still, his face was a little dignified. If it was cast by an opponent of the same level just now, it would definitely be him who flew out. Others may not know the mystery of these 2 punches, but they feel it clearly. This senior brother's fist was even faster than his own, that is to say, he hit him first, and then he hit him. It's just that his fists are far less powerful than his own, and he is strong and strong. On the other hand, the opponent is as thin as a wood, his body is thin, his face is like a vegetable, he is obviously malnourished, and his fighting ability is not at the same level. This result will appear. Senior brother Yi, I've given up. Zhou Dingjun felt very uncomfortable. It was not something to be proud of to hit the opponent 2 layers behind him. Although he won this battle, he always felt that some winning was not a taste. There were whispering voices from the side, this person thinks he has won. Haha, could it be that he didn't hear about Yang Kai's name and came to challenge him? That's really interesting. Zhou Dingjun raised his brows, he really didn't know Yang Kai very well, but he often heard people mention this senior brother. He passed by today and saw many people surrounded, so he participated in it, but he didn't expect to be very lucky, and he was directly chosen by Yang Kai as his opponent. But isn't this a win? It already has an overwhelming advantage in knocking this senior brother away with 1 punch. According to the rules of the sect, the other party should also admit defeat, because there is no need to fight anymore. Come again. Just as he was thinking about it, Yang Kai, who flew out and fell to the ground, actually stood up. Not only did he not feel discouraged in his eyes, Yu reading www. Yuakanshu. Calm's fighting intent was stronger, but after being punched, the disheveled face turned slightly pale. Without waiting for Zhou Dingjun to answer, Yang Kai actually rushed over again, and suddenly slightly flicked his body less than 3 feet away from Zhou Dingjun, his legs swept over like a long whip, and attacked Zhou Dingjun. Whip the legs. It is also the basic kung fu that everyone at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion has practiced, but at this moment, it has been demonstrated by Yang Kai, and many of his classmates who are far higher than him can gain. It turns out that this whip leg can also kick like this. Without waiting for everyone to sigh, a light touch came out, and Yang Kai flew up again. The gap between the 2 levels and the gap in physical quality made Yang Kai unable to fight against Zhou Dingjun at all. Zhou Dingjun's punch was on Yang Kai's calf bone. When Yang Kai stood up again, his pace was slightly staggered, obviously his bones were injured. Come again. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and there seemed to be a raging flame in his eyes. Touch. Yang Kai flew out. Come again. Touch. Yang Kai flew out again. There are already people who can't bear to watch it and leave early, and some people are sighing. This Yang Kai's toughness is really indescribable, whichever challenge does not knock him out, he will definitely not let it go. When these words came to Zhou Dingjun's ears, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be challenging such a crazy opponent this time. Yang Kai was knocked out 7 or 8 times, his cheeks were swollen, and even his eye sockets were blackened. Shout out and keep moving forward. After repeating this, Zhou Dingjun finally changed his face. Are you crazy? If you don't admit defeat, you will die. Chapter 3 The Man Who Lost 147 Games in a Row. The disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion are fighting with each other, and many people die every year, but Zhou Dingjun couldn't help but be slightly alarmed when he looked at this senior brother who was bravely advancing without flinching. If Zhou Dingjun can't do it at his own expense, he is afraid that he will admit defeat if he realizes that he is not invincible. Leaving the green hills without fear of running out of firewood is the way of life. Don't hit the south wall and don't look back, this is a kind of persistence. Seeing that Yang Kai was in a state of embarrassment, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, Zhou Dingjun knew that if he didn't knock him out, today's matter is not over. At this point, Zhou Dingjun waved his palm and slashed at the neck bone of Yang Kai, who was rushing over. Yang Kai's ferocious aura suddenly dissipated, his eyes were lost, and his body fell limply. Seeing this scene, a man standing on the canopy of a big tree more than 10 feet away took out a booklet, flipped a page, and wrote, Trial Disciple Yang Kai played against Ordinary Disciple Zhou Dingjun won. The person standing on the canopy of the tree is graceful, obviously a woman, but the black veil mask makes it difficult to see the true face, but the delicate eyebrows show that this person is not old, and this person wears a leaf armband on his arm. However, it showed the identity of this woman, the secret disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. The Dark Hall of the High Heaven Pavilion is a special institution, under the control of the third elders of the sect, and the disciples in the hall are responsible for recording the matters of the sect, including the outcome of the duel between the disciples. Therefore, if you challenge in the High Heaven Pavilion, you don't have to worry that you won't get contribution points if you win. The secret hall disciples hidden in the shadows will definitely record their achievements and summarize them every month. After the Dark Hall woman recorded the victory and defeat of the battle, she took out another smaller booklet from her waist, opened it and took a look. 147 battles, defeated. Excluding the newly added handwriting in this line, the results of all Yang Kai's battles are recorded densely, and they are all at what time and how many battles, and the result is nothing more than one word, defeat. Losing 147 games in a row without a single victory, this can be said to be a unique record since the establishment of the High Heaven Pavilion. The man was lying on the ground quietly at the moment, not knowing his life or death. Yang Kai has never challenged others, and these 147 games were all challenged by others, that is to say, he was challenged every 5 days, which has lasted for more than 2 years. Looking at Yang Kai below, Shanning Shang frowned slightly. She did not understand why Yang Kai insisted on this level. He has been demoted to the trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and even his own survival and clothing were a problem. Why did he still staying in the High Heaven Pavilion? If he left here, his life would definitely be much better. What kind of attachment does this thin young man have in his heart? Even if he can lose 147 games in a row, he is still not discouraged. Perhaps, this is the stupidity of men. Noticing that Yang Kai was also an accidental coincidence, Shanning Chong, as a disciple of the Dark Hall, was assigned to monitor this area. Every time Yang Kai was challenged, every time she was knocked out, she saw it in her eyes. Once or twice was nothing. After many times, Shanning Shang began to pay attention to this young man who only had the third layer of body quenching. She really wanted to know, with his perseverance, how long would he last until he left the High Heaven Pavilion. This kind of aptitude, this kind of cultivation speed, is not suitable for staying in this arena at all, and the world of ordinary people is his destination. The crowd has already been exhausted, and only Yang Kai is left to faint on the ground. People come and go, and time passes. Shanning Chang's body flickered and disappeared above the tree canopy. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was already 3 poles in the sun. There was no pain in the whole body, and he staggered to get up. Yang Kai glanced left and right, and found that the place where he was no longer passed out, but under the shade of a nearby tree. This is really strange. Could it be that there is any kind of apprentice brother today who has carried himself over on his back? This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai frowned and scratched his head, vaguely remembering that there was a hazy figure dangling in front of his eyes while his consciousness was blurred. But this memory is too vague, and I can't even think about it. But between where he was standing now and where he was in a coma, there was an obvious trace of dragging, and this trace was clearly created by dragging a person on the ground. Feeling his back again, a scorching pain suddenly came. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and immediately became furious. The goodwill of the benefactor who had done good deeds anonymously disappeared instantly. This person must have directly dragged him from there, otherwise his back would have been rubbed with blood. Might as well just leave yourself there without asking, Yang Kai thought. While depressed, Yang Kai suddenly found that his right hand seemed to be holding something. He looked down in doubt, but saw a small porcelain bottle with fine workmanship in his hand. What is this? This porcelain bottle is definitely not his own. Yang Kai has nothing in his body, except for his clothes, which is a broom for sweeping the floor. Where can there be this? There was a label on the small porcelain bottle, and there were words on the label. Yang Kai looked at it and murmured, "Coagulation and blood stasis ointment." Blood coagulation and stasis removal cream, Yang Kai still knows. This is Ling Xiao's plaster for treating trauma. Although it is not a peerless medicine, it has a significant effect on trauma. Generally, each disciple will carry a bottle with him in case of unexpected events. And just such a bottle of plaster is not cheap at the logistics office of Ling Xiao Pavilion. A bottle of 10-point Zongmen contribution value. How much contribution can Yang Kai get for sweeping the floor in a month? It is just 10 o'clock, which means that the value of this bottle of plaster in hand is equivalent to Yang Kai sweeping the land for a month. Who is it? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a ferocious emotion, and the pain behind him suddenly eased a lot. It has been 3 years since I came to High Heaven Pavilion. For 3 years, Yang Kai was used to seeing the indifference among the disciples of this sect, and the sternness of the world, but in this day and age, someone would leave a bottle behind after he was injured. Blood coagulation and stasis removal cream, this practice deeply touched Yang Kai. It turned out that the disciples of this sect were not all cool people. Perhaps, such a bottle of trauma plaster is nothing to that person, but to Yang Kai, it is the most needed thing right now. There is a saying called the grace of dripping water, which is unforgettable. Yang Kai was moved and tried to recall the figure, but it became more and more blurred. On the contrary, a faint fragrance lingered on the tip of the nose, lingering for a long time. This medicine turns out to be fragrant. Yang Kai suddenly gained insight. After calming down, he straightened his clothes, and stuffed the bottle of blood-clotting cream into his arms. Yang Kai picked up the broom in his hand and continued his work of sweeping the floor. I swept it inside and out, and I was busy until noon, and today's work is not over. Dragging his tired and hungry body, Yang Kai returned to his hut. The injury from the fight in the morning has not yet been dealt with. Although Yang Kai is hungry, he can only endure it. He will deal with the injury first. Taking off his xingyi, Yang Kai brought a basin of clean water to wash his body. If someone saw Yang Kai's physical condition on the side, they would be shocked. Yang Kai's body is very weak, with thin bones, the ribs and the abdomen are clearly visible, and there doesn't seem to be much flesh on his body, but even on this malnourished body, there are bruises and scars everywhere, and there is almost no place is intact. He was challenged every 5 days, every time he was defeated, every time he was stunned. If it was anyone else, I am afraid that I would not be able to endure such pain, but Yang Kai held back. Not only did he endure it, but he also practiced sweeping the floor every day, and was not affected by these injuries at all. Unscrupulous streaking for collections, recommendations, clicks, touches. Chapter 4 The Black Book. After washing his body, Yang Kai picked up the bottle of blood coagulation and blood stasis ointment, put it under his nose and sniffed it lightly, and found that the medicine was really fragrant. He couldn't help but feel refreshed and shook his head. Uncovering the bottle cap, he took out some from the bottle and was about to wipe it off the injured area, but Yang Kai's movement stopped, and he hurriedly went to bring a bowl of water, put the plaster on his fingers into the water, stir it carefully before starting to treat the wound with this diluted potion. Although the curative effect of blood coagulation and stasis removing cream for trauma is good, after such dilution, the function may be greatly reduced. But Yang Kai only had such a bottle of plaster in his hand, so he naturally wanted to save it. After a bowl of potion was used up, Yang Kai finally dealt with the injury. But what made him a little puzzled was that the smell of this blood coagulation and stasis removing cream was a little different from what it smelled before. Not only was it not fragrant, but it was also a bit spicy. After putting on his clothes, he picked up a dark roasted potato from the stove and went down. Yang Kai fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The light from a few holes in the roof made the hut look bright. The furnishings in the house were extremely simple. There was only one bed, not even a table and chair. Black stone pillow. This is all Yang Kai's belongings. The deerskin quilt was made by Yang Kai when he hunted a deer once, peeled and baked it. Although it was not thick, it was just right to keep out the cold. And that black stone pillow was picked up by Yang Kai when he left High Heaven Pavilion and went hunting in the Black Wind Mountains behind High Heaven Pavilion. This black stone is square, 1 foot long and 3 fingers thick. It looks like a stone, but it doesn't feel like a stone, nor does it have the weight of a stone. Yang Kai doesn't know what it is, anyway. The pillow was the best, so I didn't bother about it anymore. This black stone pillow Yang Kai has been resting on his feet for more than a year. I don't know if it is an illusion, and it is always good to sleep on it. In his sleep, Yang Kai dreamed of today's battle. He was knocked out by that Zhou Dingjun, Zhou Jr. brother, again and again, and stood up again and again. The unyielding and perseverance in his heart was fermenting, and his chest was full of blood. As the dream continued, the blood in his chest became more and more intense. In his sleep, Yang Kai's face was painful, but his expression was extremely determined. Yang Kai, who was sleeping, did not notice that the black stone pillow under his head actually emitted a deep light at this moment, and with the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood, the light became more and more bright. In the dream, Yang Kai continued his early morning encounter and was knocked to the ground several times by Zhou Dingjun. When he stood up from the ground for the 1000th time, the unyielding and perseverance in his heart suddenly erupted, and he rushed forward, ruthlessly knocking Zhou Dingjun out. The moment Zhou Dingjun fell to the ground, his appearance was blurred for a while, and he turned into his own appearance. At this moment, Yang Kai's mood calmed down, not because he defeated his opponent in his dream, but because he defeated himself, overcome the timidity and surrender in his heart. A faint feeling arises spontaneously, as if there is nothing else in the world, and anyone can make himself succumb. In reality, the black stone pillow under Yang Kai's head suddenly burst into a black light. The black light emerged from the black stone in a circle, swayed a few times in the air, and drilled into the baihui point of Yang Kai's forehead, and disappeared instantly. Not see. At the same time, a desolate and ancient savage aura descended, like the tide of the ocean waves, the might of the snow crashing. Any person is so insignificant in front of this aura. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, sweating profusely all over his body, and his heart lingered for a while. He was awakened by the breath. After calming down, Yang Kai laughed dryly. It's a little ridiculous to dream that you can scare yourself. Rubbing his face and judging the current time through the light on the roof, he felt a little annoyed. He had slept for 2 hours, and it was almost evening. He got up in a hurry, lifted the deerskin quilt on his body, folded it carefully, and adjusted the position of the black stone pillow. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to stare at the black stone pillow. It feels different. Confused, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the black stone pillow again, and he did find that it was different. This thing actually became much lighter. Strange, how could a stone suddenly become lighter? Yang Kai threw it casually, and this toss immediately raised the question. It was as if a heavy book was thrown into the air, and the pages were scattered. Yang Kai was stunned, and he forgot to reach out to pick it up. With a bang, the black stone pillow fell to the ground. Yang Kai still looked at it in disbelief, and was shocked to find that the black stone pillow was really spread out on the ground like a book. Isn't this a stone? Why did it suddenly become a book? The black stone pillow has been pillowed by Yang Kai for more than a year, and Yang Kai knows exactly what it looks like. I didn't realize it was a book before. How come the old tortoise took off his vest today and turned into a snake when he turned his face? After a long time, Yang Kai bent down and picked up the black book. The moment he started, Yang Kai felt a sense of blood compatibility. After reading it carefully, Yang Kai had to admit that this black stone pillow is really a book, with a thick cover and thick pages, but what makes people speechless is that there is no record of a single word in this black book. Empty. Moreover, the texture of this book page also made Yang Kai unable to see through, and he tore it lightly with his hand, but it still couldn't be torn. This is really interesting. I have been lying on it for more than a year, and I didn't know its true face until today. But what's the use of such a wordless black book? Yang Kai looked around and found nothing. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai turned to the first page, staring at the empty page with unbelief. In just a moment, Yang Kai noticed that there was a slight change on the page in front of him, and while he was concentrating, the wild aura that had descended in his sleep just now appeared again, and a line of hot gold characters gradually appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. With blood as a guide, the golden body will come. If the gods fail, the golden body will not be destroyed. This breath went straight to his heart. Yang Kai slammed the black book closed, his hands and feet couldn't help shivering. Taking a few deep breaths, he calmed down a little. What kind of secrets are hidden in this black book? Yang Kai does not know. Yang Kai only knows that this thing he picked up from the Black Wind Mountains. I am afraid there is a lot of origin. After a long silence, Yang Kai opened the black book again. This time, at a glance, he saw the lines of hot gold characters on the first page of the book. It turns out, it's not a dream. Gradually, another few lines of words slowly emerged. The proud golden body, the tyrant's horizontal bar, and the unyielding soul can only be descended. 8 lines of 32 characters occupy an entire page, giving people a feeling that I am the only one in the world, as if those characters are also full of domineering. Chapter 5 Proud Golden Body. The meaning of these 32 words is easy to understand, and Yongkai naturally understands it. But the origin of the Black Book is unclear, which makes Yongkai a little jealous. What if this is a trap? Thinking of this, Yongkai sneered again. He is just a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, who would bother to deal with him? However, judging from the literal meaning of the next few lines, the reason why the black stone pillow turned into a black book is probably related to his dream today. I have pillowed it for more than a year and it has not changed, but today it has become a black book, which is inseparable from the change of mood in my dream. It was precisely because of his own change that the black stone pillow changed in a frenzy. Since I contributed to the birth of the black book, then this black book was born for me. I am the master of this black book. After thinking about this, Yongkai no longer hesitated. The writing on the black book was clearly to draw blood for himself. With the idea of giving it a try, Yongkai stretched out his mouth and bit down, and then stretched his finger to the first black book page. The blood dripped down, and there was no movement at first. With the passage of time, layers of black light swayed on the black book. Yongkai was not in good health, and he was injured first today. Next, I felt a little dizzy. But Yongkai gritted his teeth and held on. The blood was still flowing, and the light on the pages became more and more intense. After a full cup of tea, Yongkai almost didn't faint on the ground, and there was a substantial change on the page. The black light that gushed out squirmed and contracted, and a small appeared in the middle of the page. Small swirls. Immediately afterwards, a golden light appeared in the vortex, and Yongkai tried his best to keep his mind clear, staring at the movement in front of him. In the black vortex, a bright, round, golden thing gradually rose up. Yongkai was shocked. There is really something in this page. Although Yongkai had some expectations when he decided to drop blood, he didn't think it would really succeed. But now, everything in front of me is that the 32 words on the instruction page are not fake. A drop of blood is a guide, and the golden body comes. What kind of golden body is it? Yongkai's pale face was full of anticipation. After a while, when the bright and round thing completely appeared in front of Yongkai's eyes, Yongkai couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, thinking that no matter how rich he imagined, he never thought that the golden body would look like this. This was a golden skull about half a foot tall, and the first thing that came out was the skull of this skull. The golden skeleton was suspended on the page of the black book, sitting cross-legged, clearly a posture of meditating. Every one of its bones exudes a golden light, making Yongkai's hut splendid. The black swirls on the pages gradually disappeared, and everything was calm. Yongkai looked at this bizarre golden skeleton and didn't know what to do for a while. The page only said how to make the golden body come, but it didn't say what to do after it came. Looking at it, Yongkai suddenly felt that something was wrong. The golden skeleton in front of him clearly had no eyes, but Yongkai felt that it seemed to be looking at himself. It also clearly had no mouth, but it was laughing at his weakness. Aware of this, Yongkai was furious and grabbed the golden skeleton. How dare a small skeleton dare to be so arrogant? Unexpectedly, as soon as he made a move, the golden skeleton flew over, passed directly through Yongkai's hand, and printed it on Yongkai's chest. This is an extremely frightening scene. A skeleton slammed into Yongkai, and then the golden light flourished. The golden skeleton directly turned into a little fluorescent light and penetrated into the pores of Yongkai's limbs. In an instant, pain all over the body. This kind of pain is not ordinary pain, but pain from the depths of the bone marrow. Yongkai screamed out, and fell directly to the ground. His body bent into a shrimp shape, and there was a burst of convulsions. His bones seemed to be shattered at this moment, and Yongkai didn't even have the strength to move a finger. This is not an illusion. If Yongkai can look inside, he can see that his bones are really shattered, and next to each shattered bone, there is a layer of golden light wrapping it, constantly repairing the broken bones. However, the speed of repair is far less than the speed of destruction. As soon as the repair is completed, it is smashed again. Human bones are surrounded by bone marrow, and there are nerves in the bone marrow. Any small touch can cause great damage. It is conceivable that Yongkai is suffering at this moment. It wasn't that any of the bones in his body was broken, but that none of the bones in his body were intact. For someone else, even if the strength is thousands of times higher than Yongkai, I am afraid that he will faint at this moment, but Yongkai did not. The severe pain made his mind more clear. The price is the pain he feels thousands of times. and large. A terrifying cry came from the hut, and the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion who were walking not far away were startled and ran away in a hurry. In the dark, Yongkai seems to sense a message brought by the golden body: destroy Yongkai's consciousness and occupy this body. How could Yongkai agree? Even if he can't move, he tries to maintain the clarity of consciousness and never let the golden dove occupy the magpie's nest. The golden body is also not afraid, smashing Yongkai's bones over and over again, torturing his nerves so that he faints. One is a proud golden body, the other has an unyielding soul. Who wins and who loses, there is no way to tell until the last minute. Yongkai knows that this time is really a matter of life and death. It's not like a challenge with the brothers in the sect. If you can't pass it, then there will be no Yongkai in this world, so you have to pass it, even if it hurts again, also have to endure. Yongkai's consciousness, the destructive power of the golden body, started a hard tug of war between the two, and the battlefield was Yongkai's body. As time passed, Yongkai found that the unbearable pain gradually eased, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed and refreshed. It's no wonder that after the golden body smashed Yongkai's bones, it was repaired again and again. In the process of breaking and standing, Yongkai's body had the elements of a golden body. Yongkai's bones became stronger and stronger, and the golden body became stronger. The energy of the body is getting lower and lower, and the pain is naturally relieved a lot. Once the golden body is completely integrated into Yongkai's body, the war will end. The scale of victory was gradually tipped towards Yongkai. The unbearable pain slowly turned into something tolerable, and then turned into an unbearable itching, and then turned into an incomparably comfortable feeling. 10,000 pores can't help but relax. Sensing that the golden body in his body still had a trace of stubborn resistance, Yongkai scolded him angrily and slammed it in his consciousness. The body finally calmed down. There seemed to be a sigh in the ear, and this sigh was full of relief and a hint of relief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Every author who publishes a new book has a common problem. That is to constantly refresh the author's background, refresh the new book page, and see if the collection has increased, whether the recommended click has increased, whether anyone has voted for the review, and whether there is a reward. This is almost a magic barrier that lasts for more than a month. Every book friend's click recommendation and collection can make us rejoice, and every evaluation ticket and a reward can make our hearts surge. Xiaomo, please, I hope you have pity on all the heroines and heroines. Chapter 6 BMW with a good saddle, beautiful women gift heroes. He had been lying quietly on the ground for more than an hour before Yongkai stood up, and the tossing just now had exhausted all his strength. Recalling the bits and pieces of an hour ago, Yongkai is like being in a dream, and he really can't believe that this is true. Quietly pinched himself, feeling a little pain. What the hell is going on? What is the origin of that black book? Yongkai muttered to himself, a little confused. When he calmed down, Yongkai suddenly found that he was a little different. Originally, he didn't have enough meals, and he would be beaten every 5 days. His body was always weak, but now Yongkai is clearly aware of it. There is a lot of vitality in his bones, a warm energy slowly radiating from the inside out, there is an indescribable comfort. After moving a little, there was a crisp and pleasant explosion from the bones in the body, as if it could play an absolute sound. Moreover, the pain no longer exists on the body, and the place injured by Zhou Dingjun today seems to be healed. Aware of this, Yongkai quickly rolled up his sleeves, took off his clothes and took a closer look, and found that all the blue and purple wounds on his body were completely gone, and even those old wounds showed signs of healing. It's still skinny. Reaching out and rubbing the places where the injuries originally existed, the dead skin rustled down, revealing the new tender skin inside. Although it was not like a newborn baby, it was much healthier than before. Hey, Yongkai sucked in a breath of cold air, never expecting that the golden skeleton body integrated into his body would have such a powerful recovery ability. Feeling my own strength again, I found that it is still the third layer of body quenching, and there is no change. This discovery made Yongkai a little disappointed. The illusions of the rivers and lakes, the stories of the predecessors, secrets, Yongkai has heard and read a lot since he was a child. He knows that there are many people with profound blessings in this world who have chance encounters. But that's just a story after all. How many people in the whole world can really get an adventure and change their life? The stronger those seniors are, the more unbearable they are to be buried with the soil. They will always find a successor at the end of their lives, so it is basically impossible for them to encounter adventures if they want to jump off a cliff and drill a cave. But now that this happened to me, the mysterious black book must have a lot of history, and the arrogant golden body is also a fart of the land master, extraordinary. This can be said to be his own adventure, or it can be said to be an inevitable result. The last 4 sentences on the first page of the black book are clearly written. The arrogant golden body, the tyrant's horizontal column, and the unyielding soul can only be brought down. If the black book was not obtained by oneself, but picked up by others, it would never be able to spy on its mysteries, and it would only be buried as garbage. It is precisely because he was picked up by himself that he had put it under his head for a year, and felt the unyielding and tenacity in his body that the secret of the black book was revealed today. In other words, what happened this time was indeed his own adventure, but it was an adventure obtained through his own abilities. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt at ease, as the so-called BMW with a good saddle, beautiful women gift heroes. What about the black book? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the treasure that he had been sleeping on for a year, and couldn't help but hurriedly searched for it, but he couldn't find it. While anxious, there seemed to be a faint movement in the body. The next moment, the black book suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned, stretched out his hand to pick it up, frowned for a moment and thought about it for a moment, then the black book disappeared from his hand. With another move, the black book appeared again. This scene seems to be a conjuration of tricks, but Yang Kai's face is extremely solemn, because he really feels that the black book can be absorbed into the body according to his own thoughts. The material of this wordless black book is difficult, it's a soul-suppressing stone. Yang Kai said a word, almost startling himself. Soul stone, that is a legendary treasure. Only in the place where hundreds of millions of ghosts gather, Juyin can't see the abyss of the sun, and it is a strange stone that can be formed by absorbing the power of countless living beings. There is an old legend about this. A square inch of black stone, thousands of miles of charcoal, cannot be approached by living beings, and an inch of grass can't live. This is a bit of an exaggeration. How can a piece of soul-suppressing stone in the size of a square inch gain a territory of 10,000 miles? But the process of forming this bizarre stone is cruel and bloody. Any life that is close to its surroundings will collapse immediately. And the years of its formation are also extremely long, ranging from thousands of years to tens of thousands of years. The formation process will not be investigated for the time being, but once the soul-suppressing stone is formed, it is a supreme treasure. Because this thing has a very peculiar ability, that is, it can be taken into the body, and it can also open up a unique space in the stone. This space can be large or small, and it is the best for storing things. Although Yang Kai is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, with a humble identity, his knowledge is not bad, not to mention that the legend of soul-suppressing stone has been circulated for so many years, and everyone has heard it. When he first got the black book, Yang Kai hadn't thought of this level. But now that it can be taken into the body by himself, and then think of the golden skeleton emerging from the pages of the book, how can you still not recognize the material of the black book? Yang Kai was sweating profusely on the spot. The soul-suppressing stone only exists in legends and has long since disappeared from the world. But I never thought that I would come across a piece, and it was such a big piece. The legendary sentence is only about a square-inch soul stone. Even if it is only this big, it is worthless. But this one in front of me was actually made into a wordless black book, 1 foot long and 3 fingers thick. The value, immeasurable. If this matter spreads out, not to mention a mere High Heaven Pavilion, the entire Han dynasty will probably be trodden down overnight. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that his hands were hot, and he didn't forget to wipe a sweat when his heart was horrified. Fortunately, this thing could be put into the body, otherwise it would be a big trouble. With such a treasure in his arms, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless, and quickly closed the door like a thief, hiding in the house with a heart beating. Yang Kai was very excited, but he was uneasy. With such a low strength now, how can he protect such a treasure? Although the wordless black book can be stored in the body without fear of exposure, Yang Kai is always in the dark. Only by cultivating, and only by becoming stronger, can you keep your things. Thinking of what happened 3 years ago, Yang Kai's terrified eyes gradually calmed down. I traveled thousands of miles and came to this High Heaven Pavilion, isn't it just for cultivation? Now that I got the wordless black book, I might as well start with it. The first page of the black book gave him a proud golden body. Although I don't know what it is used for, it will definitely not be bad. And there are so many pages in the black book, could it be that there is only one golden body? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's talk about the update. For the time being, there will be 2 updates a day, 1 chapter in the morning and 1 chapter in the evening. There will be more updates in a few days when we hit the list. The number of words in the new book is still small, so you can keep it first. Chapter 7 4 Layers of Body Quenching, The Birth of Qi Sense. Get up early and ask for some tickets. Although Yang Kai is only 15 years old this year, since he experienced the catastrophe 3 years ago, his mind has become much more mature than those of the same age. It was precisely because of that calamity that his perseverance and unyielding character was honed. So Yang Kai quickly calmed down, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the wordless black book in his hand, and carefully looking at the first page. After confirming that the first page had no effect, Yang Kai slowly opened it and turned to the second page. With a previous experience, Yang Kai's actions this time seemed to be familiar. He stared at the dark book pages with wide eyes. After a while, the hot gold characters on the first page slowly emerged again. Proud Golden Body, Body Tempering Chapter. Yang Kai's mood can't help but feel a little ups and downs. As expected, things were as expected, and every page of this black book was probably hiding something. Almost without thinking about it, Yang Kai devoted himself to the second page of the wordless black book. In an instant, the gilded characters on the black book seemed to have turned into live fish, swooping out from the pages, turning into golden shadows all over the sky, heading straight towards Yang Kai's head, and when the golden shadows disappeared, Yang Kai only felt there seems to be something more in my mind. And these things were brought by those golden shadows just now. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. In fact, it doesn't need to be digested. The knowledge that came with Jin Ying clearly appeared in his mind at this moment, and his thoughts emerged as soon as he moved, and he understood it smoothly. This is the body-quenching chapter. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He found that this is actually a set of fists and feet. A set of fist and foot techniques that looks relatively simple but are actually very profound, and there are also strict requirements for the training time of this set of fist and foot techniques. It needs to be practiced when the sun is rising. In other words, you can only practice for half an hour a day at most. It's just nighttime, and if it's dawn, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours. Yang Kai tossed for a day, and only ate a roasted potato. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. Although he was weak, he had no words. Babies like Heishu are very excited. I couldn't fall asleep for a while, so I started to study the third page of the wordless black book. But to his disappointment, no matter how he checked, he couldn't find any changes on the third page, and he fell asleep just like that. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was just before the rising sun, the darkness before dawn was the deepest, everything was quiet, and the entire high heaven pavilion was silent. Looking for food. There was something in his heart. Yang Kai quickly got up from the bed, came to the hut and stood with his hands down, took a few deep breaths, and let the whole person relax slowly. Dongfeng's fish belly was white, and Yang Kai opened his eyes. The set of fists and feet in the body-quenching chapter in his mind had been practiced countless times, and he immediately opened his stance. The hands form into palms, the movements are gentle and slow, one left and one right are pushed forward, and then the ground is retracted, holding the world in the chest, rubbing all things between the palms, stepping on the land of Shenzhou, swallowing the sun, moon and stars. The left foot steps out, and the horizon is just a short distance away, the right foot moves slightly, and the yellow spring is dark and haunted, and the breath is full of vitality, just like 100 flowers blooming in spring. Spring is full, spring and summer come, the scorching sun is faint, and the fragrance of lotus is bursting. The autumn wind is bleak, and the golden fruit is refreshing. The icy cold wind whistled and came and went, and the snow was covered in silver. Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified, and the fists and feet he used slowly seemed to be pressed against the 10,000-pound boulder, and he couldn't use it no matter what. With a crackling sound, Yang Kai's face turned pale, he stumbled abruptly, and almost fell to the ground. Although he has practiced it countless times in his mind, he knows that this set of fists and feet is definitely not simple, but Yang Kai never imagined that this body-quenching chapter is so mysterious. In the short period of time just now, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was pressing on him, but he could feel all the feelings in the world under this huge pressure. In this body-quenching chapter, the training is not about fists and feet, but about the vicissitudes of life, old age, sickness and death. In the slow punch and kick, the power of heaven and earth is affected, and it is full of mysterious rules. Just now, Yang Kai just launched 6 palms and took 3 steps, and it is already unsustainable if it is less than 1% of the progress of this body-quenching chapter. The crackling sound, which even came from his spine, made Yang Kai mistakenly think that his bones were broken. I quickly felt it, but found that there was only some pain in the back, and it was not a big problem. After settling his mind, Yang Kai once again opened his stance and displayed the routine of the body tempering chapter. I was not mentally prepared just now. Yang Kai was in a trance, and the feeling was not very clear. This time, with the lessons learned, Yang Kai naturally held his breath and kept his mind. With the slow movement of his fists and feet, Yang Kai once again felt the mood just now, and it was much clearer than before. The 5 flavors in the chest are mixed, and I can't tell what it is. Not only that, as the routine unfolded, his fists and feet became heavier and heavier, as if he was at the bottom of the water, difficult and obscure, and difficult to unfold. The sound of ka-ka is incessant. Every movement of Yang Kai can make the bones of the whole body explode like firecrackers. The heart-piercing pain comes from all over the body, but Yang Kai is unmoved. The tenacity of perseverance is incisively and vividly at this moment. Show out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was sweating like pulp. His hands and feet trembled, as if the weight of the sky and the earth had been placed on his body, which was extremely heavy. An insistence stirred in my heart. A sudden warmth came from the body, and it slowly dissipated, and the pain in the whole body was relieved a lot at this moment. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly improved, and he was more focused on his fists. He knew that this warmth must be radiated from the proud golden body that he fused into the body. After all, the body-quenching chapter was originally matched with the golden body. The sun was rising, and in front of the most remote hut in the high heaven pavilion, the young man was sweating like rain, slowly practicing his fists and feet, and the long martial arts began to search from today. Half an hour passed quickly, when Yang Kai suddenly felt light, and when there was no such heavy force to add to his body, he knew that he could no longer cultivate the body-tempering chapter. The body-quenching chapter clearly explained that only half an hour before the sun rises, can this set of fists and feet be practiced. The strength of the whole body seemed to be drained. Yang Kai slumped to the ground, took a deep breath. A purple aura accompanied by his breath was drawn into Yang Kai's mouth and disappeared. For a moment, Yang Kai actually felt a little feeling refreshed. The body seems to be moving faintly. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and quickly felt it carefully. This time Yang Kai couldn't help but be taken aback. Breath. You actually have a sense of anger, that is to say, you have broken through the 3rd layer of body quenching, and have already set foot on the realm of the 4th layer of body quenching. This great news made Yang Kai really excited. Since he entered the high heaven pavilion, it took 3 years to cultivate to the 3rd level of tempering body, but today he only used half an hour of punching and kicking, and he broke through. There are 9 levels of body quenching, and the body is trained. The first 3 levels are just to strengthen the body, and there is nothing special about it, but after reaching the 4th level, a sense of chi will be generated in the meridians. Only when a sense of chi is born can one further cultivate. Although there is already a sense of chi at this time, there is still no vitality in the body. Only after the 7th layer of body quenching will a small amount of vitality be produced in the body. Until the end of the 9th layer of body quenching, the large Jodian in the body is penetrated, and the vitality is first opened and opened. The bridge of heaven and earth, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm, can truly have its own vitality. The Kaiyuan realm is the beginning of a martial artist. Everything about the body tempering realm is laying a preliminary foundation for the future road. This foundation is not fixed. As a person's strength increases, the muscles, bones and skin will be tempered repeatedly until the peak. At this moment, Yang Kai has only just entered the 4th floor of the body tempering realm, and he is beginning to have a sense of aura, which is nothing to outsiders, but for Yang Kai himself, it is a great news. Chapter 8 Long legs, fair skin and beautiful waist. It takes half an hour to be promoted to the 1st level, and the effect of the body-quenching chapter is self-evident. Although Yang Kai's own accumulation of credit is also involved, if there is no body-quenching chapter, Yang Kai believes that he will need at least 3 or 4 months to be able to do it. Promotion. Under the emotional excitement, Yang Kai didn't hold back and spit it out quickly. A dark smoke like aura spewed out of Yang's mouth, filthy and dirty, hitting the ground and rolling up a layer of smoke. With this breath, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that his whole body was light, and his 5 senses and 6 senses became much sharper. Is this an acquired impurity? Yang Kai was shocked on the spot. The cultivation of the body-quenching state, each promotion will expel the impurities in the body. Yang Kai has also experienced such a thing before, but it is far less than this time. Countless thoughts and joys lingered in Yang Kai's mind, lingering. Although this time the training was directly promoted to the 1st level, it did not show the true effect of the body-quenching chapter at all, because Yang Kai used his fists and feet for half an hour, but only started the routine less than 1% of the body-quenching chapter. One part can bring about such an effect. What if all of them were applied? But I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and can't feel the hot ass in panic. After thinking deeply for a moment, Yang Kai has some plans for his future path. Although it is not comprehensive, he is no longer able to take a step by step as before. For a time, his mind cannot help but be agitated. After eating a little something, Yang Kai picked up the broom and started the work of the sweeper. Although Yang Kai was the sweeper of the High Heaven Pavilion, he did not intend to sweep the entire High Heaven Pavilion. So it is not too troublesome to scan, basically it can be done in about an hour. Sha Ningsheng stood at the top of the tree to monitor the activities of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples today, and inadvertently saw Yang Kai sweeping the floor again, and couldn't help but feel strange. Today's Yang Kai was clearly a little lost, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but he was in one place. The foot swept for half an hour without leaving, and the ground was swept bright and clean, and the oil was shining. Even if a mosquito fell on it, it would slap his foot. This person, Sha Ningchong, was a little bit dumbfounded. Yang Kai is really thinking about things. He had such a big opportunity yesterday, and he naturally has to think about his future. But after thinking about it, there is no good solution. There is only half an hour before sunrise to practice time. What should I do with the rest of the time? When he was thinking about it, a burst of hurried footsteps rushed behind him, and Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, but he didn't know that the other party had also made an evasive action, and this time he collided with it. Yang Kai didn't have anything to do, but his body swayed slightly, but the person who hit him only felt that he hit a steel plate, and he fell to the ground with a slam, and the place where he was hit was a little numb. Yang Kai came back to his senses and looked at the other party apologetically. "This junior brother, are you all right?" That person was still a little annoyed, but when he looked up, he saw Yang Kai, a gas bag that was beaten every 5 days, and the anger dissipated now. Responsibility. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's all right." As he spoke, he stood up and ran away in a hurry. Yang Kai asked, "Where is junior brother going in such a hurry?" The man didn't turn his head, and a voice came from a distance, "Go to the contribution hall, where else can you go?" Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that today is the 8th day of the first lunar month, and the 8th day of every lunar month is the day when the sect releases the contribution of the previous month. So basically on this day of every month, the back office of Zongmen will be very lively, especially the contribution hall. Countless people flock here, all wanting to know how much contribution they got last month. Divine armament, martial art books to improve your strength. So basically, when this day comes, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples will be quite excited. Some people are happy and some are sad, and Yang Kai is one of the latter. Frightened in place, Yang Kai pinched his fingers, and couldn't help but frown. The contribution he received last month was as pitiful as ever. Sweeping the floor can earn 10 contribution points, but I was challenged 6 times last month and lost all 6 battles. Every time you lose, you have to deduct a little contribution, which means that you only earn 4 sect contributions. It's so embarrassing. Fortunately, I am a trial disciple now, and my status is at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion. If I am defeated, I will only deduct 1 point for my contribution. If it is an ordinary disciple, if I am defeated, I will deduct 2 points. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt fortunate for a while. However, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. I am not picking it up now, so I am counting on that contribution to maintain my livelihood this month. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly swept the floor. When it was noon, Yang Kai finally finished his work, and then carried the broom all the way to the contribution hall. After a morning of buffering, the contribution hall is now complete, and it is very quiet. This is also the reason why Yang Kai didn't come in the morning. When he came in the morning, he had to queue up, which was really troublesome. Shi Shiren walked into the attic of the contribution hall. It was really quiet inside, only the old man behind the counter was taking a nap. The old man is the shopkeeper of the contribution hall, and he is about 50 or 60 years old. He has thin white hair and a kind face. He looks harmless to humans and animals, but Yang Kai knows that this old man is an uncompromising master. There was once an elite disciple of High Heaven Pavilion who was arrogant in the contribution hall, and was thrown several dozen feet by the old man's finger, almost not giving up his life. Yang Kai was also present at the time, and it was after that he realized that the strength of this somewhat disrespectful old fellow was unfathomable. Yang Kai stepped forward and saw that the old man was sleeping soundly, with a loud snoring sound. His mouth kept smashing, and a wretched smirk appeared on his face. This old stuff. I don't know which High Heaven Pavilion female disciple I dreamed of. Yang Kai was not surprised. He took the broom and gently tapped on the counter a few times, and softly shouted, "Treasurer Meng." The old man's surname is Meng. What is his specific name? Yang Kai doesn't know, he has always called him that way. A few soft sounds, disturbing the old man's good dream, opened his hazy eyes, and when he saw that it was Yang Kai, the old face immediately wrinkled, as if he saw a pile of feces. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Yang Kai was furious. Shopkeeper Meng rolled his eyes. Why didn't you come in the morning? Yang Kai is righteous. There are many people in the morning, and now it is just clean. To disturb my old man's good dreams, do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? Yang Kai leaned over and asked in a low voice, which girl did you dream of? Shopkeeper Meng was instantly refreshed, and he was about to talk to Yang Kai with a swipe of his mouth, but saw Yang Kai's eyes revealing a sly and contemptuous color. He suddenly woke up and patted the counter. You ask this question, it's tarnishing the old man's clear reputation. It really makes no sense. Are you in good shape? Okay. Manager Meng, Harazi, almost came out. Long legs, white skin and beautiful waist. Anenin. Shopkeeper Meng nodded quickly, almost introducing Yang Kai as a bosom friend. Hee. Yang Kai sneered without saying a word. Shopkeeper Meng was so excited, blushing like a monkey's ass, he was a little embarrassed, and he wanted to find a hole in the ground and dig straight into it. Chapter 9 Dream Shopkeeper. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai only knew one person, the shopkeeper Meng in front of him. After all, I have to come to him once a month. The shopkeeper Meng has a nickname, called Meng Pipi. Although he was only a small contribution hall shopkeeper in the High Heaven Pavilion, his favorite thing to do in his life was to squeeze the contribution points of his disciples. He was able to sell 2 bottles of the blood clotting and removing blood stasis cream, which was originally priced at 10 points, for the price of 3 bottles. The method is also very simple, just put the weight of 2 bottles in 3 bottles, if you like to buy it or not, if you don't buy it, get out. Of course, shopkeeper Meng didn't often do such inauthentic things, but only occasionally. Moreover, the target he was targeting was the wealthy disciple, and he did not look down on poor ghosts like Yang Kai. The contribution points of every disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion are hard-won. How can they endure such exploitation by him? Therefore, basically every disciple who has been cheated by him will report it to the Presbyterian Council, and shopkeeper Meng also received warnings from the Presbyterian Council over and over again, but he still goes his own way and remains unmoved, but his status as a shopkeeper is unstoppable, no one can replace it. Because of this, shopkeeper Meng was so hated by countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples that he gnashed his teeth. The old man is honest to anyone, but there is nothing he can do about Yang Kai, because once he was staring at a female disciple's buttocks with great interest, and was caught by Yang Kai on the spot. Disrespectful to the old. What kind of etiquette is this? When someone caught the pigtail, shopkeeper Meng consciously shortened his head in front of Yang Kai. It is for this reason that Yang Kai is familiar with this old man. The old man was lustful and thick-skinned, and he adjusted his face in an instant, squinting at Yang Kai and said, "Old rules." Yang Kai nodded honestly. Shopkeeper Meng said nothing, took out 10 taels of silver from the counter and threw it in front of Yang Kai, then took out the ledger and wrote it down. Yang Kai collected the money and asked, "How much contribution do I have now?" Shopkeeper Meng rolled his eyes. "You save 4 points each month to contribute, and you spend 1 point every month in exchange for 12 taels of silver. There are only 3 points left, and now you have only saved a mere 12 points to contribute. Why, do you want to buy a bottle of blood coagulation and stasis removing cream?" "No, I'm just asking." Yang Kai waved his hand and muttered, "It's only 12 o'clock. Such a little contribution is not enough to even change a valuable herb." Shopkeeper Meng's face became serious and he said in a low voice, "Little Yang Kai, I know that you want that Zisui Dan to improve your aptitude, but if you keep saving like this, you have to save up to the year of the monkey and the horse moon. You can always save enough, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. Shopkeeper Meng was speechless. He wanted to save at your speed. When you saved enough, the old man died for 100 years. "But Manager Meng, there is something I don't understand." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Tell me." The old man put on a gesture that counts you lucky. "I'm in a good mood today. How could such a valuable medicinal pill appear in the contribution hall? And it hasn't been replaced by others." "Hey," shopkeeper Meng smiled proudly, "because this medicine pill is the old man's own treasure, no one else knows about it." "Ah, it's your own." Yang Kai was stunned. He always thought that the Zisui pill was the elixir of High Heaven Pavilion, but it turned out to be his own. No wonder this old guy offered him a sky-high price. "Don't be angry." The shopkeeper Meng was contented, picked up the teapot on the counter and took a sip. "Although it's my own, it won't be cheap for you. If you want, you can make enough contributions in exchange for it. The name of the old man Meng Poppy is not for nothing. I will save enough. Yang Kai nodded. Shopkeeper Meng suddenly changed his face again, winked at Yang Kai, and said in a low voice, I heard that you were beaten up again yesterday. Yang Kai glared at him, turned around and left. Shopkeeper Meng shouted from behind, tell me to the old man, don't rush away. What is there to say, old man Meng is obviously gloating. Before Yang Kai left the contribution hall, the old man behind Meng's expression suddenly became solemn, staring at Yang Kai's back, and said solemnly, little Yang Kai, go back wherever you come from, High Heaven Pavilion is not a place you can stay, sooner or later, will be beaten to death. Yang Kai paused, did not turn around, and sighed in a low voice, I have nowhere to go. After all, he left the contribution hall. Old man Meng held the teapot in both hands, and sighed leisurely, what's the reason? Washing marrow pill, hee, where can such a precious old man be found? It's just a lie to give you hope, but I don't think you will take it seriously. Yang Kai first went back to the hut, put down the broom, and then hurriedly walked outside the High Heaven Pavilion. He is going to Wumei town, which is 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion. Today, he cannot exchange a little contribution for 10 taels of silver. Naturally, he has to purchase some food, which is what Yang Kai does every month. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't feel tired for the first time. Every time I came to Wumei town in the past, when I walked down Shili Road, I was blushing and my heart was beating constantly, and I was panting, but today I don't feel it all, but my body is slightly hot, and my stamina is full. Yang Kai is confident, and then walk 100 miles. I am afraid you will not feel tired. Is it the credit of the golden body again? Yang Kai suddenly remembered one thing. He was hit by the unknown junior brother when sweeping the floor in the morning. As a result, he was steady, but the strong opponent was knocked to the ground. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but looking back now, it's obviously a bit incredible. With his thin body, when is it the turn of others to be knocked to the ground? It's always been knocked out by itself. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The change that the golden body has brought to me is really not a little bit. This kind of change will not be clear for a while. Only when you grow up in the future can you slowly discover the strength of the golden body. After thinking about it, he walked all the way to Wumei town before Yang Kai came back to his senses. I looked left and right, and walked along the street on the left. Yang Kai is going to a rice shop. The scale of the rice shop is not large. The owner's surname is He. He is a local resident. Small shops like this can be found everywhere in Wumei town. Wumei town is also very prosperous and lively. Because Wumei town is the center, in addition to Lingxiao Pavilion, there are 2 pretty good martial arts in a radius of 100 miles. There are countless other small gangs, but these small gangs are just gangs, remnants of soldiers wandering bravely, and they do not have their own territory like the 3 major sects such as Lingxiao Pavilion. It is precisely because this area of water and soil has nurtured so many warriors that Wumei town is so lively and prosperous. Of course, it cannot be compared with places like Central Capital. Zhongdu is the capital of the Han dynasty. While walking, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced away, but found that there were a few people gathered in the alley beside him. These people were sneaky and didn't know what they were plotting. One of them was very alert. After sensing Yang Kai's gaze, immediately stared, fierce and evil. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, ignoring it based on the principle of not committing crimes against me and not committing crimes. What made him a little puzzled was that one of these people looked familiar and seemed to be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Chapter 10 Bankruptcy and Disaster. This book is on the list for the first time in the early hours of this evening, and there will be another chapter to update at that time. I hope that heroes from all walks of life will give support at that time. The results of this week will determine the official recommendation in the future. It can be said that it is of great importance and the results are good. It depends on your support. Xiaomo asks for your recommendation ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. However, Yang Kai didn't think much about it. This is Wumei town, so close to the High Heaven Pavilion, it is normal for the disciples to come down for activities. Not long after, Yang Kai came to He's Mi Shing. Mihang occupied 2 houses on the street, business was booming, and a guy was busy inside and out. The owner of Mihang is doing abacus on the counter, and the lady boss is also greeting the guests. After waiting for a while, the number of people who came to buy rice gradually decreased, and Yang Kai walked into the rice shop. The proprietress. Yang Kai greeted, and the proprietress, who was about 40 years ago, looked up and smiled, "Little brother, I'm here to buy rice again." Yang Kai walked straight to the cheapest brown rice, pointed at the rice bag and said, "Give me a bag." The proprietress responded, and while holding the rice in a cloth bag, she rambled, "Little brother, you buy it once a month, are these enough?" Yang Kai said, "Basically enough." Lie. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a white look. "Look at your thin arms and legs, what would happen if you didn't have enough to eat?" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I will also go hunting in the mountains, so I still can't starve." The boss at the counter, who seemed to be concentrating on settling accounts, said without raising his head, "Mother, there is some chen mi over there. I'll keep it as it is. Just give it to my little brother. It's all up to the boss." The proprietress replied with a smile. "How can this work? You are also a small business." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. The proprietress said with a stern face, "What's wrong, anyway? Those old rice have worms, and they can't be sold." But the boss said, "These rice worms are more nutritious than white rice. Wait, I'll give it to you. Take it." While talking, he walked towards the back hall. Yang Kai's head is mixed, and he doesn't know what to say. Every time he comes to the rice shop to buy rice during this time, the kind boss and the proprietress will give him more, and they will also find some excuses, such as some rice has worms. That sort of thing. It's actually some good white rice. This made Yang Kai, who once believed that there was no true love in the world, was slightly sad. "Thank you, Uncle He." Yang Kai's voice trembled slightly. The boss smiled and raised his head. "When you're alone, who doesn't feel down? If you're hungry in the future, come here. We don't have much else to do, just enough rice to eat." Yang Kai lowered his head. There are still good people in the world. Just as he was sighing, 2 more people came to Mehang. The only young man in the store greeted him with a warm face. Before he could speak, he was kicked to the ground by one of them. "Hey!" The second brother fell to the ground and turned a big somersault. The fall was so solid that he didn't get up for a long time. "What's wrong, boss?" He hurriedly ran out of the counter, and Yang Kai also pulled Shower up and fixed his eyes on the 2 of them. I saw these 2 people with sullen expressions on their faces. One of them was pale, covering his stomach with his hands, looking weak, and the other was supporting him, and he was born with a stubborn waist and a tiger's back, and it was the one who kicked Shower. "Who's the boss?" yelled the one who helped. I am. Boss, he responded quickly. He was just an ordinary merchant, but the 2 who came in front of him were full of flesh, with swords on their waists, and they looked fierce. What a snub. "Wow, you black-hearted boss sells poisonous rice to my brother. Look at him now, after eating your rice, a strong and healthy man has turned into this. My brother usually punches fighting tigers as not a problem, but now you will be unconscious, you black-hearted boss, just to make money. You don't take human life seriously." A reprimand and roar made Bossy so frightened. "Ah, how could it be? How could it be like this?" The man roared again. "How do I know? My brother bought some rice from you this morning and went back, cooked a pot of porridge, and it was like this after eating it. Fortunately, I didn't eat it at the time, or would I have to follow up with you? My brother went to Wangquan together." Boss, he was sweating coldly on his forehead. He kept wiping his sleeve with his sleeve, and said, "This strong man, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother. If it wasn't for eating your rice, how could my brother do this?" The big man roared relentlessly. Yang Kai watched from the sidelines, taking everything into his eyes. What kind of character is Boss He? Yang Kai can't be more clear. He helps himself from time to time, and gives him things in vain. How can such a kind person do such a thing? Not to mention that Boss He would never be so black-hearted. Even if he was really a black-hearted businessman, he would never poison the rice he sold. If this story spreads, how will he do business in the future? Who dares to come to him to buy rice? The excuses these 2 made were really crude and they couldn't stand scrutiny at all. Therefore, these 2 men must have come to deceive people. However, this method is too vicious, and it is simply going to cut off people's fortunes. Although Yang Kai is thin and weak, he is a martial artist after all, with a bloody youth, and Boss He is kind to him. How can he see it? Immediately, he stood up and said coldly, "You too." "What?" One of them glared at Yang Kai, and his temper became more and more irritable. Before Yang Kai spoke, Boss He hurriedly flashed in front of him to block him, made a gesture at him, and slowly shook his head. "Uncle He." Yang Kai was stunned. "Breaking money and eliminating disasters." Boss He whispered. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. Boss He can say this, and he can clearly see the thoughts of these 2 men. But if you open the door to do business and make money with peace, the noise just now has attracted the attention of many people. Even if he knew that they were here to deceive people, boss he had to follow them, just to quickly send away the two gods of plague. In desperation, boss he could only smile on his face and said, "Your brother's body poisoning should have nothing to do with my mi Xing." Hearing this, the two were about to get angry, and boss he said again, "But even if it doesn't matter, since I come to Mehang, I can't let go of he, the pain of your brother is so painful that people can't bear it, or it's better to go to the doctor quickly. Of course, if the two of you are in a hurry, he can make an advance payment for the two of them." Saying this, it is clear that it is going to break the bank and eliminate the disaster. If these two people really want to blackmail money, they will accept it when they meet. Moreover, boss's remarks can also allow bystanders to infer the truth of the matter, without worrying about the damage to Mi Xing's reputation. Unexpectedly, the two people on the opposite side had no intention of compromising when they heard it, and the one who helped him was instantly furious. "You black-hearted boss, you treat my brothers as green forest bandits who robbed their houses. It's really unreasonable, my brothers are sitting right in front of them. You are honest, you have a clear conscience in this life, but you, a black-hearted boss, sell some poisonous rice, what is your conscience?" These words are strictly righteous and loud, and Yang Kai pouted as he listened. Just sitting upright with this virtuous person, with a clear conscience in this life. Boss he also stood there dumbfounded. "What? Aren't these two people here to blackmail money?" Just when I didn't know how to deal with it, a handsome young man came out from the crowd. This young man was about the same age as Yang Kai, but he was born with a handsome face, red lips and white teeth. At a glance, he knew that his living conditions were 1,000 times better than Yang Kai's. The young Shirin walked up to the two big men and circled around them with great interest, smacking his mouth while turning around, tisk tisk. No one else knew why, only Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the three people in front of him on the way here, in that alley. The man who helped him glared at him just now, and the young man in front of him was also present at the time. Aren't the three of them together? Yang Kai suddenly smelled a strong smell of cheating and slipping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Attached this week's reward list. Thanks. Evil Army Wind 100 points reward. Silkworm Potato 10,000 points reward. Kunlun Beggar King 2 100 points reward. Xiao Guo Fat 100 points reward. Mo Daoye Ecstasy 100 points reward. ZLG Can 100 points reward. 100 points reward for silence. Mingyuayu 100 points reward. Moyan Lu 2 588 points reward. Storm Wings 588 points reward. Wind Return Yunyan 588 points reward. Xinyan 100 points reward. Thank you. Chapter 11 Good people do it to the end, send Buddha to West. This is the first time this book has made it to the list. This time the new book list is full of experts. Whether Wu Lian can get a good ranking depends on the support of all book lovers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This high heaven pavilion disciple who suddenly walked out of the crowd circled around the two big men for several times, with a rather cynical expression on his face, and his eyes gradually became mocking. When the two big men saw that the visitor was unkind, their brows were also furrowed. The one who supported him squinted and shouted angrily, "You brat," turned around and made the uncle's head dizzy. "What do you want to do?" The young man smiled, stood in front of the two, took a deep look at the poisoned man, and said, "This face is pale, and it seems that the poisoning is not shallow." "That's it." The big man who helped him beat the snake and followed the stick, and said fiercely, "If it weren't for this, how could my two brothers not go to the doctor, but risk their lives to come here, just to expose this black-hearted boss, so that the neighbors in the neighborhood know his true face and don't come here to buy rice in the future?" Boss He's face turned pale, and he didn't know what the purpose of the two men was. To say that they are blackmailing money, Boss He can also understand, but the crime of this desire is really confusing and can't see clearly. While thinking about it, Yang Kai asked softly, "Uncle He, have you offended anyone during this time?" Boss He thought hard, and said with a sad face, "No." "Is that your Mi Xing blocking someone's fortune?" Although Yang Kai is young, he has seen a lot of intrigue in the world, and he thought of this possibility. What kind of money can a small business block? Boss He shook his head again and again. "That's weird." Yang Kai squinted and looked into the arena, trying to figure out the possibility of things in his heart, but he still couldn't understand it. In the field, after asking a question, the teenager from High Heaven Pavilion suddenly sneered, and shouted angrily at the pale-faced man, "Look at the move." While shouting, he used a black tiger to dig his heart, and went straight to the heart of the poisoned person. An astonishing thing happened. The poisoned man with a sluggish expression, who had been groaning since he appeared, as if he had stepped into the gate of hell, jumped back vigorously when his fist was punched, and was quite quiet. If a virgin, move like a rabbit. With this movement, the bluish-white color on his face also instantly faded away and became extremely rosy. The crowd onlookers exclaimed, obviously shocked by this sudden change. Poisoned. The Lingshao's youth looked at the two big men sarcastically. Poisoned to have such a skill, I admire them. The two big men were exposed by his trick, and their faces turned blue and white, but this time it seemed that they were really poisoned. The onlookers are also booing. They are not fools, how can they not know the truth of the matter when they see it? For some unknown purpose, these two men came to pretend to be poisoned to slander Izmi Xing, but they were exposed by the young man from the High Heaven Pavilion. For a time, the field was full of contempt for the two men, and praise for the young man in High Heaven Pavilion. This young man was likable because of his long appearance. This time, the title of a young hero was firmly established. Yang Kai has a vague feeling that this is acting as a double read. He is acting as a chivalrous hero, holding the strong to help the weak, and then repaying the favor. If I hadn't inadvertently seen them together in the alley when I came, I would have been deceived at this moment. But why are they struggling so much? The two big men couldn't pretend any more at this moment, glared at the High Heaven Pavilion youth fiercely, and said, "Boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in my brother's business?" The High Heaven Pavilion youth was graceful and elegant, and said proudly, "I'm going to be a High Heaven Pavilion disciple soon." Hearing the three words of High Heaven Pavilion, one of the big men looked rather fearful and said with a hard expression, "It turned out to be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, no wonder the dragon among the people. Today, my two brothers confessed, I will remember you, boy. Now, the mountains and rivers meet, and there will be a period in the future." These remarks seemed to be negotiated, making Yang Kai want to laugh. Su Mu sneered, "It's good to go, don't give it away." At this point, if there is no change, these two men will probably leave, and then this Su Mudding wants to be praised by the audience, especially the thanks of Boss He. But Yang Kai didn't want to keep Boss He in the dark, and before the two of them left, he quickly shouted, "You can't let them go, these villains are mean and frame a good businessman today as he's Mi Xing. If you don't teach them a lesson, maybe it will be Lu's ready-to-wear store in Yang's grocery store tomorrow." Most of the onlookers were shop owners in the surrounding area. They were watching the excitement. When they heard this, they couldn't help but feel right. How could these two despicable villains be allowed to leave so easily? If I let them go today, if tomorrow they go to my shop and run wild, wouldn't it mean that they will lose money and ruin their reputation? At that time, there is no such good luck as Boss He, and someone will be cleared. Thinking of this, the people who were about to give up the road immediately stood on their heels and looked at the two big men in the field with a bad look. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of stun and panic in Su Mu's eyes. At this moment, Su Mu also followed the source of Yang Kai's voice and looked at him. The two looked at each other, and the latter immediately adjusted his expression. Yang Kai smiled at him and rushed the ducks onto the shelves. This junior brother, as the saying goes, a good person will do it to the end, and send the Buddha to the west. Why don't you and I take these two people down together? Su Mu saw that Yang Kai's stature was thin and weak, and he actually called himself junior brother, and his plans were disrupted, so he couldn't help but get annoyed. Who is your junior brother? Yang Kai Dao. I am also a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, and I have been worshipping the sect for more than 3 years. Su Mu was speechless, this is really his senior brother. Let's talk less. Yang Kai stepped forward and said with awe, my generation walks in the rivers and lakes, and the most important thing is a chivalrous character. It is my generation's duty to be a chivalrous person. Senior brother can't let junior brother specialize in beauty. Today, let you and my brothers join hands to take down these two despicable villains, and the boss he will be fair, and this Wumei town will be a bright future. After some remarks, a group of people applauded loudly. Su Mu's heart was full of grief, and he only felt that he was dragged into the thief boat by this unfamiliar senior brother, and now he can't get off. The two men were also looking towards this side, and Su Mu looked up at them, feeling guilty for a while. Junior brother, let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Su Mu's shoulder and rushed straight over. What is this called? Su Mu wants to cry but has no tears. Where did this senior brother come from? It's really bad for me. But now that he has come this far, Su Mu is helpless, and while rushing towards the two men, he winks at them, signaling them to stay calm, and find an opportunity to let them leave. The two men nodded slightly, everything was seen by Yang Kai, and they became more and more certain of their guesses. Over there, boss, he was worried that Yongkai would suffer a loss, so he also picked up a weight and rushed over, shouting, "Neighborhood neighbors, old and young gentlemen, stop watching the show, come and help the two little brothers." Boss, he went up, and Mi Xing's shop boy also shouted to show loyalty, and rushed up with an empty cloth bag in one hand. He was kicked by one of these two men just now, and now he naturally wants to take revenge. Driven by boss he, the onlookers stopped watching. The two big men didn't care much, but when they saw this scene, they suddenly turned pale with fright, and only had time to say, "Don't slap in the face." Chapter 12 Tricks. One bad news, one good news. The bad news is that I failed to make the list, and I didn't even make it to the new book list. Xiaomo was ashamed to die. Last night, he stayed until 2 in the morning. He kept refreshing the page, and as a result, I almost fell asleep. The good news is that we have a chance to burst the chrysanthemum above. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, use the recommended tickets in your hands to pick down the people above one by one, and let them know what a chrysanthemum is. In addition, Wu Lian is definitely a good book with blood, and please read it patiently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ping, ping, pong, and beating, although the merchants on this street are all ordinary people, but at this moment they have also erupted with jaw-dropping fighting power. People hate the most. Now that there is an object to vent their anger, how can they be soft-hearted? Especially the second shopkeeper of his Mihang, who put 2 cloth bags in his hands at the 2 men, just one for each person, and he was beaten when he was covered. This time, everyone beat him more and more fiercely. Anyway, these 2 big men couldn't see who was hitting him, so naturally, there was no need to worry about being settled by Choho. There are so many people in great strength. Yongkai just made an appearance, and he was squeezed out by these merchants before he had time to start. After a long time, the merchants gradually stopped, leaving only the 2 men curled up on the ground, wailing. The cloth bag covering his head was also blown away. Su Mu looked inward with his eyes fixed, and his heart screamed, "I'm a mother," and the soles of his feet were cramping. I saw that the 2 originally burly and tall men now had noses that were not noses, eyes that were not eyes, and their faces were swollen like pig heads. Their mothers who were almost beaten could not recognize them. This situation occurs because the 2 men themselves do not have much strength. Although they have swords on their waists, they are only pretentious. If he is really a master, why would he care about the attacks of these ordinary people? But then again, how could a real expert do such a dirty thing? After throwing these 2 people down, many merchants felt a bad breath, but they still gathered around and refused to leave. The 2 men noticed that the faces of the people were not good, and they were extremely terrified. One of them stretched out his hand, raised it tremblingly to Su Mu, and shouted weakly, "Su." Su Mu's complexion changed greatly, and he roared, "What is it? You still want the young master to give you crispy bones?" Yongkai saw it in his eyes, smiled in his heart, and stepped forward and said loudly, "These 2 despicable villains, I don't know how many businesses have been harmed by this method, forcing others to break down, it is really hateful." Yongkai's remarks are indeed a bit exaggerated, but the people present are all merchants, and for a while, people have the illusion that they feel deeply, and the second shopkeeper of Yi Xing even spurned, "Bah, die. A stinky thing that is not worth pity, dares to come to us to go wild." The shop's second is just out of anger, but Yongkai immediately picked up the words, "Yes, this kind of person is really worth dying, this junior brother, it's better for you and me to kill each other with one knife, and tell them to say goodbye in the future. If you want to do something wrong, it can be considered to be doing the right thing for heaven." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The 2 men who fell to the ground were sweating coldly on their foreheads and looked at Yongkai in horror. They never expected that this thin young man would give birth to such a cruel spicy heart. Su Mu even widened his eyes and looked at Yongkai, wanting to see if he was joking, but Yongkai's expression was solemn, clearly wanting to take it seriously. To tell the truth, although these 2 men are hateful, they are not guilty of death. Yongkai's words are undoubtedly too cruel. Su Mukchichi said, "This senior brother, is this too much? Excessive." Yongkai shook his head sternly. If they let their conspiracy succeed today, then Bossy's rice bank will probably close down. Once Bossy's rice bank goes bankrupt, how will his family make a living? This is it's too much to push people into a corner, killing them. You know, there is a price to pay for anything you do. Originally, those merchants were a little unbearable when they saw Yongkai's proposal to kill. But after listening to these few words, I felt that there was some truth, and I didn't know what to do for a while. But anyway, even if they want to kill people, They don't need to do it, so everyone is sitting on the sidelines. Only boss he wanted to speak, but was stopped by Yang Kai's look. But even so, you can't just kill people. Su Mu was really anxious, the senior brother in front of him was so ruthless, this was something he never expected. The plan was good, let these two men come out to slander Boss He, and then clear the siege by themselves, so that Boss He can be grateful to him, and his goal has been achieved, but he did not expect a cruel senior brother to jump out at every turn. To kill and kill. This can be very bad. Su Mu could clearly see the two men on the ground were looking at him with pleading eyes, hoping that he could save them. There was even a slight threat in those eyes. How could Su Mu not understand what they meant? They are all grasshoppers tied to a rope. If we have a hard time, you shouldn't be too. Well, that's the look. At this moment, Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior brother, Confucianism uses literature to violate the law, chivalry uses martial arts to violate the law, and my generation is in the rivers and lakes, which one has few lives in their hands. Could it be that junior brother can't make a move? Or, you guys, I knew each other, that's why you don't want to kill. Su Mu's heart throbbed, and he turned his head sharply to look at Yang Kai, only to see the other side smiling and looking at himself narrowly. Brother, what do you mean by that? Su Mu's expression turned cold, thinking that he might have seen through his plan. But before and after, he didn't show any flaws at all, how could he be seen through? He didn't know that Yang Kai would see through it just because of an unintentional swipe. This is really a coincidence. If it wasn't for that swipe, Yang Kai would be fooled today. Boss He is a shrewd person. Hearing something in Yang Kai's words, he can't help but ask suspiciously, little brother, which one is this singing? Yang Kai has some taste for Su Mu, how could Boss He not see it? Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer, let alone point it out, but still looked at Su Mu. Junior brother, I think you are also a courageous person, but why are you hesitating to do things for the sky today and benefit the village? What's more, I have senior brother to accompany me. With you, what are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? Su Mu laughed, his face twitched, as if to himself, what am I afraid of? Isn't it just killing someone? Who hasn't killed someone before? As if admitting that he hadn't killed anyone, he was short in front of Yang Kai. After all, it is the nature of a young man. After being so provoked by Yang Kai, Su Mu could not step down immediately. Ruthless, Su Mu looked murderously at the two big men who fell to the ground. As soon as the two met Su Mu's eyes, they knew that it was going to be broken. This kid was fooled around by people, and he had lost his mind. Junior brother, let's go. Yang Kai continued to fan the yin wind and light the ghost fire. Su Mu took a deep breath and nodded slowly. As soon as the two big men saw this battle, they immediately knew that the situation was not good, and their lives were in danger. How could the man who just helped him hold back? He jumped up immediately, pointed at Su Mu's nose and said, Su Mu, you perfidious villain, you agreed to let my brothers come to He's Mehang to have a fight, and come back to help Boss He. Boki likes him, and now he wants to attack my brother. You are not as good as pigs and dogs, garbage growing up in the dregs. You fart. Su Mu was also annoyed when the villain's face was exposed in public. The big man couldn't stop sneering, but he didn't want to affect the injury on his face. He couldn't help covering the corners of his mouth with a sigh, hissing an air conditioning, and cheered up. Ladies and gentlemen, my brothers are coming for the second time today. It's all this kid's idea that he's going to make trouble. He has a crush on Bossy's daughter, but others don't see him, so he came up with this crazy idea. Chapter 13. You're waiting. Don't think I'm making a lot of noise. Continue to rush to the list to ask for votes. There is still a little distance from the list. Only rely on everyone. Everyone can be on the list with one vote. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Saying this sentence is really frying, and countless people immediately turned their attention to Su Mu, their eyes full of disbelief. I see. Yang Kai suddenly realized, he has been guessing what Su Mu's purpose is, but after thinking about it, he can only think of two possibilities, one is for profit, and the other is for fame. But he didn't expect that he guessed all wrong, he was looking for beauty. Bossy's daughter, Yang Kai, has also seen it. The little girl is born with a spirit of water and spirit. Although she does not have the beauty of the city and the country, she is also a small family Jasper, with beautiful eyebrows and a slender figure. She is only 14 this year, and she is also a famous little beauty in Wumei town. Never thought that such a young girl would be targeted by Su Mu, which is why Shimi Xing caused this trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Su Mu's face flushed red, and he wanted to make a quibble. The man continued with a sneer and said, I'm not talking nonsense. Although my brothers are a bit unbearable in character and often do some deceitful things, they slander other people's rice line, poison them in rice, and cut off people's fortunes. But it can't be done. You must know that you old and young men are also the foster parents of my 2 brothers, and cutting people's fortunes is equivalent to dying for oneself. How can I do this kind of thing? All of this is instructed by this kid. Quote. The sincerity of these words made a group of people laugh. Yongkai asked in a timely manner, after the completion of the matter, how many thanks did he promise to give you? 50 taels of silver pattern. The big man replied. 52, a lot. Yongkai nodded lightly. Boss, he listened to it for a long time, and naturally understood the whole story, and immediately looked at Sumyu angrily, and said contemptuously, you despicable villain, you are playing such dirty tricks, how can my daughter like you? High Heaven Pavilion. To be a scum like you, it simply ruins the reputation of High Heaven Pavilion. Bai Baikong has a good skin, but his character is not as good as that of younger brother Yang. If it is true that 1 square meter raises 100 different people, I will be your father and mother. Feel ashamed. Those merchants also scorned and cursed for a while, and spurned Su Emu's despicable behavior. Su Emu's face turned blue and then red, knowing that after today, if he comes to Wumei town in the future, I am afraid that he will have to come in front of him. And the source of all these disasters is the one in front of me. Senior brother. If it weren't for him, he would definitely win the favor of Boss He today, and if he contacts more in the future, it will be convenient to contact the daughter of the He family. But now, all this has come to nothing. Not only did the plan fail, but the reputation was also ruined. Sumyu was extremely ashamed and angry, but his expression calmed down, and looked at Yongkai with cold eyes. This senior brother, what is your name? Guess. Yongkai winked at him. Sumyu took a deep breath. If you don't tell me, I'll be able to know your identity. It's been more than 3 years since you got started, and now you haven't broken through the body-quenching state. That's a trial disciple. The entire High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple is only 10 fingers. You wait, I will find you to settle the account. After all, he turned around and walked out. Sumyu had some skill in his life. Even if someone stopped in front of him, he was pushed away by him. When Sumyu left, everyone remembered the 2 men who were beaten like pigs, but where are they still at the scene? They sneaked away as early as when Yongkai and Sumyu were fighting. This farce also ended, but Yongkai's eyes were like a torch, and he dismantled this fake trick, which made these merchants full of praise, especially Boss He, who was even more grateful to Yongkai. The young shop assistant also looked at Yongkai with a look of admiration. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the proprietress also came over, holding Yongkai's hand and not letting go. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Boss He looked worried. Nephew Yang, you offended that Sumyu today, and I'm afraid there will be some trouble in the sect in the future. After today's incident, Boss He has become kinder to Yongkai. Don't be afraid. Yongkai smiled slightly. The sect has its own sect's rules. Even if he hates me, he can't do anything to me. Having said that, nephew must be careful. If today's incident brings harm to nephew, then the uncle will be uneasy. I will be careful, Yongkai comforted. The He family was grateful to Yongkai for helping him today, and insisted on keeping him for dinner. Yongkai wanted to agree, but the proprietress scared him away with a single word. Xiaoyang, where are your parents? Where do you live? Did you get married this year? Looking at this situation, the proprietress is afraid that she wants to be promoted to be her own mother-in-law. Yongkai was vague and quickly smeared oil on the soles of his feet. When I left, I carried a large bag of white rice on my back, far more than 10 taels of silver could buy. This time, you don't have to worry about the food for a month. Originally, Yongkai was worried that Sumyu would ambush him on the road. After all, Sumyu looks like a jade tree facing the wind, but he is actually a chicken intestine, and it is sinister and sinister. It is not impossible for him to ambush and attack him. But he didn't show up until Yongkai returned to High Heaven Pavilion. If you think about it carefully, he is still a good person if he doesn't sneak attack on himself. Although many people died during the internal challenges of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, the sect stipulates that it is never allowed to kill others without any reason, especially the cannibalism outside the sect. If he dares to ambush himself outside the High Heaven Pavilion, if the matter is revealed, Sumyu himself will be in a disaster. If he wants to deal with himself, he will definitely only make a fuss about the challenge. As for whether he can inquire about his identity, this is beyond doubt. The number of High Heaven Pavilion trial disciples was very small. Even if Sumyu didn't know him before, he would understand his identity by asking casually. Yang Kai didn't see through this person's true strength, but he was definitely in the body tempering realm, but he didn't know how many layers he had in the body tempering realm. From the looks of it, we still have to hurry up and cultivate, or else we really can't stay in the high heaven pavilion. There was something in his heart. Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the hut, rested a little and then began to practice. At this time, it is no longer possible to cultivate the body-quenching chapter, but it is possible to cultivate the basic skills of the high heaven pavilion. These basic skills are all foreign kung fu used to temper the body, and the foreign moves consume one's own physical strength to achieve the purpose of tempering the body. For example, the long fist and whip leg that Yang Kai displayed when he was challenged before are such basic skills. The long fist and whip leg do not belong to the martial arts. This basic skill is necessary for every sect and family. On the open space on the left side of Yang Kai's hut, there is a wooden figure with a height of 1 person. This is made by himself. The material is a century-old locust tree. The texture is hard and it is the best for cultivation. This wooden man has some pits on his body, and there are even faint bloodstains, which are the traces left by Yang Kai's daily practice. Pulling off the stance, Yang Kai pounded the wooden figurine with all his strength. His legs were as fast as the wind. The wooden figurine was shaken for a while, and there was a sound of bumping. However, after practicing for a while, Yang Kai felt something was wrong. The strength of his fists and legs today seems to be much larger than before, and it can be clearly compared from the amplitude of the wooden figurine's swing and the muffled sound. Moreover, with the passage of time, some warm and numb sensations appeared on the bones under the flesh and blood. This was clearly the feeling from the meridians. The chi sensation that was born in the morning gradually became clear, and it was agitated in the body. At the beginning of the 4th layer of body quenching, a sense of chi is generated, and the meridians in the body can be quenched. This warm and numb feeling is the movement of the meridians being opened up. Chapter 14 Incense Burner. It's still 3 shifts, still asking for votes, only one short of it will be on the list. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After cultivating until the time of holding the lantern, Yang Kai stopped in a hurry. Not only did he not feel tired after a long time of boxing, but instead he was full of energy and stamina. After gaining a proud golden body, his physical strength seems to have grown a lot. Today, he walked 20 miles without getting tired, and carrying such a large bag of rice on his back is even more light. I am afraid that only when I practice the tempering chapter will I truly feel the pressure. Thinking of the feeling of cultivating the tempering body chapter this morning, Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a little. But there is pressure to make progress, and now there is no pressure. How can we cultivate? People's potential is forced out, and the growth of the warrior is even more so, forcing one's potential step by step, and surpassing one's limit little by little, so that the strength can be improved. But now that I have punched so many punches and kicked so many feet, I don't feel tired at all. How can I reach my limit, and how can I force my potential? This is difficult to do. Yang Kai is also a little depressed. It is indeed a good thing to get a proud golden body, but with its powerful recovery ability, the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion can no longer be cultivated. Practice for half an hour before the sun rises. There are 12 hours in a day, and only half an hour of practice. What do you do with the rest of the time? Sleep with your head covered. This is absolutely not possible. Yang Kai rejected this idea without even thinking about it. While absent-mindedly lighting the fire to cook, Yang Kai thought about how to make himself feel the pressure. If this matter is known to others, I am afraid they will not know whether to laugh or cry. Other warriors are eager to relax on the road of cultivation, but Yang Kai now wants to find abuse by himself. After thinking about it, I couldn't think of a good way. The main reason is that my current economic conditions cannot keep up. There are many medicinal pills that can assist in the cultivation of the body-quenching state. In addition to medicinal pills, there are some other external methods, but the root of all these lies in one word: money. In High Heaven Pavilion, money means contribution points. Poor Yang Kai only has 12 points to contribute. After the rice was cooked, Yang Kai ate a few bowls, and there was no vegetables, so he ate it dryly, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was the only full meal he had eaten in recent days. Yang Kai didn't go to practice after the meal. He went straight to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed. Continuing to practice will only get twice the result with half the effort. It is better to think about the solution. Thinking about it, Yang Kai moved his head and summoned the wordless black book again. Yang Kai, the famous hall of this black book, has probably figured it out. Every page of the book has something sealed, and as long as he has the strength, he can summon it. The proud golden body obtained on the first page is the foundation and the root. The second page is the body-quenching chapter, which is the cultivation chapter for the proud golden body. I don't know what the third page is, because I couldn't see anything when I spied on it last night. This is definitely related to my own strength. Now that the first page and the second page are empty, Yang Kai studied it carefully for a long time and found nothing, but when he turned to the third page inadvertently, he was in a trance. Kindness. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the third page. Almost instantly, golden light flickered on the third page, and countless golden shadows jumped out and jumped directly into Yang Kai's mind. Censor. This change made Yang Kai a little lost, and he was overjoyed when he understood it. That's right, didn't you already break through to the 4th level of body tempering realm this morning? I couldn't see the mystery on the third page last night, why didn't I try it after breaking through today? Although it was only a gap of 1 level, it was this level that prevented him from peeping at the third page. After thinking about this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I checked it this morning, I might not have to think about it now. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai took the incense burner in his hand and looked at it carefully. This incense burner is not big, it looks like something ordinary people use for incense, but it is in a semi-closed state, with a lid on the mouth and a few small holes on the lid. No matter where you put it, it won't attract anyone's attention. Yang Kai took a slight sniff and found that this thing had no taste, and it was not heavy to start. What does this do? Yang Kai was a little confused for a while, so he could only close his eyes and concentrate on the information that had just poured into his mind. After a short while, Yang Kai opened his eyes strangely. According to the information just obtained, this incense burner actually assists his cultivation. It's just that the incense burner itself has no effect, but you need to add some herbs to it to burn a strange incense, and this strange incense is what assists your cultivation. Different realms require different herbs to be put into the incense burner. What makes Yang Kai a little puzzled is that the herbs suitable for his realm are actually 3-leaf remnant soulflower and Jedi deadwood grass. As far as Yang Kai knows, these 2 herbs are not of high value, they are just a little rare, and they are also a little toxic. Although they are not very toxic, if you inhale the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs for many years, they will be harmful to people. Are these 2 herbs really helpful to your cultivation? There must be these 2 kinds of herbs in the contribution hall, but the price of the old man is definitely not cheap. And Yang Kai himself has few contribution points, where can he squander it? In this way, I have to find a way to find these 2 herbs. Fortunately, not far from the High Heaven Pavilion is the Black Wind Mountain Range. Yang Kai has been in and out hunting many times, but he is familiar with it. Maybe there are herbs in it. Going into the mountains tomorrow. Yang Kai made up his mind, all the troubles dissipated, and soon fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Yang Kai also deliberately checked the 4th page of the wordless black book to avoid the embarrassment of today, but there was no movement on the 4th page, probably because the strength of the 4th layer of body tempering realm was not enough to spy. On the 2nd day, Yang Kai woke up early. Yesterday, he gained so much benefit from practicing the body tempering chapter. He naturally eats the marrow and knows the taste, not to mention, he is not a lazy person. Taking advantage of Dongfang Ziki's coming from the east, the slow and full of heaven and earth's body-quenching technique of fists and feet gradually unfolded. Although the cultivation level is 1 level higher than yesterday, there is not much progress in the body tempering chapter today. After half an hour has passed, he is still at 1/20th of the progress, but his body is tortured with some backache. Back pain, bones crackling, as dense as copying beans. Inhaling a mouthful of purple air, the thin air in the body became clearer and firmer, the meridians seemed to have been opened up a lot, and many acquired impurities were exuded from the surface of the skin. Chapter 15. Entering the mountains to find medicine. Get up early and shout, ask for a ticket. In addition, I went somewhere to register an account last night and made a post, but I was questioned that it was not my deity. Well, I have to say that people nowadays are very vigilant, and it is unlikely that a little girl will be abducted by a lollipop. Xiao Mo is very relieved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After finishing the practice, Yang Hua spent more than an hour to complete today's work, and then ran to the contribution hall. Although he decided to go into the mountains to find medicine, Yang Kai didn't know much about pharmacology, and even the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass of the Jedi only knew their names, but they didn't see their bodies. Therefore, the preparation work must be done well, so as to avoid the embarrassment of running away at the time. Yang Kai went to the contribution hall just to write down the appearance of these 2 herbs. I wanted to let shopkeeper Meng open a convenient door and teach myself about herbal medicine, but I didn't think that he would just drop a pamphlet over here. Yang Kai took a look and found that this booklet is all about herbal medicine, including not only the efficacy and pharmacology, but also the growth environment of the herbal medicine. There are illustrations on each page, and the introduction is quite detailed. It is a little regrettable that the herbal medicines introduced in this booklet are only mortal level varieties, and there are no more herbs. Human cultivation is divided into levels and realms. The herbal weapons and pills in the world are also divided into levels. From bottom to top, there are ordinary, earth, heaven, mysterious, spiritual, and holy. For example, the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the Jedi deadwood grass that Yang Kai needs now are herbs of the low-level mortal level, and their efficacy is low, so the value is not high. After leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai went to the miscellaneous office to sue again. After all, he was still the sweeper of the High Heaven Pavilion. He would definitely not be able to come back on the day he went to Haifeng Mountain, so he naturally wanted to say hello. The manager of the chores department did not embarrass him, and he readily agreed for 3 days before Yang Kai set off. The foot of Haifeng Mountain is only 20 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion, not far or near. Yang Kai used to go in and out of it for hunting, so he was quite familiar with it. But this is the first time the big girl gets on the sedan chair. Yang Kai's preparations were also quite adequate. He brought some water, made a few rice balls, a shovel, and a cloth bag before heading out. In a hurry, Yang Kai came to the foot of Haifeng Mountain. Looking around, the dark mountain forest was like a wild beast lying between the heaven and the earth, and there was no end in sight. The breeze blowing in front of him made Yang Kai feel refreshed. There are many ferocious beasts and raptors in Haifeng Mountain, and many of these ferocious beasts and raptors are unable to compete with even accomplished martial artists. Therefore, people who enter Haifeng Mountain generally do not dare to go too deep without any strength. The outer 30 li is considered a safe zone, but after 30 li, there are many dangers, and the further in, the more dangerous it is. Yang Kai just wanted to find some herbs with low value, and naturally he wouldn't go too deep, so his own safety was safe. At this hour of the journey, Yang Kai was not idle, and has been trying to recall the herbs he encountered in the Black Wind Mountain before. Thinking about it this time really made Yang Kai think of a lot of places, and even a herb that he needs now has a place to grow. Yang Kai was full of energy, and immediately followed the familiar path into the Black Wind Mountain. After half an hour, a sharp-toothed grass hidden in the thorns was successfully collected in the bag. With a good start, the memories of the forest in Yang Kai's mind became clearer and clearer. By the evening, Yang Kai had picked 4 different herbs. After all, this is the outskirts of Haifeng Mountain. People come and go from time to time. It is difficult for herbs to grow here. Basically, the achievements will be taken away, so although Yang Kai only harvested 4 plants, he is satisfied. These 4 herbs are not what they need, and their rank is not high. They are only the lowest mortal rank, but if you take them back, you can exchange some contribution points. The sun was about to set, and Yang Kai was in a hurry, and finally arrived at the last place in memory where there were herbs before the sun set. This is a very strange place, surrounded by lush greenery, but the place in front of you is empty. About 3 feet in diameter is almost a dead place. Not only there are no trees, not even weeds. And in the center of this dead place, there are 3 small grasses arranged in the shape of the character fluttering in the wind. Seeing that the herbs here are still there, Yang Kai can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly ran over with a smile on his face, holding a shovel for a while. In a short time, all 3 herbs were collected in the hands. Some worriedly took out the booklet given by Treasurer Meng and compared it. Yang Kai finally made up his mind. It is indeed the dead wood grass of the Jedi. The real thing in his hand is no different from the illustration in the booklet, and even the growing environment is also as described in the brochure. Jedi deadwood grass, where the dead grass and dead trees are born, so it is very convenient to find. Basically, if there is a place in the mountains and forests that has become a dead place like this, it is definitely because of the growth of the deadwood grass. Carefully put the 3 dead Jedi grass into the cloth bag, and then Yang Kai took out the clear water rice ball and ate and drank on the spot. The main purpose of entering the mountain this time is to find the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the deadwood grass of the Jedi. Now only one kind has been found, and the number is too small, so we have to make persistent efforts. But the sky will be dark now, and it is naturally inconvenient to move, so Yang Kai decided to rest on the spot for a night, and then look for it when it is dawn tomorrow. In the past, when I went hunting in the mountains, I also went back on the same day. Yang Kai really didn't spend the night in the mountains, but as the saying goes, he has never eaten pork before, haven't he seen a pig run? Yang Kai naturally knows what to pay attention to when spending the night in the mountains. Looking for a big tree nearby, Yang Kai climbed up, found a suitable and comfortable place to sit down, closed his eyes and fell asleep. I couldn't fall asleep for a while. Yang Kai summoned the wordless black book again, flipped to the third page, and with a thought, the incense burner emerged from it. This is also a mystery that Yang Kai accidentally discovered, and what comes out of the black book can also be taken back. After all, the black book is made of soul-suppressing stone. The soul-suppressing stone itself has the function of opening up space and storing things. It is not difficult to understand that the incense burner can be put into it. The only thing that puzzled Yang Kai was that, except for the incense burner, other things could not be accepted by the black book, which made him a little confused. Could there be a choice for this wordless black book made by the soul-suppressing stone? Sexual accommodation. After playing with the black book for a while, Yang Kai was also exhausted. After all, he had walked a lot of mountain roads today and fell asleep. The night was silent, and early the next day, Yang Kai practiced the body-quenching chapter for half an hour as usual, and the harvest was good. Not only did he punch a few more punches than the previous 2 days, but the sense of chi in the body became more and more solid. Yang Kai had a kind of I felt like I was about to break through the barrier, and the sense of chi in the meridians seemed to be reaching the limit, and I was only one step away from going up the stairs. Chapter 16 5 Layers of Tempered Body. Could it be that? Is it really not on the new book list? Recommended tickets, so rare. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This discovery made Yang Kai excited. He had been cultivating in the High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, and he was only able to reach the 3rd level of body quenching, but since he obtained the wordless black book, he broke through to the 4th level on the 2nd day. Breaking through, this cultivation speed is a little scary for Yang Kai himself. Practicing the body tempering chapter consumes a lot of money, and Yang Kai took a long rest before gradually recovering, eating the remaining rice balls, and then embarking on the journey of continuing to search for medicine. Yesterday, I have searched all the places where the herbs should exist in my memory, and I have to try my luck today. Fortunately, the value of these ordinary herbs is not high, and not everyone will pick them when they see them, so there is always something to gain. Throughout the day, Yang Kai found 7 or 8 herbs, and even found 2 of the 3-leaf remnant soul flower. This time, I finally got the herbs needed for cultivation, but the number is a bit shabby. Time passed quickly, and when night fell, Yang Kai was still walking in the forest. It wasn't that he didn't want to rest, but he was really hungry. I originally thought that I could hunt some game today, but I didn't think that I didn't even encounter a rabbit. I only found a few wild fruits the size of fingernails. If I had known earlier, I would have made more rice balls and brought them with me. I regret it. If there is no shop in front of the village, where can I find food? He was hungry and embarrassed, but Yang Kai suddenly saw a ray of fire coming from the forest in front of him, and his spirit was shocked, and he quickly walked over there. Those who dare to start a fire in the mountains are either inexperienced idiots or fearless adepts, and the one Yang Kai encountered this time belongs to the latter. As soon as he approached the fire, an angry shout came from the front, "Who?" At the same time, Yang Kai actually felt that his skin tightened, and his spine was swooning coldly. He fixed his eyes and saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, next to the fire, both of them looking at him with great vigilance. The tall one was a sturdy man, holding a bow in his hand, with an arrow on the bow. The bow was full, and the tip of the arrow was pointed at him, but next to this man was a man who was about 11 or 12 years old. The little boy, although he is young, his eyes are very bright. Not only is he not afraid, but he is eager to try. The little boy also held a bow in his hand, but it was much smaller, and the power should not be large. Although he was pointed at by 2 full-stringed bows, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest hint of anger. Walking outside, it was necessary to guard against others, and their actions were nothing. "Don't be nervous, I just went into the mountains to collect herbs," Yang Kai quickly said. Hearing this sentence, 2 men, one big and one small, looked at him carefully. The burly man slowly put down the bow and arrow in his hand, and patted the little boy again, signaling him to relax, and then smiled. "I thought the firelight attracted some beast, but it was a false alarm." Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. The sturdy man was bold and beckoned. "Come here, the night wind is cold, and it's not easy to make a living outside." Yang Kai thanked him, then walked up and sat beside the fire. The sturdy man had been looking at Yang Kai, and he couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic when he saw that he was thin. Since they are sitting together, it is natural to talk. During the chat, Yang Kai learned that this is the father and son. They live at the foot of the mountain and hunt for a living. Although they are not rich, they can maintain food and clothing. And the little boy looks young, but he is also a veteran of the hunting ground. With his father going in and out of Haifeng Mountain many times, the experience of wandering in the forest is much richer than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also reported himself to his family. After learning that he was actually a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, the strong man was a little surprised. The little boy became more and more curious, and Wu Liang's eyes kept on Yang Kai. The man said, "This kid and my family wanted to practice martial arts, but he was not qualified, so he was sent back. So he really admires you martial artists." These words reminded Yang Kai of his experience in the past 3 years. Just as he was talking, Yang Kai's stomach screamed in disappointment. The little boy was stunned, then suddenly smiled, and then took out a piece of dry food from the package he was carrying and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was moved, but he didn't reach out to pick it up. Instead, he looked at the burly man. The other party smiled and said, "Eat it. You don't seem to have eaten anything today." Yang Kai didn't refuse anymore. He took over the dry food and devoured it. After chatting for a while, the three of them slept around the fire. Yang Kai didn't dare to sleep too deeply. He was always in a light sleep state. He only waited for any danger around him to cut it off for the hunter and his son. Humanity. But the night passed and nothing happened. When the morning came again, Yang Kai quietly left before Orion and his son woke up. Before leaving, he left 2 herbs as a gift for the meal last night. If these 2 herbs are crushed, they will also have a certain healing effect. The father and son of Orion spend all the year in the mountains and forests, and they are always useful. The purple energy in the east was full of energy. Yang Kai practiced the body-quenching chapter for half an hour, and when he finished the work, accompanied by a mouthful of purple energy, the meridians in the body suddenly shook violently, and the warm feeling spread throughout the body, and the sense of qi was vigorous and the meridians were bulging. Unstoppable. Body-quenching realm 5 layers. Yesterday's feeling was right, it was indeed about to be promoted. After practicing for half an hour today, I really made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and he was looking forward to the proud golden body art more and more in his heart. After all, it took only a few days for him to get a proud golden body, but he has already broken through twice. This cultivation speed is simply unparalleled. This is still under the circumstance that the cultivation time is limited. If you can cultivate at all times, how fast should the speed be? Yang Kai was a little stunned when he thought about it. However, after all, the body-quenching state is only the basic stage of a martial artist. It will naturally be faster to cultivate. With the improvement of the realm in the future, the speed of improvement is afraid that it will gradually decrease. After a rest, Yang Kai continued to look for medicine. I also harvested a lot on this day. I picked more than a dozen herbs, and I also caught a fat rabbit, which relieved the worry of starvation. On the 3rd day of entering the mountain, Yang Kai went deeper into Haifeng Mountain, almost reaching the limit of 30 miles outside. When he got here, Yang Kai did not dare to go inside. What ferocious beasts and birds of prey can only run away, or they will be eaten by these beasts. However, although I didn't go too deep, the harvest today was much larger than the previous 2 days. There were more than 20 herbs. Counting the harvest from the previous 2 days, I went into the mountain to find nearly 40 herbs this time, but I needed 2 kinds of herbs. But still very few. In 3 days, I found 40 herbs. Although they were all low-level mortals, the harvest was not too small. If I took them back to the sect to exchange contribution points, I could get a lot of them. But this is a long delay in cultivation time, and it is somewhat more than the gain. Chapter 17 Fighting Monster Beasts. Only then did I know that today, on the double 9th festival, I was so busy with new books that I was dizzy. I wish everyone a happy double 9th festival and a happy birthday to my daughter Guago. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the afternoon, Yang Kai turned around and walked towards the location of High Heaven Pavilion. I only sue for 3 days of leave, the day of departure does not count, I have to rush back before tomorrow morning, or I may be punished. There is plenty of time. Yang Kai estimates that he is now about 100 miles away from the High Heaven Pavilion, not too far, and he can arrive before dark. Looking forward to how the incense burner produced on the 3rd page of the wordless black book will improve him, Yang Kai is in a happy mood and his steps are brisk. Less than halfway through the distance, Yong-kai suddenly heard a burst of roars and heart-piercing shouts not far away, occasionally mixed with the cry of a child. Hearing the movement, Yong-kai paused and quickly listened carefully. After a while, Yong-kai's expression changed, and he hurried towards the source of the sound. He could hear it, the roar was coming from the hunter he met the night before, and the cry was also the movement of the little boy. The father and son may have encountered some trouble, otherwise it would be impossible to be so panicked. That night, Yong-kai had eaten other people's dry food, and they were also kind to him. How can he ignore it now? In the process of running, Orion's roar became more and more desolate, but the cry of the little boy gradually became weak and inaudible. Yong-kai's face was heavy, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. When Yong-kai ran to the place, he couldn't even hear Orion's roar. He saw a dark hole under the high slope facing him. The grass beside the hole was dense, and the surroundings were covered with silver silk spider webs. There was a small bow on the ground, the weapon in the boy's hand that night. Without thinking about it, Yong-kai hurriedly threw the things on his body to the ground, widened his eyes, alerted the surrounding movement, and rushed directly into the dark hole. The light in the cave is not bright, but you can see things. After taking a look, Yong-kai couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that the cave was full of spider webs. Beside the cave wall, on the ground, the silver and white as thick as chopsticks, crisscrossed, and layered on top of each other, blocking the way forward. The inside of the cave was damp and dark, and there was still water dripping down from the top, and Yong-kai felt a little sagging when he stepped on it. Holding his breath, he walked inward, and after only a few steps, Yong-kai saw a person who was almost wrapped in spider silk into a silkworm chrysalis lying on the side, only showing a face. It was the hunter he met the night before. Yong-kai rushed forward and tried it out. He found that the hunter was just anxious and fainted. Orion woke up faintly, and immediately said after seeing Yong-kai, "Save the child." The child was dragged inside. "Please save the child." "I was dragged inside." Yong-kai was shocked, and hurriedly loosened the tie for Orion, but these spider silks wrapped around him were very tough, and he couldn't untangle them for a while, so he could only give up temporarily and plunged his head into the hole. Orion raised from behind. "Be careful, it's a spider monster." Hearing the word, monster beast, Yong-kai snorted inwardly. Monster beasts are not like ordinary beasts, they will only be slaughtered by people. These things are real beasts, and none of them can be provoked by the current Yong-kai. The reason why the 30 li outside Haifeng Mountain is defined as a safe zone is because there are no monsters here. But now there is one here, which is really unexpected. Knowing that there were monsters inside, Yong-kai acted more and more cautiously, groping and walking in about a dozen feet, only to see Orion's son. At this moment, the little boy, like his father, was tightly bound by spider silk, stuck to a huge spider web, and suspended in midair. Beside the little boy, a huge flower-backed spider was sticking out the straw in its mouth and inserted it into the little boy's arm, and strands of bright red blood flowed clearly from the little boy's body into the spider's mouth. On the ground of the cave, all kinds of strange white bones piled up into mountains. "I think this spider monster has already hunted and killed a lot of prey here." Yong-kai didn't have time to think about whether he was capable of fighting against this spider. Any delay could cause the little boy to die here, so he hurried forward in silence. The huge flower-backed spider probably didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. When it was eating, a brute force came from the side, and the huge spider web was immediately smashed into a big hole, and the flower-backed spider and Yong-kai were together. Falling out, the little boy also fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, the flower-backed spider was furious, 8 long hairy feet swayed on the ground, and the eyes on the head also looked at Yong-kai. Before Yong-kai could get up, he was crushed to the ground by a pounce from the flower-backed spider. Yong-kai roared, an iron fist slammed into the face, and hit the bottom of the mouth of the flower-backed spider, hitting it with a stagger. Taking this opportunity, he kicked out again, and finally kicked the spider out. A roll on the spot, Yong-kai half squatted on the ground, alert to the movement of the flower-backed spider. After some confrontation, he felt a little more at ease. This monster is not high level. Otherwise, it is impossible for me to fight with it at all, and it is estimated that it is just a first-level monster. But even if it is only a first-level monster, it is somewhat difficult to deal with its current strength. Both sides are looking at their opponents. The flower-backed spider is not impatient, but Yong-kai can't hold his breath, because the little boy seems to have lost a lot of blood, and there are signs of poisoning. He has. Suddenly, the flower-backed spider opened its mouthparts, sucking and spitting. A bright silk thread spurted out of the mouthparts, hitting Yong-kai directly. Yong-kai had learned about the toughness of this spider silk before, so he naturally knew that it couldn't be trapped, so he rolled to the side and avoided it. Unexpectedly, the flower-backed spider did not ask him about his avoidance, and kept spitting spider silk in one place. When Yongkai reacted, the cave was already separated by a huge spider web, completely cutting off the back path. Trap him inside. Is this going to force me to fight to the death? Yongkai smiled, and the only trace of concern disappeared, and the arrogance in his bones was inspired. Now in this situation, if you don't kill this spider, you absolutely don't want to go out. That being the case, you can only fight to the death. The time was tight, and Yongkai didn't have time to delay. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly approached the flower-backed spider. There was another spider silk flying in the face, and Yongkai was on guard against its hand. How could he not avoid it? After avoiding 3 threads of spider silk one after another, he finally narrowed the distance with this monster. But before Yongkai could punch, the flower-backed spider raised a front foot and slashed towards him fiercely. Yongkai raised his arm to block, and the sharp front foot of the flower-backed spider pierced his arm. The pain made Yongkai roar, the blood all over his body suddenly boiled, and the blood flowed out. Not only did he not feel fear and panic, but there was an inexplicable excitement and anticipation surging in his heart, and his bones were clattering. A warm feeling spread throughout the body. Chapter 18. Get up early for tickets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yongkai threw a punch, smashing the left row of eyes of the flower-backed spider in a whistling wind, blowing 2 of them on the spot. The flower-backed spider is terrifying, and the only sanity makes it feel a kind of fear of the bleeding and excited person in front of him. The front foot that poked into Yongkai's arm wanted to retract it, but it was stuck tightly by Yongkai's muscles. Unable to break free. Yongkai's second punch roared, and then exploded the 2 eyes of the spider. The flower-backed spider screamed in pain, kept shrinking back, and swayed its movable feet, leaving rows of wounds on Yongkai's body. The wounds were not deep, but blood was seen. The pain made Yongkai more and more excited, and his whole body seemed to be overflowing with endless energy. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he attacked the opponent with his intact fists. The fists became heavier and faster. The forehead burst, and the body fluid splashed. The shrill hissing sound kept coming out, and the flower-backed spider didn't want to sit still and sprayed spider silk from its mouthparts. It was so close that Yongkai couldn't dodge, and was quickly wrapped up. But at this moment, the flower-backed spider was beaten so badly that its entire head almost burst open. If it weren't for its strong vitality as a monster, it would have died a long time ago. This is the case. After it spewed the last spider silk, it gradually stopped struggling, and finally died under Yongkai's fist. Yongkai never thought that he would easily defeat a monster and kill it. Even if it's only a first-level monster, it's not something that the 5th layer of body quenching can easily deal with. Although he was not injured lightly, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After confirming that the flower-backed spider was dead, Yongkai pulled it out with the front foot that inserted it into his arm. The moment he pulled it out, he brought a puddle of warm blood. There was no time to check his injuries. Yongkai ripped open the spider silk tied to him, and hurriedly carried the little boy lying on the ground out. The little boy's father finally got out of the shackles of the spider silk and was running towards this side. Seeing Yongkai running out with his son covered in blood, he quickly asked, "What's wrong with him?" "Too much blood loss and poisoning," Yongkai replied. After fleeing to the outside of the cave, Yongkai laid the little boy on the ground, ran out again, took back his own baggage, found some herbs and chewed them in his mouth, and then found some and handed them to the hunter. "Strength, chew and feed him." Orion lost his soul, and when he heard Yongkai's instructions, there was no hesitation, and he quickly put the herbal medicine into his mouth and chewed it hard. At this moment, Yongkai's mind is extremely clear, and the pharmacological properties of these herbs are presented in his mind one by one. Which herbs can detoxify, which herbs can heal wounds, and which herbs can stop bleeding, comparable to a physician who is proficient in pharmacology. After a while, Yongkai took out the herbs in his mouth and smeared them on the injured arm of the little boy. Orion also fed the herbs in his mouth into the little boy's mouth. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the two, the little boy's pale face gradually turned a little blood, and his breathing was much smoother than before. Orion finally let go of the heart he was holding, and fell on the ground. The Iron Man burst into tears. "Fortunately it's okay, fortunately it's okay." Yongkai poured a basin of cold water on it. "Not yet, these herbs of mine are the lowest level, they can only relieve his symptoms. He must go down the mountain to seek a doctor, otherwise I am afraid that the root of the disease will fall." Orion obeyed Yongkai and immediately said, "Then I will take him to find a doctor now." Not busy. Yang Kai stopped, wait for him to calm down before leaving. Oh, what the benefactor said is. Orion suffered this disaster, and he has long lost his backbone. Yang Kai said what he said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that the benefactor in front of him was also seriously injured, and worriedly said, "My dear, do you want to deal with your injury?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need. But how can you bear so much blood?" Orion looked at him in shock. "I don't know." Yang Kai stood up and jumped. "I don't know why, it feels good." Not only feeling good, but also excited. Yang Kai estimates that all this has something to do with his proud golden body, but how can he explain it to someone else as an hunter? Recalling the battle just now, Yang Kai's blood boiled. This is the first time that he has faced the battle of life and death, but not only does he have no fear at all, but he also enjoys the feeling of blood splashing, as if all this is commonplace. By the way, wait a minute, I'll come when I go. Yang Kai suddenly picked up his own package and rushed into the cave again. The hunter thought he was going to pick up the corpse of the monster, but that was not the case. Although the flower-back spider is a monster, its corpse has no value and its level is too low. Yang Kai entered the cave to collect medicine. During the battle with the flower-backed spider just now, Yang Kai inadvertently discovered that there was a large purple flower in the cave. At that time, he didn't have time to look closely, but now he can't help but feel refreshed. If I read it right, the purple flower is the three-leaf remnant flower that I desperately need. The three-leaf remnant flower grows in a damp and dark place with many corpses, and this cave is just in line with its growing environment. With great anticipation in his heart, when he returned to the cave to take a look, Yang Kai almost couldn't help laughing out loud. In the world, good people are rewarded, and now it seems like this is true. If he hadn't come to rescue the father and son of the hunter, how could he have encountered such a good thing? The large purple flower in front of him is indeed the three-leaf remnant flower, and there are still a lot of them. There are as many as 30 or 40 in a rough count. The purple flowers are connected together, which looks really gratifying. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and quickly took out the shovel and took these three-leaf remnant soul flowers into the bag. After a lot of work, Yang Kai was satisfied. When he was about to leave, he saw a dark red mushroom-like thing at the corner of the cave. Yang Kai moved and stepped forward to take a closer look. This thing was about the size of the mouth of a bull, dark red in color, some like mushrooms and some like Ganoderma lucidum. Yang Kai didn't recognize this thing. There is no description of it. Could it be some kind of genius treasure? Yang Kai is gearing up for it. No matter what it is, he will take it back first, and it will not take up space anyway. When Yang Kai came out of the cave, the small packages were already full. "Go, I'll go down the mountain with you," Yang Kai said to the hunter who was waiting outside. "Many thanks to the gentleman." Orion was grateful. He didn't know that Yang Kai was afraid that they would be in danger, so he followed. "Just by the way, there is no need to say thank you." Yang Kai greeted, and the two of them hurried down the mountain with Orion. It was not until dusk that the two came to Wumei town, and quickly found a hospital in the town. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Guess, what level of genius treasure is that mushroom? Chapter 19. Sumu is looking for trouble. After setting up the little boy, Yang Kai did not rush to leave. After all, the little boy gave him a piece of dry food that night, and he had to wait until he woke up before he could leave with peace of mind. Orion was busy in and out, and he was so nervous that he was blasted out by the doctor of the medical hall in a short time. He thought he was too noisy. Dr. Chu said that it was fortunate that it was handled in a timely manner, otherwise the dog would have really died. "Grandpa, I, Zhang Shan, can't repay your great kindness and great virtue. I will be a cow and a horse in my life, and I will be dispatched." After saying that, he knelt down to Yang Kai with his head. Yang Kai didn't help, just smiled. "Brother Zhang, there is gold under the man's knees, you have already repaid your kindness by kneeling, and you don't have to worry about it in the future, and I also ate a piece of dry food for your son, so I still owe you, of." After finishing speaking, this helped Orion Zhang Shan up. Zhang Shan was moved and burst into tears. "Gong, you are such a good person." Just as he was talking, the doctor from the medical hall came out and said to Zhang Shan, "It's fine, don't worry, but he lost too much blood. I'm afraid he will fall asleep for a while, and it will be fine when he wakes up." After hearing this, Yang Kai and Zhang Shan felt relieved. As soon as his mind relaxed, Yang Kai felt a little tired. It was too exciting today, and he also suffered a lot of injuries and bleed a lot of blood. Although he was excited at the time, it was still a bit damaging to himself. After this relaxation, he went straight to sleep and slept until dawn. Early in the morning, the Tower of Heaven. Many disciples got up early in the morning, excited, and gathered together to look forward to a place. Their longing eyes, stretched necks, and restless moods are just like a group of women who are staying at home, waiting for their husband who has finally returned from the expedition for many years. They are so focused and looking forward to it. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, and everyone turned their attention to one direction. That direction is where Yongkai's hut is located. Today is another day to challenge Yongkai. How can the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who are present let this go? There are also people who can't bear it, and sympathize with Yongkai's experience. After all, he has to be beaten every 5 days, which is really miserable. But if you think about it carefully, it is useless to sympathize with yourself. There are so many people who have made Yongkai's ideas. If you don't challenge Yongkai, there will always be others. Anyway, he is going to be beaten, so it's better to do it yourself. Thinking of this, he simply gathered to try his luck. Well, if I were chosen, I would definitely strike lightly, so as not to hurt him. Many people made excuses for themselves in their hearts. At this time in the past, Yongkai had already gotten up to sweep the floor, but today it was very strange. The disciples waited for a long time and did not see Yongkai's figure. They all stood on their toes and looked at the hut, but they couldn't see anyone. What happened to Yongkai? Did you fall asleep? Why didn't you come out? I don't know, it seems that I haven't seen him in the past few days. Have you left Lingxiao Pavilion? Impossible, it's not like you don't know about Yongkai's temper. If you kill him, he can't leave. If he wants to leave, he left when he was demoted to a trial disciple a few months ago. How can it be delayed until now? Quote. There was a lot of discussion among the people present, but no one knew that Yongkai took a leave of absence a few days ago and went to Haifeng Mountain, and has not returned yet. It's no wonder that Yongkai doesn't interact with people on weekdays, so no one cares about his whereabouts. When it was noisy, a group of people came over from not far away. The head of the person was like a crown of jade, and he was born with a jade tree facing the wind. He was very unrestrained, scolding someone while gnashing his teeth while walking. Beside this young man, there were many High Heaven Pavilion disciples, and the stars wrapped around him like the moon, which made him more and more different. When I came here, seeing so many people gathered around, the young man headed looked unhappy, and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are there so many people in this place?" A person beside him quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Young Master Su, today is a day when you can challenge Yongkai, so all the brothers and sisters are gathered here, waiting to get the contribution points." The young man known as Young Master Su raised his brows and laughed loudly. "It looks like our senior brother Yang has had a difficult time." The words were full of schadenfreude and joy. Well, he is basically beaten every 5 days, and he will stop when he is knocked out. The person who spoke earlier explained. Su Xiao smiled again. Well, for some reason, I feel a lot of bad anger in the young master's heart, but it's not enough. I must kick him out of High Heaven Pavilion. As long as he is not a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, I can play with him any way I want. How to play? What Su Xiao said is that this kid dares to ruin your good deeds in Wumei town. I don't know how many eyes Ma Wang has grown, and he doesn't ask to find out who Su Xiao is. It's too self-sufficient. This flattering Su Xiao was very comfortable, and nodded repeatedly. Young Master Su, it was Su Mu who Yongkai met in Wumei town. On that day, Su Mu and 2 big men played a double reed and were exposed by Yongkai. He left in anger and angrily. After returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, he began to inquire about Yongkai's identity. Name. In the end, he had some means and channels, and he knew the details of Yongkai within a day. It's just that under the iron rules of the sect, it is not convenient for him to do it directly. It was not until today that he brought people to find Yongkai's troubles, but he did not expect that there were so many people gathered here, and they were all staring at Yongkai. This made Su Mu a little unhappy. He waved his hand and said, "Let them disperse, and tell them that Yongkai has my bag today." This said, it seems that Yongkai is the girl of Chunlu, or the kind who is performing arts and selling herself. A person behind him hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists at the crowd. "Brothers, today's battle with Yongkai, young Master Su Mu and Su has made a decision. I also ask you to make a convenient door. I'm really sorry to trouble you all to wait here. Looking forward to Haihan." As soon as this statement came out, many people looked alarmed, and they all looked at Su Mu, and some people who didn't know what to do shouted, "Why, Yongkai uses a broom to choose his opponent every time, why should I let you? Everything always comes first, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone pulled him and whispered, "That's Su Mu, do you know who Su Mu is?" "Who is it?" This person hasn't started for a long time, so he really doesn't know. "Stupid, our High Heaven Pavilion has an elder surnamed Su, and the core 10 disciples also have a surname Su, who do you think he is?" The man woke up. Although the words didn't make it clear, the listener was not a fool, so he shut up immediately. He was just an ordinary disciple. Hearing that Su Mu had such a big backer, how could he dare to make a noise? "You don't have a lot of contribution points to win against Yang Kai, so you shouldn't offend him." Yes. The listener was taught and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 20 Burning the House. Su Mu looked at everyone's reaction with satisfaction, and hummed in his nostrils to express disdain. Although today's challenge to Yang Kai has been given by Su Mu, the people gathered here have not left. They don't know how Yang Kai offended Su Mu, so they naturally want to stay and watch the excitement. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai still disappeared. Su Mu couldn't help himself. Where are the others? I don't know. He usually came out to sweep the floor, but today I don't know why he hasn't come yet. Master Su, do you want to go to the place where he lives? Su Mu thought for a while, then nodded and said, "All right, a mere sweeper, dare to make Ben Xiao wait, I want him to look good later." It is not a secret where Yang Kai lives, and a few people around Su Mu guide him. The people watching the fun also followed in a mighty manner. After a while, a group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai's hut. Looking at the shabby wooden hut, which was leaking everywhere, Su Mu felt refreshed and pointed at the hut. "That kid lives here." Back to young Master Su, Yang Kai is a trial disciple, and he has to take care of his clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The sect will not care about him. This is probably the house he built himself. Okay. Su Mu was very happy, and when he remembered that Yang Kai was going to be drowned in a rainy day, he was in a good mood. Coughing lightly, restraining his smile, Su Mu stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Yang Kai, get out and die for this young master." Ruo Hongzong's shout was full of hatred, full of accusations of blood and tears, which made the crowd of onlookers tremble, secretly thinking that the liangzi between Yang Kai and Su Mu might not be small. Su Mu was majestic, and Ba Feng did not move. After shouting, he stared at the door of the wooden house with anticipation, imagining the scene of Yang Kai running out of the pit to apologize. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. But after waiting, there was no movement in the house. Su Mu's face was a little unbearable, and he roared again, "Yang Kai, hurry up and come out, or we will rush in." Still nothing. Su Mu also felt that something was wrong. If Yang Kai was really inside, he should take a breath. Is he not there? Turning his head, Su Mu gave a wink to the person under his hand. The person hurried out, kicked open the door of the wooden house, and ran inside vigorously. After a while, the man ran out again and said to Su Mu, "Young Master Su, there is no one inside, and there is still some dust. It seems that this kid knew that disaster was coming and ran away a few days ago." Run. Su Mu almost vomited blood. He had been preparing for several days, and he brought so many people to support the scene today, that Yang Kai actually ran away. It was as if he punched out aggressively, but hit the cotton with one blow, giving Su Mu an indescribable feeling of powerlessness and depression. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. The person who knows the current affairs is Junji. Yang Kai offended this Su Mu. It is estimated that he knew that the disaster was imminent and left the sect. No wonder he didn't show up until now. Hey, Yang Kai is gone, and there will be no contribution points for Bai Jian in the future. The onlookers whispered, but not a word came into Su Mu's ears. Although proud, but unable to take revenge, Su Mu was still unhappy. After thinking for a moment with a gloomy face, Su Mu also had to accept this reality and said angrily, "I've made a lot of money for this kid, but if I don't repay this revenge, my hatred will be hard to dispel, so I set a fire to set this broken house on fire." Everyone was shocked, and even the people brought by Su Mu were hesitant. "What are you afraid of?" Su Mu glared, "I will bear the sky when the sky falls. Besides, this is not the property of the sect. If you burn it, you will burn it. What's the big deal? This rubbish house is left to be stained." Master's discernment. Hearing him say this, everyone was relieved of their concerns. Anyway, Su Xiao had a backer, so it was really nothing to burn a broken house. Immediately, someone went to fetch fire and find withered grass. After a while, everything was ready. Su Mu held up a torch made on the spot with a grim expression, and his face was distorted by the blazing fire. "Yang Kai, don't ask me to meet you again in the future, or you will die." Su Mu gritted his teeth and scolded, and was about to throw the torch in his hand into the wooden house, but a bloody aura came from his shoulders. After being photographed, someone asked, "What is this for?" Su Mu replied without thinking, "Burn the house down." "Why do you want to burn my house?" The voice of the person who came was a little annoyed. "Your house." Su Mu snapped his lips and turned his head to look at the person who came. Seeing this, Su Mu suddenly jumped a few steps to the side like a rabbit. Absolutely, all the hairs on his body stood up one by one. It is because the appearance of the coming person is too terrifying, the clothes are tattered, the hair is messy like weeds, and it is extremely dirty. Not only that, there are countless bloodstains on his body, bloodstains on his clothes, and a small package on his shoulders. Bulging, I don't know what to pack. With the breeze blowing, the man's tattered trousers were messed up in the wind, revealing a sturdy leg hair. The most unbearable thing for Su Mu was the smell on this person. The smell of blood and sweat mixed together, making people nauseous and unable to swallow food for 3 days. This style, this is wonderful. If you have another broken bowl in your hand, you will be like a beggar who eats food from 100 families. But, how do you feel a little familiar? Su Mu carefully looked at the person who came, and the more he looked, the more puzzled he became. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Yang Kai. Isn't this who Yang Kai is? Although the shape has changed, and the face is full of dirt, how can Su Mu, who has a grudge with Yang Kai, not recognize it? How can you not recognize it? Yang Kai also recognized Su Mu, grinned, revealing his white fangs. Isn't this junior brother Su who is showing his might and righteousness in Wumei town? With a teasing, Su Mu's face turned blue and red, and he jumped. Yang Kai, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no door to hell, you break in. Today, you are dead. You want to trouble me? Yang Kai frowned. Nonsense. Su Mu said proudly, do you think I'm here to visit you? If you ask me to trouble you, go to me directly, why do you burn my house? Yang Kai asked. Su Mu hurriedly threw the torch, rushed up and stomped on it, as if he was stepping on Yang Kai himself. This delay finally made the onlookers come back to their senses. Until now, everyone knew that Yang Kai was not afraid of Su Mu and left the High Heaven Pavilion, but went out and did not know what to do. Just what can you do to make yourself so miserable? Is there too much blood? There are also scratches on his clothes, which were obviously torn open by some sharp weapon. Who did he fight with? And that kind of life and death battle? Chapter 21 I let you 3 moves. Roar every day. Recommendation ticket, member click, evaluation ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These scars and bloodstains are naturally the traces left by the battle with the flower-backed spider. At that time, there was no time to deal with it. When I returned to Wumei town, I wanted to find a doctor for the little boy, which naturally delayed, and then Yang Kai fell asleep. He slept until this morning and woke up this morning. The little boy was also awake. Yang Kai left with confidence and hurried back to the sect. From a distance, he saw a group of people surrounding his wooden house, and some people were holding torches. That posture is to burn down his own house, how can Yang Kai agree? Naturally, he walked over to ask, but he didn't expect that it was Su Mu who was looking for trouble for him. When the main master appeared, Su Mu, who failed to set fire to the fire, not only did not feel guilty, but even more excited, pointed at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, don't say that this young master will not give you a chance, as long as you can. Wait a minute, Yang Kai raised his hand, and then Shiren walked into the house. Hey, Su Mu swallowed half of the words, only feeling like he had eaten a fly, and it was the kind of fly that flew up from fresh feces, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Young Master Su, this person is too disrespectful. Someone in his subordinates stood up for Su Mu. Humph, Su Mu sneered, I'll be beaten hard later. I heard that this kid never admits defeat, so don't be merciless. Today, we must let him know the end of offending young Master Ben. Yes, Yang Kai walked into the house and took off the small package on his shoulders. This package of herbs was the harvest of 3 days, so Yang Kai was a little worried if he didn't put it down first. After putting away the package, Yang Kai walked out again and looked at Su Mu seriously. What did you want to say just now? Su Mu looked at him resentfully, his face full of resentment, and there was an urge to vomit blood. Just now, I prepared a line for a long time, and I was interrupted by Yang Kai before I could say it. At this moment, when I saw him asking again, I quickly shouted out in all directions, Yang Kai, not to mention that this young master will not give you a chance, as long as you kneel down and kowtow a few times in front of all the brothers and sisters today, and call you grandpa a few more times, I will not die around you. Otherwise, hum hum hum. Those hums were meaningful, and the smell of menace came out spontaneously. After all, the happy expression on Su Emu's face after revenge and hatred, as if he really did something to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Su Mu with a heartache. What? Su Emu's heart was empty, mainly because Yang Kai was too calm, which made him feel a little unsure. After all, he had suffered a loss from Yang Kai in Wumei town, and there was some shadow in his mind. Unfilial, Yang Kai sighed. The onlookers were stunned, and Su Mu was stunned, wondering why this is not filial. What do you mean? Su Mu asked fiercely. Don't understand. Come and let me teach you. Yang Kai looked like a good-hearted person, earnestly and enticingly. Let me ask you, do you have an elder in High Heaven Pavilion? You have some eyesight. Su Emu's tail was almost lifted to the sky. Yang Kai smiled, thinking that you have come to take revenge on me with such a big fanfare. Naturally, you have something to rely on. If there is no one above, how dare you be so presumptuous and burn my house? Is this person's authority in the sect not small? Yang Kai asked again. The position of an elder. Su Mu snorted. I also have a big sister who is a core disciple. Just stretch out a finger and it will kill you. Yang Kai suddenly understood the details of Su Mu, and then patted his shoulder and said, that's right, it's too unfilial. What's wrong? Su Mu was furious, and he was dizzy by Yang Kai, still not knowing what he was going to say. I can't understand such a simple thing, how does your head grow? Yang Kai frowned, looked at Su Mu with pity, and explained patiently, your elder sister should be my senior sister, if I really what do you call you, then what does your sister call you? What should the elder call you? Unfilial, unfilial, if I were that elder, I would put you in the trapped dragon stream today, and let you never think about it for the rest of your life. Su Emu's body trembled, his face pale. Trapped in the dragon stream, but the most terrifying place in the High Heaven Pavilion, the High Heaven Pavilion stretches for hundreds of years and has dozens of generations of disciples. There are always some disciples who have done bad things and committed heinous crimes after leaving the school. If you stay there, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be thrown into the trapped dragon stream. Basically, you will die if you enter there. The 3 words, dragon stream, are well known and famous in this area for thousands of miles. Su Mu is not afraid of Yang Kai, but he is a little scared when he hears these 3 words. Aware that Su Emu's state was not right, the person who followed him quickly stepped forward and said, Young Master Su, this kid has sharp teeth, don't be brave with him, we are here today to vent your anger. Su Mu regained his senses and said angrily, Yang Kai, don't say something, if you don't kneel down and apologize today, I will make you regret being born in this world. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he clenched his fists and said, Junior brother Su is trying to play against me. Su Mu said with contempt, I think so, but you are not up to your expectations, you don't have the qualifications. This young master is at the 9th level of body tempering realm. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly understood that the sect stipulated that the disciples should challenge each other, and the difference in strength should not exceed 3 layers. Su Mu really couldn't challenge Yang Kai, and the gap between the two was too large. This is also the reason why he brought people here, these people are not just to support the scene. Su Mu looked at Yang Kai with contempt, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said without turning his head, Everyone, this senior brother Yang is said to have cultivated to the 3rd level of body tempering realm. 3 layers of body quenching realm, what a high realm. A group of people laughed loudly. Among the people present, which one is not later than Yang Kaiman, but which one is not higher than his realm? Come on, Master Su, my strength is the lowest among the brothers, but in the 5th floor of the body tempering realm, I should be able to play with senior brother Yang for a while. One of them crossed the crowd, stepped forward, and looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Yang Kai looked back at him and laughed, laughing that their information was out of date. 5 days ago, he was indeed at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, but today is different. However, Yang Kai would naturally not publicize this kind of thing. He was promoted to 2-layer realm in 5 days, and the speed was a bit strange. The man brought by Su Mu said, Senior brother Yang, my name is Zhao Hu, but remember who hit you today. I wrote it down. Yang Kai looked serious. Zhao Hu seemed to be intentionally trying to show Su Emu's face, so he stabbed Yang Kai with his little finger and said, Senior brother Yang, not to mention being a junior brother will not give you face. I will give you 3 moves, if you let me make a move, you will win, but if it doesn't work, don't blame your junior brother for being merciless. This wild provocation contained Kai Guguo's contempt, which made Su Mu dazzled and addicted to his heart. He secretly said that this kid Zhao Hu is really capable. He knows how to humiliate people, and this is not a bad thing. Although the 3rd layer of body quenching is only 2 layers away from the 5th layer of body quenching, there is a watershed-like existence between the 2 layers, and the strength that can be exerted is not the same. Chapter 22 Rewriting the Failure. What's more, Yang Kai looks embarrassed at the moment, and at first glance, he has experienced hardships, how can he still have the strength to fight? In addition, he was thin, malnourished, and easily despised. Almost everyone thought that Yang Kai was doomed today, even Sha Ningqiang who was standing on a nearby tree. Sha Ningqiang, a disciple of the Dark Hall, came again today to record Yang Kai's record. This is not good, how can I let junior brother give in? Yang Kai hesitated. There's nothing wrong with it. Zhao Hu insisted, as a junior brother, you should have 3 moves. Haha. That's fine. Yang Kai seemed reluctant, since junior brother Zhao said so, then senior brother is welcome. Although let the horse come over. Zhao Hu snorted, his feet stood on the ground like rocks, the muscles on his body were piled up, and blue veins burst out. Looking at Yang Kai who was walking towards him with thin arms and legs, Zhao Hu sneered in his heart, thinking that with your small body, I will blow you away in one breath, what kind of power can I use? Yang Kai walked slowly in front of Zhao Hu, raised a fist, deliberately shook it in front of Zhao Hu's eyes, and said with a smile, Junior brother Zhao, senior brother really beat you. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's fist slammed into Zhao Hu's chest. A muffled sound of boom came out, and the onlookers didn't even see the traces of Yang Kai's hands, and the punch was so strange. Zhao Hu's face turned pale, and his chest couldn't help but sag back. Boom! The second punch came again, hitting Zhao Hu's abdomen. Zhao Hu's body bent down suddenly, only to feel a stomach of sour water turning out. Pa! Yang Kai popped a kick and wrapped it on Zhao Hu's chin. Zhao Hu flew out in response, and fell to the ground without moving. 1. The audience was silent, and the quiet needle falling could be heard. All of them stared at Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Mu's eyeballs were so large that they almost burst out of their sockets. With 2 punches and 1 kick, Zhao Hu, who was on the 5th floor of the body tempering realm, was knocked out. Is this goddamn thing that the 3rd layer of the body tempering realm can do? Although Zhao Hu didn't fight back from the beginning to the end, the force was too great. A person weighing 100 pounds was blasted several feet away, how could it be possible without the strength? Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. One moment Zhao Hu smiled contemptuously, and the next moment he was unconscious. Not only the onlookers in front of the hut couldn't believe their eyes, but even Sha Ningqiang who was standing on the top of the tree watching the battle records. Her booklet clearly recorded Yang Kai's record. In more than 2 years, 147 defeats and no victory were rewritten today. And it was so easy to win. Sha Ningqiang originally stepped on the branches lightly, with a remarkable demeanor, but in shock, her vitality did not recover, the method of lightening her body was interrupted, and her body sank abruptly. There was a clatter, and the masked woman fell down from the top of a tree 3 feet high, her little butt hitting the ground first, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Eh." Fortunately, she was agile and didn't respond slowly. She borrowed some strength at the last moment, otherwise the consequences of this fall would be quite serious. Around like this, the 2 flaps of the buttocks are also hot and painful, and the yin lips are pressed tightly, and a layer of mist is swaying in the 2 pupils of the water. Resisting the pain, she stood up slowly, her 2 slender legs trembled slightly. Sha Ningqiang nervously looked around and found that no one saw her, and she was relieved. If people see this appearance, it will be a big shame. Circulating vitality and resolving the pain in the buttocks, Sha Ningqiang's eyes shone with light. She really couldn't understand, how could this Yang Kai's strength increase so much after not seeing him for a few days? Those onlookers are not very strong, and they can't see what the name is, but how can Sha Ningqiang's eyesight be comparable to ordinary people? At the moment when Yang Kai started, Sha Ningqiang clearly felt the agitation in his meridians, and if he was able to cultivate the sense of qi, he had clearly reached the 4th level of body tempering realm, and it seemed that Yang Kai's strength was more than the 4th level. It's just, didn't he just have the 3rd layer of body quenching a few days ago? This stinky brother, he actually hides his strength, not only frightening those people, but also frightening himself to the point of falling off the tree. It is really hateful. Faintly, Sha Ningqiang had already blamed Yang Kai for the pain in her buttocks. Yang Kai glanced at the direction where Sha Ningqiang was hiding. Although Sha Ningqiang's scream was short-lived, he heard it, but it was a little far away, and he didn't find anything unusual, so he didn't bother, just frowned. He frowned and looked at his fist, as if a little dissatisfied. Yang Kai is really dissatisfied. After all, this is the first time to discuss with others after obtaining the proud bone golden body. He couldn't control his strength for a while, and even sent Zhenwu flying. Originally, he just wanted to let the other party move his body. It's a bit stronger than expected. In the field, Su Mu was the first to come back to his senses, pointing to Yang Kai and shouting loudly, "You are cheating." Yang Kai looked at him in a relaxed manner. "Junior brother Su, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Where am I cheating?" Su Mu was at a loss for words. "Yes, where did you cheat?" Zhenwu stood there with his own big thorns and didn't move, madly saying that he wanted Yang Kai to make 3 moves, but they really got him with 3 moves. What happened in front of everyone's eyes? How could it be a fraud? How can you cheat? Young Master Su, it seems that the information is wrong. This kid's strength is not only at the 3rd level of body tempering realm. I'm afraid he has already been promoted to Su Mu Road. So it is. Su Mu nodded, his face gloomy. Zhenwu is too careless. If he really fights with him, how will he be defeated? In Su Mu's thoughts, Zhenwu's defeat this time was purely due to carelessness. After all, even if Yang Kai was promoted, he was only at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, and there was still some gap between him and Zhenwu. If he really did it, Yang Kai would definitely lose. Senior brother Yang, you're hiding well. Su Mu looked at Yang Kai gloomily, and he didn't let out a breath today, and it was really uncomfortable to hold in his heart. Yang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Let's come to Japan for a long time, next time you won't have such good luck. Su Mu snorted coldly and led the visitor back the same way. Glancing at Yang Kai. This Liangzi is really forged, and Yang Kai doesn't care. Anyway, the sect has its own sect's rules. If they want to trouble themselves, they have to challenge. Moreover, I also need someone to try my hand in this practice, otherwise I still don't know how far I have grown. With this thought in his heart, Yang Kai felt that it was a blessing to have a grudge with Su Mu. Today's battle is really not enough. Hey, Yang Kai is a little dissatisfied. Su Mu left, the excitement was over, and the crowd of onlookers naturally dispersed, but many people were still in a dream. The trial disciple Yang Kai, who had not won a victory for more than 2 years, actually won today. The field, although there are tricks in it, is a winner after all. Chapter 23. An incredible thing. This incident caused an uproar among the ordinary disciples watching the battle. If it wasn't for Su Mu's identity, I'm afraid everyone would have to tell each other and spread the news. But because this matter is related to Su Mu, everyone is also aware of the interest, and they don't dare to talk about it. Only stuffed in the stomach of today's things. The front of the hut was finally cleaned up. Looking at the sky, Yang Kai was a little depressed. He was delayed by Su Mu today, and he had missed the time to practice the body tempering chapter, which must be said to be a pity. Going back to the house and taking out the last set of clothes left, Yang Kai ran to the small pond next to him to take off his tattered clothes and prepare to take a shower. The net has been shaking in the mountains for the past few days, and he has been with Wabe again. The spider had a fight, and there was indeed a peculiar smell on his body. Sha Ningqiang sneaked closer to the hut. She wanted to see what realm this junior brother was in. It was a little unclear from the distance just now, but there was no one in the hut. After walking around the house, Sha Ningqiang's eyes widened. Sweeping, what I saw was actually 2 white buttocks, and I looked up. I saw that Yang Kai had already taken off clean, naked, and was posing in a diving posture. Sha Ningqiang's little face flushed red. Although she is very powerful, she is still an unmanned girl after all. Not to mention her butt, she has never even seen a man's thigh. How can she bear it when she suddenly sees such a scene? So exciting. Sha Ningqiang's heart jumped up and she quickly hid her body. Why do you have such a relationship with there today? The poor girl's tears were about to fall, and she didn't care about spying on Yang Kai's secrets. She stamped her feet and disappeared in a flash. This stinky junior brother, the master, is so disrespectful, naked in broad daylight. It is so shameless, so shameless. In the pond, Yang Kai checked his body while taking a bath. He found that after cultivating the body-quenching chapter, his muscles were obviously much stronger and stronger than before. Although he was still thin, he was thin and tasteful. Moreover, the scars left on the abdomen from the previous battle against the flower-backed spiders were already scarred at this moment. Only the wound on the arm that was penetrated by the flower-backed spiders was still a little painful. After all, it is a penetrating injury, and it cannot be healed so quickly, but it is not as serious as I imagined. It only takes a few more days to recover from this situation. Recalling the battle of life and death yesterday, Yang Kai was a little excited again. I don't know why, but now I seem to be more motivated the more I face danger. I wasn't originally of this nature. Could it be that I have a tendency to be abused subconsciously, and I suddenly woke up after living for more than 10 years? Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly sank into the pond and took a deep breath before popping his head out for a while. Although there are a lot of things to do in a hurry, Yang Kai took a broom and went to sweep the floor after taking a shower and getting dressed. After all, this is work within the High Heaven Pavilion. Since he has taken over this job, he must take it seriously. When sweeping the floor, Yang Kai clearly felt that the eyes of many senior brothers looking at him were a bit wrong, and they were full of doubts. Thinking that these people were watching the excitement in the morning, he didn't understand why he was able to knock Zhenwu out. Yang Kai is light and calm, and works honestly. After sweeping the ground, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house, opened the package, took out the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass that he needed, and put the rest back. These remaining herbs are useless by Yang Kai, but they can be sold to the contribution hall for some contribution points. Grabbing the package, Yang Kai was about to go out, but after thinking about it, he turned back and put on the rags full of blood, and then painted himself a big face before rushing out. In the contribution hall, Old Man Meng was holding a teapot, sitting behind the counter, sipping his tea leisurely with his legs crossed, and humming a little song he touched. Suddenly, a figure flashed at the door, and Old Man Meng looked up weakly, just about to scold which bastard didn't keep his eyes open, and came to disturb the old man Qing Jing early in the morning, but saw Yang Kai walked in a state of embarrassment, with his tattered clothes covering it. Without his spring light, the two thighs were looming, and the hair on the legs was fully visible. When the two High Heaven Pavilion female disciples passing by the door saw this scene, they exclaimed hooligans, covering their faces and retreating in shame. How determined is the dream shopkeeper? After going up the mountain of knives and going down the sea of fire, the bones of the mountain still remain unchanged, and the 10 cities of the massacre are also light and calm. Little Yang Kai, what are you making a fuss about? Old Man Meng was almost in a mess. He hurriedly stood up and stared at Yang Kai in a stunned manner. Yang Kai rushed to the counter and took a deep breath. I'm back. Have you suffered a lot? Shopkeeper Meng took pity on Yang Kai. Yang Kai was fine when he walked away from him a few days ago. He didn't expect that he had just gone to Haifeng Mountain, and it turned out to be this kind of virtue. No one is a ghost or a ghost, it's just too tragic. Well, it's a bit dangerous. Yang Kai nodded, no longer talking nonsense, and quickly opened the package, pointing to the pile of herbs in the package. But the harvest is not bad. Shopkeeper Meng, don't you donate these herbs? Shopkeeper Meng fixed his eyes and frowned. Herbs, which are only low-level ordinary level herbs, have no value at all. There are a lot of these herbs in the contribution hall, and there is no place to put them. Just as he was about to refuse, Shopkeeper Meng saw Yang Kaijung looking at him expectantly, and then looked at his outfit. His heart softened, and nodded. Well, what is received, every 2 herbs are exchanged for a little contribution. Quote. Then give it a little. Yang Kai didn't counter-offer and pushed the package forward. Treasurer Meng took an inventory, and found a total of 32 herbs, with a total of 16 points of contribution, which is now recorded on the account for Yang Kai. You've been running in Haifeng Mountain for 3 days, and you got this? Manager Meng asked casually. It's not bad to be able to get these. Yang Kai said while looking around. Cough, it's not bad. Old Man Meng couldn't bear to hit Yang Kai. After all, he also knew Yang Kai's difficult situation. This kid has poor aptitude, but he is willing to work hard. There are not many young people who can bear hardships and stand hard work like this. It's a pity, aptitude is his flaw, and he is destined to not achieve much in this life. Just as he was sighing in his heart, Shopkeeper Meng saw Yang Kai's thief looking at him and asked suspiciously, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai stepped forward mysteriously and said in a low voice, "Treasurer Meng, when I entered the mountain this time, I seem to have found something incredible." Seeing that Yang Kai was so cautious, Shopkeeper Meng knew that this incredible thing was probably unusual, and he immediately asked with a solemn expression, "What is it?" "I don't know, didn't I bring this back for you to see for me? You are experienced and knowledgeable, and you will definitely recognize it," Yang Kai said, touching from the back of his buttocks, and took out a package, gently placed on the counter. Chapter 24. Subterranean Blood Ganoderma lucidum. Shopkeeper Meng looked at him and saw that he was still a little nervous in anticipation, so he could not help but be cautious, opened the package lightly, and squinted to look inside. The size of the mouth of the bowl, the color of dark red, like mushrooms, like Ganoderma lucidum, the shape is really not bad, and it has the demeanor of a genius treasure. Cough, cough, Shopkeeper Meng couldn't help coughing a few times. Yang Kai looked at him nervously and asked softly, "What is this?" Shopkeeper Meng gave him a strange look, but did not answer, but instead asked, "Where did you get it from?" "In a cave, there is a first-level monster guarding it, but I killed it, and then I picked it out." Shopkeeper Meng jumped in his heart. "Have you encountered a monster? Didn't I tell you not to go deeper?" "I didn't go deep, and I don't know how it could be on the periphery of Haifeng Mountain." Yang Kai was a little wronged. Shopkeeper Meng sighed, thinking that this kid did this because he had a fight with that monster. Even if it was only a first level, it was definitely not that easy to deal with monsters with his strength. Poor, at such a young age, he worked so hard to run in Haifeng Mountain for 3 days before earning a mere 16 points of contribution, and he was able to compete with a first-level monster, and he was still alive. If he was told about this thing, no, it hurts too much. That's all, it's rare for this old man to do good deeds, so he should consider it as an accumulation of virtue. Seeing Shopkeeper Meng's face was solemn, but he still did not answer, he couldn't help but wait a little anxiously. Just as he was about to ask again, Shopkeeper Meng took a sip of tea, smashed it, smashed his mouth, squeezed out a smile and said, "You are lucky. Good." Hearing this answer, Yang Kai's heart suddenly let go. He was really worried that this thing was worthless, so it would be a big joke. "Treasurer Meng, what exactly is this? How much contribution is it worth?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands together, looking forward to it. This thing is called blood lingzi. It's a rare medicinal ingredient, but it's all." Before the shopkeeper Meng finished speaking, seeing Yang Kai's face showing disappointment, he hurriedly changed his words. No, it's the prefecture level inferior grade." "Well, it is the prefecture level inferior grade." "That's right." With such a firm tone, Manager Meng almost believed what he said. "Earth level low grade." Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. "Treasurer Meng, did you read it right?" The shopkeeper Meng turned his face hard. "Joke, this old man has read women all his life. Cough, he has read countless medicines, and he has developed a pair of fiery eyes, how can he read it wrong? How much contribution can that be exchanged?" Yang Kai is only interested in this. "It's 20 o'clock for you." "It's so little." Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that this thing could be ranked in the low level, and it would have to contribute dozens of points. There are a lot of boys. Manager Meng thought that this is a free gift. "How can I give you too much?" But verbally, he found a reason. "Although the blood Ganoderma you are looking for is of the prefecture level low grade." "That's right, but it's small and the year is not high, so it's only worth 20 points. "Oh." Yang Kai didn't refute, and said cheerfully, "Then it's 20 o'clock. Shopkeeper Meng nodded and recorded it again. "This time, in addition to the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and Jedi dead wood grass that I need, I have received a total of 36 points of contribution. Counting the previous savings, I already have 48 points of contribution." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he was a little rich. However, although going into the mountain can collect medicines in exchange for contribution points, it also delays the cultivation time, and also has to take luck, and it feels like putting the cart before the horse. Although his heart was warm, Yang Kai decided not to do this unless he had to. The purpose of accumulating contribution points is to cultivate, and Yang Kai can still distinguish the primary and secondary relationship between the two, and he has not been carried away by this harvest. "I now have a lot of 3-leaf remnant soul flowers, and finally I picked 30 or 40 plants in that cave, but the number of Jedi dead wood grass is very small, only a mere 5 or 6 plants. If you really want to use it for cultivation, I'm afraid it's not enough, you have to exchange some from the contribution hall, so be prepared." After making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, give me 10 Jedi dead wood grass." Old man Meng glanced at him, and although he wondered what he wanted this for, he didn't ask much, just looked at him calmly and said, 10 low-grade ordinary herbs, 10 points contribution, are you sure you need it?" Yang Kai frowned and said suspiciously, "No, didn't you just say that 2 herbs are exchanged for a little contribution? The charging price is the charging price, and the selling price is the selling price, which is different." Shopkeeper Meng smiled brightly, and a strong smell of profiteers emerged spontaneously. Yang Kai angrily pointed at old man Meng's nose and said, "You're completely buying and selling it upside down. It's shameful to get the price difference from it. Do you have a conscience for the dog to eat?" Old man Meng waved his hand and said, "This is not what I want to buy and sell, this is the price set by the sect, it has nothing to do with me, donate all the goods in the hall, clearly mark the price." The old man is not deceived, the old man is only responsible for watching the scene. Otherwise, how do you think the sect can support your 3,000 disciples? Yang Kai was stunned, thinking about it too. Doing business also pays attention to making money, such a big high heaven pavilion, if there is no means, how can 3,000 disciples live? Although this is indeed suspected of earning the price difference, no one is forcing you to buy, forcing you to sell. Then do you still want the Jedi deadwood grass? Seeing Yang Kai's aching face, shopkeeper Meng immediately felt better. Yes, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, he would need it sooner or later. Since he didn't want to go into the mountains to collect herbs, he could only buy it here. Shopkeeper Meng turned around and went to the back hall. After a while, he brought 10 dead Jedi grasses, Yang Kai counted them, and shopkeeper Meng wrote down the accounts. Humph. After a dull loss, Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he turned around with the herbal medicine and left. Come here often when you have time. Manager Meng greeted warmly from behind. Often come to let you kill it. Yang Kai finally knows how the name of this Meng puppy came from. Taking 3 steps and taking 2 steps, Yang Kai rushed out in a hurry, and when he reached the door, a figure flashed in from the outside and almost collided with Yang Kai. The reaction of the two people was very fast. Yang Kai stopped suddenly, and the other party stopped, but a refreshing fragrance rushed towards him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a pair of moon-like eyes staring at him, but his face could not be seen clearly, because this person was actually covered with a veil. This is a woman. Although she can't see her true face clearly, it can be inferred from the color of her skin that she should be young, and she is probably her senior sister. Yang Kai nodded at her, apologizing slightly, and then let go halfway, which meant to tell her to come in first. Unexpectedly, after the other party was stunned for a moment, his ears suddenly turned red, and his eyes were dodging when he looked at him. This appearance made Yang Kai see in his eyes, thinking that this senior sister is quite shy, and quickly turned his eyes away, so as not to be abrupt to the other party. Sha Ningchong was embarrassed to death. She never thought that she would meet Yang Kai at the entrance of the contribution hall. As soon as she saw this person's face, Sha Ningchong remembered her. Reminds me of his. In an instant, Sha Ningchang's face turned red, her ears became hot, and she hurried into the room, not daring to lift her head. Yang Kai thought it was a bit funny. It is rare to see such a timid woman. There are many female disciples in the High Heaven Pavilion, but people who practice martial arts are generally more open-minded. It's not like her, who blushes just by looking at her. Veiled. This senior sister is a little cute, but why do I feel that the fragrance on her body is a little familiar, as if I smelled it somewhere? Chapter 25 The Magical Use of the Incense Burner. Ask members to click and recommend tickets. Asterisk. Sha Ningchong entered the contribution hall, sneaked back, and found that Yang Kai had already left, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Probably because of what happened in the morning, she always felt a little guilty. When he was in a state of turmoil, he heard shopkeeper Meng groaning behind the counter. What's wrong, master? Sha Ningchong asked. I'm sorry for that kid just now. Manager Meng sighed. He's a good boy, willing to endure hardship and hard work, with a good character and not bad temper. When Sha Ningchong heard that her master praised Yang Kai so much, she suddenly became annoyed, thinking that you still don't know what he did to your apprentice in the morning, but it was naked, sullying your apprentice's eyes and scaring others. One hop. Shopkeeper Meng kept talking, and the more Sha Ningchang listened, the more annoyed she became. She stretched out her hand and slammed it on the counter. With a pop, there was a sound of something being smashed. Shopkeeper Meng fixed his eyes and looked at it, his face was suddenly twisted, and he cried out in a heart-wrenching way, my subterranean blood Ganoderma lucidum worth 20 points of contribution. Is this blood Lingzi? Sha Ningchang looked at the powder on the table and wondered if the master was dizzy. How is this blood Ganoderma? No, it's not, I'm wrong. Manager Meng breathed a sigh of relief, and the powder on the counter flew out immediately, as if pinched by an invisible hand, scattered outside the door, and disappeared along the road. By the way, why did you come to be a teacher today? Shopkeeper Meng adjusted his face, which was rare and serious. I broke through. Manager Meng's face moved, and he carefully checked Sha Ningchang's realm, and couldn't help but nodded. Okay, I'm not mistaken, only your physique is really suitable for this exercise. Come, take this medicine pill. Eating it will stabilize your realm. Sha Ningchong took it, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Master, how is your injury? Shopkeeper Meng smiled slightly. Don't worry about being a teacher, I have been here for so many years, it's no big deal. Yang Kai rushed back to the cabin with a feeling of excitement and anticipation. Now that the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass are ready, and there are still a lot of them, it should be enough for a while. Everything is ready and I only owe Dongfeng. Yang Kai wants to know if the incense burner can really assist him in his cultivation. This side of the wooden house is the most remote and desolate place in the High Heaven Pavilion, and basically no one cares about it, so Yang Kai did not hesitate to reveal his secrets, walked into the house and summoned the black book without words, turned to the 3rd page, and then took out the incense burner and put it on the bed. Sighed. He also took the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass, stuffed the 2 herbs in, and then closed the lid. In an instant, a faint scent filled the wooden house. Yang Kai took a deep sniff and felt it with his heart, and found that although this scent was a bit special, it was not too noteworthy, and after taking a sip of it, the body does not feel anything. However, the incessant aroma gushing out of the hole in the lid of the incense burner was rushing into Yang Kai's nostrils, just like small slender snakes, which were very strange, and entered his body along Yang's mouth and nose. There seems to be something suddenly added to the body. In the flesh and blood, in the meridians, and even in the bone marrow, a tingling sensation spreads throughout the body. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and quickly ran out with the incense burner to prepare for cultivation. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was suddenly surprised that his foot seemed to be filled with lead, which was extremely heavy, and with the step of this foot, his physical strength was also rapidly draining. Taking another step, Yang Kai had the illusion of collapse all over his body. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. The muscles all over his body were tensed, and the sense of chi that he had cultivated in his body for a long time was thumping in the meridians, and the bones all over his body cracked. Click. The 3rd step stepped out, Yang Kai's feet softened, and he fell directly to the ground, and the incense burner in his hand rolled out all the way. With both hands on the ground, Yang Kai did not move like a mountain, but his heavy breathing was like a twitching broken bellows. His chest rose and fell violently, and his flesh and blood were twitching. The more intense it was, Yang Kai wanted to roar, but he stubbornly suppressed it. My current situation is clearly a state of overwork, and I have experienced it several times before, so Yang Kai is still familiar with it. However, he had only taken 3 steps out just now, how could he have used up all his physical strength? Not only was his physical strength exhausted, but his spirit was also exhausted. It can be said that he has fallen to the lowest point in his energy and spirit, and he has no strength to move a finger. At this moment, the medicinal effects of the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass of the Jedi appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Both kinds of herbs are slightly poisonous, and the toxicity is not strong. It doesn't matter if the average person eats a few plants, but the former hurts the mind and the latter hurts the body. Combined with his current physical condition, Yang Kai understood a little. I am afraid it is because I inhaled the strange fragrance from the censer that this happened. But neither the 3-leaf remnant soul flower nor the Jedi dead wood grass can have such a strong medicinal effect, the mystery must appear in the incense burner. It can amplify the medicinal effects of these 2 herbs infinitely. I got a proud golden body, and my recovery ability is very strong. After practicing for a long time that day, I didn't feel tired, and naturally I couldn't reach the limit. If I didn't reach the limit, I couldn't force my potential. But now it's different, I just took 3 steps, and I'm already exhausted. It's so simple that I've reached the limit. Are you afraid that you won't be able to cultivate in the future? Yang Kai has always believed that human potential is endless, and the key lies in how to tap it. Although aptitude can influence the growth of a martial artist, one's own efforts are also an indispensable factor. So over the years, even if he knew that his aptitude was not good, he had been tireless and never gave up cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirit is greatly lifted. His hands gradually exerted force, propping up his exhausted body, his thighs trembled violently, Yang Kai's blue veins were exposed, his eyes were about to split, and he propped himself up a little bit, inch by inch. All the physical strength in the body has almost been drained, and the consciousness is about to blur, but the obsession in my heart burst out fiercely. I have never had such a strong idea in my life, the idea of winning. Stand up from where you fall. Standing up is breaking the limit and winning. Time has never passed so slowly. With a cup of tea, Yang Kai only got up half straight, his feet also stepped on the ground, his legs were slightly bent, and he was shaking like a pendulum, but the tendency to straighten up was so firm, even if it was slow has not changed. Finally, with Yang Kai's roar, his body stood up straight, staggered slightly, and his footsteps steadfastly stayed in place. Chapter 26 The Villain's Revenge, One Day to Night. At this moment, Yang Kai smiled. Even though his physical strength and spirit were exhausted, his eyes were unable to see, his ears were buzzing, and his brain was stabbing like needles, he still laughed. 1. The joy of conquering oneself is far stronger than conquering others. Just when Yang Kai thought he was going to faint, there was a sudden warm feeling in his body. This warmth came out of his bones, like spring wind and rain, like long drought and rain, blowing over him. Every inch of skin, every inch of flesh, brings a burst of vitality. The exhausted physical strength recovered a little, and even the spirit was much better. Although not fully recovered, but also will not be in a coma. Yang Kai didn't try to be stubborn anymore, but sat on the ground and felt the situation in his body. He found that the numbness in his body had disappeared, instead it became a kind of comfortable self that almost groaned. The flesh and blood of the whole body moved rhythmically, and along with this movement, it obviously became solid and explosive. The sense of chi in the meridians kept surging, and the bones seemed to be a lot stronger. This time alone, his body seems to be much stronger. Yang Kai pondered, the warmth that poured out of the bones at the last moment should be the credit of the proud golden body. Having experienced this kind of thing several times before and after, Yang Kai can be considered to have grasped the key. Only his unyielding and tenacity in the face of adversity can stimulate the potential ability of the proud golden body. If you compromise in the face of adversity, then the arrogant golden body will not provide you with any help. Really a golden body with personality. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. At this moment, he understood why the incense burner could assist him in his cultivation. The medicinal effects of the herbs added to the incense burner were magnified thousands of times. After inhaling it, it increased the speed of physical strength and the level of mental fatigue, so I almost lost consciousness after only taking 3 steps. But this kind of medicinal effect amplified by the incense burner, although tyrannical, should not cause any sequelae to himself, otherwise it will not be able to assist cultivation. And only by overcoming this difficulty and inspiring the recovery ability of the proud golden body, can one get real benefits and become stronger by breaking through the limit again and again. The strange fragrance wafting from the incense burner is also complementary to the proud golden body. All of this is Yang Kai's own guess. But judging from what just happened, it's basically the truth. Next, Yang Kai has to verify it carefully. The strange fragrance in the incense burner has never stopped, even if there is no wind in the house, it floats over looking for Yang Kai's direction. However, Yang Kai found that if he stopped in place, this strange fragrance would not have any effect. After resting for half an hour, Yang Kai felt that he had recovered a lot of strength, stood up tremblingly, and Yang Kai stepped forward again. After suffering a big loss, this time Yang Kai walked very slowly, and he was carefully feeling it as he walked. When he landed on the ground, Yang Kai found that the strength in his body was like a flood that burst a dike, rushing out, and mentally the same, suddenly exhausted, for no reason, and there was no sign. With one more kick, the strength he recovered was completely drained, and Yang Kai almost fell down. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai's stubborn temper came up again, and he moved his footsteps desperately. This time, Yang Kai had to stop after going out for 4 steps. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, his body couldn't keep up. After all, his strength was still too poor. The warm feeling in the body slowly radiated from the inside again, and the recovered strength made him not enough to fall into a coma. After many tests, all of Yang Kai's conjectures were confirmed to be correct. Although the strange fragrance wafting from the incense burner made people feel tired, it did not cause sequelae. And the proud golden body also needs to be stimulated by one's own beliefs. The more unyielding the heart, the stronger the warm feeling, and the greater the benefits to the body. This kind of cultivation method is simply unbelievable. If you say something bad, you are playing with your life. If you are not careful, it will be irreversible. Fortunately, Yang Kai is very self-aware. The effect is also very impressive. There is no limit to human potential, but if you want to become stronger, there must be a gradual process. After a whole day of tossing, Yang Kai's progress is obvious. He has been able to take 6 steps, which is a complete improvement compared to the first time. But Yang Kai is still not satisfied, he is just walking while smelling the strange fragrance. If he can show his fists and feet in the strange fragrance, that is the real cultivation. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai discovered another serious problem. This kind of cultivation consumes too much herbal medicine. Putting a 3-leaf remnant soul flower and a Jedi dead wood grass in the incense burner can only last for about an hour, and after an hour, you have to put herbs in it again to produce the fragrance. Yang Kai pointed and counted, and his face suddenly became difficult to look at. 12 hours a day, I practice 7 or 8 hours a day, which requires at least 14 herbs to support. Judging from his current reserves, in 2 days at most, the Jedi dead wood grass will be exhausted, and the 3-leaf remnant soul flower will also be consumed by more than half. What if these herbs are used up? My current contribution point is only 38 points, how many days can I support? At first I thought I was rich and powerful, but now I look at it and I am still poor. That night, Yang Kai fell asleep with deep worries, thinking about how to get herbs and contribution points. Even in his dreams, he encountered a large clover of remnant soul flowers and dead Jedi grass, and his hands and feet were weak. This night, Yang Kai didn't sleep well. That night, Su Mu didn't sleep well either. Recalling that he aggressively led people to trouble Yang Kai in the morning, but was defeated by him, Su Mu was a little tossed and turned. If it weren't for him, he might have already hooked up with the daughter of Boss Mi Xinghe now. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be so angry. Thinking of the appearance of the He family's daughter Shui Lingling, Su Mu was full of resentment, and she would never face each other again in the future. As the saying goes, it is better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Yang Kai, you are so deceiving. As the saying goes, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years, and a villain takes revenge all day long. Su Mu undoubtedly belongs to the latter group. Although he can challenge Yang Kai again in a few days, how can Su Mu wait until then? He can't wait to beat Yang Kai right now, so that he can relieve the hatred in his heart. After tossing and turning, Su Mu got up in annoyance. Not only did he get up by himself, but he also tossed a bunch of his younger brothers awake in the middle of the night. Chapter 27. The power outage is up to now, seeking recommendations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not long after, a group of sleepy-eyed High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered in Su Mu's house. Young Master Su, what's the matter? One person asked, rubbing his eyes. It's nothing, it's still the morning. Su Mu tried to calm down. I called everyone here because I want you to come up with ideas on how to avenge this revenge and relieve the hatred in my heart. Another person said, Young Master Su, can't you wait another 4 days? I'll challenge that Yang Kai in 4 days and promise to beat him into a pig's head. Su Mu was displeased. Why can I wait until then and ask you to come here? Zhengxiang, who was sleeping in a group of people, was quarreled, and now she is obviously not in the mood. Su Mu's words were ignored, but she was yawning all the time. Seeing their reaction, Su Mu became even more annoyed, and then slapped the table and shouted, let me think about it, if you can't come up with a good idea today, don't go back to sleep. Everyone was shocked, and only then did they realize that Su Mu was really angry. They were all sleepless, so they quickly ran their brains and came up with ideas. Not long after, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Li Yuntian rolled his eyes, thought of a good idea, and said to Su Mu, Young Master Su, we can do this. As he spoke, he leaned over to Fuer and told Su Mu in detail, how. Su Mu was overjoyed and patted Li Yuntian on the shoulder. Not bad, good idea, I'll leave this to you. Young Master Su, don't worry. Li Yuntian also smiled brightly. Go back to sleep. Su Mu waved his hand, and everyone felt relieved and quickly dispersed. Looking at the dark night outside the house, Su Mian smiled. Yang Kai, senior brother Yang, let's wait and see it dawn. After a while, Su Mu fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Yang Kai got up and practiced the body tempering chapter before going out and sweeping the floor. Yesterday, I used the incense burner to practice for a day. Although I was tossing and dying, I still have backache and backache, but the effect is quite remarkable. The most obvious effect is when I practiced the fist and foot technique of the body quenching chapter, I clearly felt the power of the sky and the earth changed. Smaller. This is also very understandable. The strange fragrance in the incense burner has put a lot of pressure on him, and the body quenching chapter also has the same huge pressure. Once you get used to one type, you can naturally adapt to the other type. Incense burner is a good thing. Yang Kai was excited and wanted to finish his work quickly and continue to practice. It was only that Yang Kai had only swept halfway through, and suddenly there was a person blocking the way in front of him. Yang Kai looked up at the other party, vaguely feeling that his face was familiar. At this moment, this person was looking at him with a smile. Li Yuntian gave Su Mu an idea last night to get today's errand. Although he has a plan in his heart, he doesn't dare to be careless. He believes that dealing with Yang Kai is a sure thing. Now the main purpose is how to make the other party fooled and let him and Yang Kai be fooled. Fight yourself. Fortunately, when he went to make trouble with Sumu yesterday, he hid behind the crowd, and didn't say much at that time. This Yongkai should not have noticed himself, so it was convenient for him to act. Waiting early on Yongkai's way to sweep the floor, Li Yuntian waited for a while, and sure enough, when he saw Yongkai coming, he immediately smiled and walked over with a harmless expression to humans and animals. Your face should be kind enough now. Li Yuntian encouraged himself. Is there something wrong with this junior brother? Yongkai is also welcome. Anyway, the disciples in the body-quenching state are all his junior brothers. Don't look at the low realm of your own. Calling himself a brother. Are you senior brother Yongkai Yong? Li Yuntian asked knowingly. Yongkai nodded. Yes. Li Yuntian was overjoyed. It really is you. Senior brother Yong, I have long admired the name, and seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Li Yuntian himself felt disgusted when he said this, but he had to express his sincerity and hit it off at first sight. It's serious, it's serious. Yongkai's family knows his family affairs, and his name is probably very loud among ordinary disciples. Li Yuntian's performance was quite familiar, and he grabbed Yongkai's big hand and shook it vigorously. Senior brother Yong, I heard that you taught that zhenwu a lesson yesterday, which is really heartwarming. Why, you have a grudge against him? Yongkai looked at him. Li Yuntian's face turned cold. There is some hatred. This person has a beast-like heart, despicable and shameless, and has humiliated me. Then you don't want to take revenge? Yongkai said oddly. I dream of wanting to take revenge, but... Li Yuntian sighed. Senior brother Yong probably also knows that there is someone behind zhenwu, and I haven't paid attention to zhenwu, but the person behind him is not. It's not something I can provoke. Yes, Yongkai nodded. After all, there is someone above Sumu, and ordinary disciples really don't dare to provoke them. So, senior brother Yong taught zhenwu a lesson yesterday, which really gave him a bad breath. Li Yuntian was grateful. Yongkai said with a smile, it's just a matter of learning from the same door, it's nothing. Li Yuntian said again, senior brother Yong can beat zhenwu, so his strength is not too weak. Yongkai waved his hand, the little trick of carving insects is insignificant. Li Yuntian sneered in his heart, thinking that you are telling the truth, if you didn't use a trick yesterday, how would zhenwu lose? However, he didn't dare to show it on his face, if it made Yongkai suspicious, it would be bad. Senior brother is humble. Come and come, I, Li Yuntian, are best to discuss with others on weekdays, and senior brother Yong is kind to me. Since I met today, I can't miss it. Li Yuntian walked around for a long time, and finally found an opportunity to speak out, meaning. Yongkai smiled bitterly, are you trying to learn from me? Li Yuntian nodded fiercely, that's natural. I also hope that the senior brother will give me some advice, so that the junior brother can see how the senior brother taught zhenwu a lesson yesterday, and it will also help me to understand a problem on my mind. This reason is really far-fetched. Yongkai shook his head and said, forget it, I don't usually fight with people. Li Yuntian was anxious. That won't work, brother, you have to agree today, and you have to agree if you don't agree. Yongkai looked at him with a smile. Li Yuntian's heart suddenly jumped, he was anxious just now, and his tone of voice was a little heavy. He quickly smiled and said, junior brother is a madman. If you don't learn from others for a day, you will be very weak. I hope your brother will be successful. Not good. Yongkai refused. What's wrong? It's for no reason. Seeing that Yongkai seemed to be moving, Li Yuntian hurriedly hit the railroad while it was hot. Let's learn from each other and verify what we have learned, why do we need a reason? Friendship is good for you and me. Having said that, but, still no. Yongkai waved his hands again and again. Don't, senior brother, you won't get pregnant if you talk about it. Li Yuntian was anxious, but he didn't dare to reveal the slightest. When his mind changed, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, senior brother is afraid that if he loses, his contribution points will be deducted. Chapter 28 Too stingy. In the early morning, I will be on the list again, and friends who are online at that time, please support. Asterisk. Faced with Li Yuntian's question, Yongkai did not answer. Li Yuntian thought he had guessed correctly, and immediately smiled. Senior brother, don't worry, you and I should be about the same strength. It's not certain who wins and who loses. If junior brother really wins by luck, then senior brother's losses will be compensated by me. Is this true? Yongkai was a little surprised. A gentleman's word, a horse is hard to chase. Li Yuntian agreed in a deep voice. Originally, Li Yuntian thought that Yongkai, who had been fooled, and was ready to show his strength. He knew that Su Mudding was hiding and peeping not far away. You can make a big face. But he didn't think that Yang Kai's brows would wrinkle again. Li Yuntian almost jumped and cursed his mother. This senior brother is really annoying, like a bitch. How could Zhao Hu lose to this kind of person? Senior brother, is there any problem? Li Yuntian felt that he was almost on the verge of breaking out. Well, although I also want to learn from you, I have already been challenged yesterday. If I fight again, it will take a few days. Pig, Li Yuntian almost didn't catch his breath, and said hurriedly, Senior brother, you can challenge me. I haven't been challenged by anyone in the past few days. We High Heaven Pavilion disciples, don't we have a chance to challenge others every day? That's it, Yang Kai suddenly realized, and laughed dryly. Junior brother, don't blame, senior brother has never challenged others in all these years, but this rule has been completely forgotten. Li Yuntian exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to spit out the anger and depression in his heart. After a long while, he said, Senior brother, can we learn from each other now? Yang Kai has another problem. Junior brother, if I lose, will you really compensate me for my contribution? Compensate, absolutely, and it will pay you 10 times. Li Yuntian gritted his teeth. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't believe it, unless you give me the contribution points first. How can this be given to you? Li Yuntian was depressed, and the contribution points were all recorded in the account, and he could not carry the transaction with him. This senior brother is too petite. Could it be that he will default on this kind of thing? I have an idea. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, waved at Li Yuntian, and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Yuntian's expression changed several times, and he had to admit that Yang Kai's thinking was really agile, and he could even think of this method. If you feel embarrassed, it's okay, it's not that you can't trust you as a senior brother, it's just. Yang Kai wanted to retreat, but he stopped talking. Li Yuntian didn't know what he meant. Although he was contemptuous in his heart, he could only bear it for the sake of his own plan, and said, it's okay, senior brother, you wait, I'll come after I get something, wait, I'm fast. While speaking, he ran away in a hurry. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai sighed with emotion. In this world, there are still people who come to the door begging him to be beaten, and it is strange to send something if the request fails. But this is good, and it can be regarded as a solution to his urgent needs. Unfortunately, this method can only be used once, and the next time it cannot be used again. For a while, Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that the lion had slaughtered him with a big mouth just now. With Li Yuntian's urgency, it is estimated that he would agree to ask for more than he just asked. Su Mu took a group of people and hid them not far away. Originally, he was secretly happy when he saw Li Yuntian and Yang Kai's words. He was only ready to open his eyes to watch the show, but he didn't expect Li Yuntian to run away in a hurry after a while. Now, this scene left Su Mu confused. The plan I said last night didn't go this way. What the hell is Li Yuntian doing? Su Mu was puzzled, and hurriedly sent someone to intercept Li Yuntian to ask about the situation there. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the people sent out came back and whispered to Su Mu, young Master Su, Li Yuntian said that Yang Kai's chicken intestines, he must first go to the contribution hall to exchange 10 herbs to compensate for the loss after his defeat, only then would he be willing to join forces with him. Li Yuntian learns from each other. This is too stingy, isn't it? Su Mu was dumbfounded. Yang Kai is just a trial disciple. If he is defeated, he will lose a little contribution. Why should he compensate 10 herbs? The man replied. Li Yuntian exaggerated himself and asked for 10 times the compensation, so. Well, it deserves it. Su Mu looked strange, but forget it, as long as you can teach Yang Kai a lesson, 10 herbs are nothing. 10 herbs, which is estimated to be 10 points of contribution, was really ignored by Su Mu. When a group of people knew the situation, they could only stand still and wait patiently. Half an hour later, Yang Kai had almost finished sweeping the ground, and Li Yuntian ran back with sweat on his face. It wasn't that the place was too far from the contribution hall, but the old man of contribution hall was still sleeping and was knocked by Li Yuntian for a long time. The door just woke up. Old man Meng Chun Meng was disturbed, and his temper was naturally bad. Li Yuntian didn't have time to teach Yang Kai a lesson, but he was slaughtered by old man Meng, and it took 20 points of contribution for 10 low-grade herbal medicines to be exchanged. Li Yuntian was so angry. Secretly ruthless, I must get the interest back on Yang Kai. When he arrived at the agreed place, Yang Kai didn't leave, he was standing there with a broom. Li Yuntian took 2 steps in 3 steps, ran to him out of breath, handed over the 10 herbs in his hand, and said angrily, "Here, senior brother." Hee, no need. Yang Kai seemed very generous, but he just took it and put the broom and herbs on the ground without looking at it. Senior brother, can we learn from each other now? Li Yuntian asked. It's alright, it's alright. Originally, junior brother didn't need to be so troublesome. When junior brother said a word, senior brother believed it. Yang Kai smiled happily. Li Yuntian was almost out of his body by the anger of 1 Buddha, 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, 3 Buddhas nirvana, and 4 Buddhas are in the same hall. It was you who said that you wanted herbal medicine first, and you who told the truth. You had to say all the good and bad things by yourself. I have been busy all morning and haven't eaten anything. But forget it, Li Yuntian took a few breaths and calmed down. Now that half of the goal has been achieved, as long as Yang Kai dares to challenge himself, he will not be merciful. Then junior brother, let's start. Yang Kai asked Li Yuntian for his opinion. Okay, Li Yuntian was in high spirits, and immediately clasped his fists and said, senior brother please advise. Don't dare, Yang Kai smiled. Neither of the two reported their current realm to the other party. Li Yuntian was afraid of scaring Yang Kai away, and Yang Kai was also happy. Under the tacit understanding, a challenge started like this. With Zhao Hu's lessons learned yesterday and today's grievances, how could Li Yuntian be polite? Only ready to bring down this senior brother with thunder. The confrontation between the electric light and flint, the heavy drink of the anger, and the dodging and moving, Yang Kai and Li Yuntian have already fought. Li Yuntian held back a wave of anger, and he didn't hold back at all when he shot. With his true skills, his palms flew up and down, one palm was faster than the other, and the other was heavier. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, the muscles on his thin body were tensed, and the results of the training in the past few days were displayed at this moment. The fists and palms staggered, and Li Yuntian was shocked. A strong force came from the opposite side, causing him to lose his footing, and Dengadeng stepped back a few steps. Not only that, his palm seemed to be printed on a rock just now, and the rebounding hand bones were a little numb. Chapter 29. Last week, when he failed to make the list, Xiaomo thought about it, and then it was very painful. How will this week be? Xiaomo urgently asks for your recommendation tickets, members click. I utterly appeal for the support of all heroes and heroines, so that Wu Lian can stand on the new book list. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After suffering a secret loss, Li Yuntian did not dare to neglect, and he relied on agile movement techniques to circle around Yang Kai. Let you have a small stomach, let you instruct Lao Su to run to the contribution hall early in the morning to get angry. Li Yuntian is dark in his heart, and he starts very hard. Every time he hits Yang Kai, there is a sound of bumping, and he looks at Su Mu who is not far away for a while. Dazzled, as if he had done it himself, not to mention being overjoyed. The two people in the confrontation are both body-quenching warriors, their cultivation has just started, and there are very few tricks to use when fighting. In addition, Yang Kai intends to test his current physical fitness, which makes Li Yuntian take a lot of advantages. After a cup of tea time, Yang Kai had already made up his mind, and his body is still fine now, much better than in the past few days. The goal is achieved, and Yang Kai is not ready to entangle with this junior brother. Li Yuntian was about to take advantage of the victory, but he suddenly saw senior brother Yang, who had been defeated by him, suddenly became excited, as if the evil spirit in the color had seen a naked girl. His eyes full of excitement made Li Yuntian got goosebumps. But if you look closely, this kind of excitement is a little different from that kind of excitement. This is a cruel and bloodthirsty excitement. Li Yuntian secretly screamed in his heart, and was about to open the distance, but Yang Kai stepped out, blocking his way like a high mountain. Li Yuntian jumped high, wanting to get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai flew and swept heavily on Li Yuntian's waist. With a miserable cry, Li Yuntian flew out like a rag sack, and fell several meters away. Before he could get up, Yang Kai stepped up and squatted on Li Yuntian, his fists falling like raindrops. The screams suddenly sounded. This discussion ended at the behest of Li Yuntian. Originally, Li Yuntian wanted to resist when he was slammed to the ground by Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't even care about his attack, with a crazy attitude of swapping injuries for injuries. After a while, Li Yuntian couldn't stand it anymore. He found a strange thing. After being beaten, his reaction to Yang Kai was completely different. The more he beats him, the more excited he gets, the more he beats himself, the more painful he is. Who in this world would be excited to be beaten? In the end, Li Yuntian even saw that Yang Kai's body was a little red, the blood under his skin was surging, and the blue veins were piled up. His appearance was hideous, like a madman. Li Yuntian once thought that Yang Kai was really crazy. But after the sparring was over, this senior turned out to be back to normal. His face was amiable, he also pulled himself up from the ground affectionately, smiled and said acknowledgement, and then took the broom and left. When he is fighting and not fighting, he is simply two people. Li Yuntian was in great pain, ate a lot of Yang Kai's fists, how could he not be injured? This time, it was really hard to steal the chicken and not lose the rice, and Li Yuntian wanted to cry without tears. They pushed back again and again, and didn't want to discuss with him, but he did better. He took the herbal medicine he had exchanged for his 20-point contribution, and begged someone to fight. If you lose this game, you will be deducted from contribution points. This time, it's really a big loss. Aren't you being rude? Li Yuntian was very remorseful. Su Mu and others also stared at it not far away. When Li Yuntian and Yang Kai started to fight, they couldn't help cheering to celebrate that Li Yuntian's plan finally succeeded, and they could see the scene of Yang Kai being beaten immediately. Su Mu had even thought about it. After Yang Kai was beaten into a pig head, he would ridicule him a few more words to relieve the stagnation in his heart, but when the battle started, everyone was shocked, because Yang Kai and Li Yuntian even had a draw. For a while, Su Mu only felt a little swaying in front of him, and asked suspiciously, what realm is Li Yuntian coming from? The body is at the 7th level of the quenching state, and a little vitality has been produced in the body, but the time is still short, and the martial arts have not yet been practiced. A person next to him replied. Where's Yang Kai? Su Mu asked again. It is estimated that it is the 4th layer of the body quenching state. The tone was a little uncertain. A group of people looked at each other in astonishment. The difference in strength between the two was 3 levels, but they were evenly matched, which was simply too sensational. No wonder Zhao Hu was brought down by 3 moves yesterday. With Yang Kai's current strength, Zhao Hu is not an opponent even if his strength is fully utilized. It's just, how can the strength of this rumored airbag be so strong? If he really has such strength, why did he lose all battles before? Yang Kai has been in entry for more than 3 years. Basically, he began to be challenged a year after he entered the school. From then to yesterday, he has never won. There are more than 2 years in between. The shock to Su Mu and the others was still behind. Originally, they thought that it was a miracle that Yang Kai's ability to defeat Li Yuntian was a miracle, and it was impossible to win, but when Yang Kai-jun killed Li Yuntian, this group of people suddenly he was silent, unable to believe his eyes. The 4th layer of the body tempering realm defeated the 7th layer of the body tempering realm. This kind of thing has never happened in the hundreds of years of history of the High Heaven Pavilion. Could it be that the stinky salted fish also turned over? Just as he was in a trance, Su Mu suddenly felt a slap on the shoulder, turned his head to look, but saw Yang Kai holding a broom in his hand, looking at him with a smile, with an affectionate face. Junior brother Su, next time there is such a good thing, remember to let me know. You already knew. Su Mu's mouth twitched. Yang Kai chuckled. Although that junior brother Li hid behind the crowd yesterday, he has no other advantages as a senior brother, except that he has a good memory. It's really insidious. Su Mu gritted his teeth hatefully. Until now he didn't know that his group of people had fallen for Yang Kai. Each other. Yang Kai smiled. Oh, by the way, I can still challenge tomorrow. I have one chance every day, right? Have fun, everyone, I'll find you tomorrow. The faces of the group of people immediately cooled down. Listening to Yang Kai's words, he seems to be eating the marrow and knowing the taste. Do you like this tone? Looking at Li Yuntian's current appearance, and comparing his strength with Li Yuntian's, basically everyone shuddered and said in horror, Master Su, what should we do about this? Su Mu is no different. After all, challenge is the custom of the sect. Which disciple has not been challenged? Although he has backers, he does not dare to break the rules of the sect. Don't worry, it's probably just to scare you. If he really dares to challenge you, I'll let him go. After hearing Su Mu say this, everyone's hearts were a little calmer. Yang Kai was also improvised. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples had a chance to challenge once a day. He had never used this right before, but he really forgot about it. It was only after being reminded by Li Yuntian today that Yang Kai remembered it. Challenge once a day and win an ordinary disciple, although only 2 points of contribution, but mosquito meat is also meat, the amount accumulated in a month is not small. What's more, you must not work behind closed doors during your cultivation. You can learn from each other every day, and move your hands and feet. It's really beneficial and harmless. Anyway, it doesn't take time. For what? After all, I still earned a lot from this challenge today. Not only did I get 2 contributions, but I also had 10 dead Jedi grasses that I lacked. Simply make a lot of money. How wonderful it would be if someone sent 10 herbs every day. Yang Kai had some reverie in his heart. Returning to the wooden house, he took out the incense burner, lit a strange fragrance, and Yang Kai continued his arduous cultivation. Chapter 30 The Salted Fish Turns Over. To report on the battle situation, Wu Lian is temporarily ranked 11th on the new book list, which is considered to be on the list, but in the last position. Xiao Mo is not satisfied. We must win Longwangshu, eat what is in the bowl and watch what is in the pot, and charge towards the higher ranking. So, early in the morning, Xiao Mo had to roll all over the floor again asking for a recommendation ticket, and clicked on favorites and members. These three seem to be the scoring elements of the new book list. As the saying goes, if you read a book and vote, you will be handsome, and the ancients will not deceive you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the second day, a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were gathered to practice the exercises. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although it was hard work, they were enjoying it. Suddenly, one of them looked in one direction in horror and said in a trembling voice, Su. Young Master Su, quote. What's wrong? Su Mu wondered. He really came. Who's here? Su Mu was a little impatient, and following the direction of the man's fingers, he saw Yang Kai walking towards Shi Shiren with a broom with a smile on his face. A group of people's faces changed greatly. Morning, junior brothers, it's really hard work to get up so early to practice. Yang Kai greeted everyone, and even looked at Zhao Hu and Li Yuntian. Some of them with bruised noses and swollen faces shrank back subconsciously, thinking of Yang Kai. The fists were heavy, and their skin tightened. What are you doing here? Su Mu's face was a little uneasy. Although he knew Yang Kai's purpose, he still asked. After all, he was boasting in front of everyone yesterday. Challenge. Yang Kai smiled brightly, glanced at everyone, and asked kindly, which junior brother has not been challenged in the past few days? I have had a chance with senior brother. The rules of the High Heaven Pavilion sector to learn from the same sect, not to avoid war, not to be timid. Violating the eviction of the door wall. With this rule in place, no matter how afraid of Yang Kai, Su Mu's group of people, as long as the other party puts forward a challenge request, and they have not been challenged in the past 5 days, they know that they will be beaten violently. Had to bite the bullet and agree. On this day, Su Mu's subordinate Zhang San was beaten by Fatty. Yang Kai left with satisfaction, and Su Mu cursed at his back. Another day, Yang Kai came again. Su Mu's subordinate Li Si was beaten. Yang Kai left satisfied. Su Mu kept intimidating, but to no avail. On the third day, Yang Kai came back. Su Mu's subordinate Wang Wu was unlucky. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Yang Kai once again left satisfied. Su Mu scolded weakly. When Yang Kai came back, Su Mu learned to be obedient, and neither scolded him nor intimidated him, because he knew that it was useless to do so. This senior brother Yang was not afraid of his own threats at all. Su Mu only took his eyes and gouged him fiercely, with an unforgettable hatred. After being tossed over and over again, a group of younger brothers under Su Mu suddenly quit. Yang Kai is too bullying. There are so many ordinary High Heaven Pavilion disciples, he doesn't look for anyone, but finds his own group, which is clearly a revenge. And there are still a lot of people in this group. Yang Kai challenges one a day, and the cycle is repeated, and he will not return empty-handed every day. Yang Kai's move caused a great uproar in the entire High Heaven Pavilion, and this trial disciple's salty fish turnaround caught everyone's attention. Since that day he beat Zhao Hu, it seems that his whole person has changed. He is no longer the soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. Every day he finds someone to fight, and he wins every battle. It is even rumored that Su Mu has no temper at all because of his tossing. Who is Su Mu? He has a big backer. Even he has nothing to do with Yang Kai. How can other ordinary disciples touch Yang Kai's bad head? This led to Yang Kai. No one dared to challenge now. Everyone knows that this beginner has been demoted to a trial disciple for more than 3 years, and he is also a senior brother who is also a sweeper. He is not a master. When these news spread, everyone was guessing how strong Yang Kai was. Some people guessed that he was at the 4th level of body quenching, some people guessed that he was at the 5th level of body quenching, and some people guessed that he was at the 8th level of body quenching. Li Yuntian, who was on the 7th floor, had defeated him. But no matter who it is, they don't know Yang Kai's real realm. Only Sha Ningxiang knew. In the past few days, Yang Kai has been peeping every time she fights with people. With her strength higher than Yang Kai's countless levels, she can naturally see Yang Kai's realm. But it was precisely because he saw it that Sha Ningxiang was secretly shocked. When this junior brother defeated Li Yuntian, he was only at the 5th level of the body-quenching realm, but in just 4 days, he had already reached the 6th level of the body-quenching realm. How did he cultivate so fast? Even if it is me, with a special physique, I took a lot of medicinal pills in the body-quenching realm, and the progress is not so fast. In order to solve the doubts, Shanning Shang even secretly went to the ambush in Yang Kai's hut to find out how he cultivated. But after checking, he couldn't see why. He was just using his fists and feet, and there was nothing unusual, but when he used his fists and feet, he often exhausted himself with 3 punches and 2 feet, and sweated profusely. Shanning Shang couldn't understand why the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion made him so difficult, and this was not some mysterious skill. After investigating for a few days, Shanning Chong didn't see any clues. Although he vaguely felt that Yang Kai still had some secrets, he was too embarrassed to check it out. After all, peeping at others is really not something to show off, especially peeping at a teenager who is often naked. Every time Shanning Shang sees it, her face is red and her heart is beating, and she is embarrassed. As soon as this person started cultivating, he stripped off his upper body, as if his ribs looked good. However, he seems to be stronger than a few days ago, and he has grown a bit more flesh. Recalling the first time he saw Yang Kai naked, Shanning Shang secretly compared in her heart. After the comparison, her face flushed red. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that he was being spied on these few days. After he finished the task of sweeping the floor of the High Heaven Pavilion every day, he went to challenge the group of Su-mu, and then returned to the wooden house to practice. Although the days were boring, but very fulfilling. The effect of the incense burner is extremely powerful. In conjunction with the body-quenching chapter for half an hour every day, he has already stepped onto the 6th layer realm of body-quenching yesterday. There is only one step left, and another step is the 7th level of the body-quenching realm. At this realm, a little vitality will be generated in the body. Although it is not much, it is also vitality. As long as there is vitality in the body, you can start cultivating martial arts. The attack method is no longer as boring as long punches and whips. From the 7th to 9th layers of the body tempering realm, it is the stage where the vitality in the body is first born, multiplying and growing, and it is also the stage where the vitality flows through the meridians of the whole body and integrates and penetrates. Only by allowing the vitality to form a great Jodian in the body and opening up the bridge between heaven and earth, can one break through the body-quenching state and reach another level. It is almost a life-threatening practice. Yang Kai can feel his growth every day. It is a very real feeling. Today, Yang Kai has been able to cast his fists and feet under the scent of the incense burner, but it doesn't last long, and the practice of tempering body in the morning is much easier than before, and he makes progress every day. If the conditions keep up, Yang Kai believes that he can really grow up soon. But Yang Kai found an embarrassing thing. His Jedi deadwood grass was exhausted, and although there was still a surplus of the 3-leaf remnant soul flower, there was not much left. In the past few days, Yang Kai is also very economical, but the consumption of herbal medicines is really too fast, and it is gone after using it. No choice, Yang Kai could only take a trip to the contribution hall and use all his remaining contribution points to exchange for some herbs. Chapter 31 Tonight, attack Yang Kai at night. Friends who read books, drop the recommendation ticket and leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time, Old Man Meng was kind and gave Yang Kai a few more plants, but he held on to Yang Kai and asked him why his strength was progressing so quickly. It seems that Yang Kai's scourge of Su-mu and others has also spread to shopkeeper Meng. He still has a good impression of Yang Kai, the shopkeeper of Meng. Although the old man is indifferent, lustful and thick-skinned, it is very suitable for Yang Kai's appetite. This is not easy to explain. Yang Kai can only say that he accidentally ate a fruit when he entered Haifeng Mountain, and then suddenly enlightened and knew how to cultivate. Shopkeeper Meng pondered for a while, considering the time when Yang Kai entered Haifeng Mountain last time and his performance these days, he could only believe what he said, and it finally boiled down to the word, adventurous encounter. After coming out of the contribution hall, Yang Kai was very worried. All the contribution points are replaced by herbs, and it is estimated that it will be able to support 3 or 4 days of effort. Where should I go to get herbs? Although you can now get 2 points of contribution by challenging others every day, the contribution obtained by this challenge must be received on the 8th day of each month. There are still nearly 20 days left. How can I wait until that time? Unable to think of a good way, Yang Kai was helpless and could only keep his head down and cultivate. A few days have passed, and Yang Kai's strength on the 6th floor of the tempering body has gradually stabilized, as if there is a tendency to march to the 7th floor. Diligently practicing every day, almost forgetting to eat and sleep, the hard work finally paid off. Compared with the good days of Yang Kai, Su-mu and the others have had a difficult time. These days, Yang Kai has to come to them every day to trouble them, making them very annoying. Suffocated to death. Su Mu himself is confident to defeat Yang Kai, but the gap between the two is too big to challenge at all. Su Mu always thought that Yang Kai was only the 4th or 5th level of the body tempering realm. Su Mu knew that he couldn't go on like this anymore, and if he continued like this, people's hearts would dissipate. After thinking about it, Su Mu became ruthless and called together all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been ravaged by Yang Kai. He said with a gloomy expression, "Tonight, attacking Yang Kai at night is a shame. If you can't follow the rules, then don't follow the rules." Everyone was startled. Sneak attack. Su Mu nodded. This is not good. Li Yuntian hesitated. Although that guy Yang Kai is a bit unkind, he challenged us to win the fight openly and honestly. If we go to sneak attack quietly at night like this, if it spreads out, I am afraid we will be punished. Quote. Li Yuntian's words were recognized by most of the people present. Su Mu said angrily, "But he's going too far. He doesn't care about his brothers. He comes every day. If I don't teach him a lesson, he still doesn't know when he's going to be mad. No matter, I'll be sure tonight. If you want to trouble him, whoever of you is willing to come with me will follow me, and if you don't come, I will not force it. If something happens, I, Su Mu, will take it upon myself, and it will not affect you all." Su Mu's words are sincere. Even if some people think it's not good to do this, they can't bear to refute it at this moment. After all, Su Mu has put the responsibility on his shoulders and has done his best. Li Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, "That's fine. If it happens, it will let the bastard know that we are not to be messed with. Master Su, this time, the junior brother will give his life to accompany the gentleman and play with you." "Let's go too," everyone said in unison. Su Mu smiled and nodded. "That's right." It was night, and everyone was in high spirits, and they gathered in Su Mu's house at the third watch. "Are you ready?" Su Mu asked in a deep voice. The crowd nodded. "Okay, this time, that bastard must be unforgettable for the rest of his life." Su Mu stretched out his hand and covered a black cloth over his face, revealing only a pair of thief eyes. "Let's go." Su Mu raised his arms and gave the order. More than a dozen black shadows sprang out and quickly merged into the night. There are also disciples on patrol at night in High Heaven Pavilion, but Su Mu and his group were originally from High Heaven Pavilion. Otherwise, it is difficult to prevent thieves, and Su Mu's current performance is the best example. Not long after, everyone gathered in front of Yang Kai's cabin, separated by more than 10 meters. Everyone suppressed their breathing and looked at the dark cabin with righteous indignation. There is no light in the house, Yang Kai should have already slept. Su Mu's heart was settled. He turned to Li Yuntian next to him and said, "Yang Kai is not weak, you and I will go up to hold him first, and then the brothers will work hard. Beat him." "Okay." Li Yuntian nodded. "Don't make a killing, you can fight whatever you want." Su Mu urged again, and everyone silently agreed. "Go." Su Mu waved his hand and rushed towards the cabin. More than a dozen figures galloping fast in the dark night, all of them were trained in the end, and they acted silently. Everyone was suffocating, imagining the scene of Yang Kai's shame before being beaten up, and they were all excited. Very. These days, they have been tossed by Yang Kai. A few feet away from the cabin, the cold light in Su Mu's eyes became more intense, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The distance is even closer, the wooden door of the hut is in front of you, and Su Mu has reached out a hand to touch the door. Suddenly, a bizarre fragrance poured into the tip of the nose. Su Mu lightly sniffed it, and felt that the fragrance was a bit strange, unpleasant, but it was a smell that had never been smelled before. Although he was puzzled, Su Mu didn't pay much attention to it and just rushed forward. One step to rush out, Su Mu's body softened and almost fell to the ground. This change made him break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, half of his strength seemed to have been taken away from him. There was a buzzing sound in his mind, and he became tired. In another step, Su Mu fell directly and ate shit. His nose hit the ground first, and 2 warm breaths instantly flowed out of his nose, filling his mouth with a bloody smell. "Papa!" A series of voices came, and these High Heaven Pavilion disciples who gathered together and rushed towards the chalet, one counted as 1, all fell to the ground like Su Mu, all of them were weak. The wailing sounded one after another, so lively. "What's the matter?" Su Muqiang asked Li Yuntian while holding on to his energy. Li Yuntian wanted to struggle to get up, but he didn't have the strength at all. He fell on the ground, panting weakly, his face was extremely ugly, and he hesitated. "Master Su, we are afraid of being poisoned." "Poisoned?" Su Mu was shocked. "And it's highly poisonous." Li Yuntian stretched out a hand tremblingly. Su. Younger, I'm afraid I can't do it anymore. You want to avenge me? After explaining his last words, Li Yuntian tilted his head and stopped moving. Su Mu was startled and hurriedly called out Li Yuntian's name, but he couldn't wake him up. Then he turned his head and looked around. None of the brothers he brought with him escaped this disaster, and all of them were silent. An inexplicable panic and grief surged in his heart, and Su Mu's head calmed down at this moment. This is the High Heaven Pavilion, how could someone be poisoned? Moreover, the efficacy of this poison is so overbearing, and it takes only 3 breaths before and after, and 1 life is lost like this. Chapter 32 True Young Art. Who poisoned it? Why poison? Just when I didn't understand, a surprised voice suddenly came from my ear. Huh. It was Yang Kai's voice. Su Mu hated Yang Kai to the bone, how could he not hear it? It's him. It turns out that this poison was brought down by Yang Kai, the soul is pale. We just wanted to teach you a lesson, but you did this vicious trick. Too cruel, right? Deliberately cursing Yang Kai, but Su Mu's consciousness quickly blurred. Nima, did this young master just die in such a confused way? Poor Ben Shao, who was full of ambitions, died here before he had time to display them. Heaven is jealous of Yingkai, and heaven is jealous of Yingkai. Yang Kai stepped briskly to the front of the group of people, squatted down and lifted their masks, and looked at them. All of them were acquaintances. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understood what they wanted to do. It is estimated that he had been tormented by himself these days, and he came to sneak revenge on him at night. But they are really unlucky. Yang Kai weighed the incense burner in his hand, and he was dumbfounded. This is really an accident. Usually before going to bed every night, Yang Kai keeps the incense burner in the black book without words, but the practice time tonight was too long, and he was a little tired. The herbs that were put in had not been used up, and it happened that Su Mu and others came to smell it. The strange fragrance in the incense burner is very powerful. When Yang Kai smelled it for the first time, he only took 3 steps and fell to the ground. Yang Kai was so proud of his golden body, not to mention Su Mu and the others. They do not have the support of their proud golden bodies, and it is estimated that it will take several days for them to recover. Although their negligence bears a certain responsibility, the carelessness of Su Mu and others is the root cause. If they hold their breath when they smell the strange fragrance, I am afraid it will not be so miserable. Hey, what's the reason? Yang Kai sighed and put the incense burner into the black book without words, staring at the crowd on the ground, his face a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai still dragged them all out, and then dropped them in a random place, leaving them alone. Back at the wooden house, Yang Kai continued to rest. This incident made Yang Kai alert for a while, and he had to break through the body tempering realm quickly. The incense burner can only be used outside now, but if you break through the body quenching realm and reach the Kaiyuan realm, then you don't have to be so troublesome. At that time, the incense burner will work even if it is placed in the black book without words, as long as the vitality in the body can be communicated to the black book without words. In the next few days, Yang Kai has been cultivating and practicing hard, and the 2 herbs have been repeatedly used sparingly, but they are still decreasing day by day. In the morning 3 days later, after Yang Kai finished practicing the body-quenching chapter, along with the inhalation of Dongfang Ziqi, the qi sensation in the meridians in his body suddenly became excited, as if he had turned into a small bug, whirling through the meridians. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he quickly felt it with his heart. The swell of qi caused the peristalsis of the flesh and blood, and the whole body was numb, itchy and comfortable. I don't know how long this situation lasted. At the same time, the drumming of qi disappeared without a trace. The thought conveyed, the touch of warmth in the abdomen seemed to be alive, and was excited. Vitality. Finally taking this step, the 7th layer of the body-quenching state, the vitality is born in the body, this is the most obvious sign. The first ray of vitality in life is always born in the dantian. At this time, the vitality is very insignificant, and it cannot support a warrior to fight, because once it is used, this strand of vitality will disappear, and the surrounding sky in the body is not opened. It's also a lot of work to condense. But because of the vitality in the body, the martial artist can start practicing martial arts at this time. It is by no means the same as the basic skills such as the long punch, whip, and legs of High Heaven Pavilion. Martial arts are tricks that can play a role with the help of vitality, and are the foundation of a warrior's battle. With the same punch, the effects of hitting the 6th and 7th layers of the body-quenching realm are completely different. If the 6th layer of the body-quenching realm can punch 200 kilograms with all one's strength, Then the 7th layer of the body-quenching realm will be able to use vitality. Hit 500 caddies or even 1,000 caddies of force. Of course, in the body-quenching state, ordinary warriors will not use martial arts easily, because the recovery of vitality is not easy. Only when you reach the Kaiyuan realm can you use your vitality to fight as you like. At that time, even if your vitality is exhausted, you can quickly recover your energy. The root of everything lies in the ability to recover quickly. Therefore, starting from the 7th level of the body-tempering realm, what a warrior needs to do is to use this ray of vitality as the foundation to multiply and grow. One of the most commonly used methods is to practice martial arts. Each martial skill requires the vitality of several or even a dozen or more meridians to be used, and they operate in a certain order en route to form different martial arts. To strengthen the vitality in the practice of martial arts, in order to open the body around the sky, to reach the Kaiyuan realm, this is what every warrior will do. Yang Kai is no exception. After knowing that he had reached the 7th floor of the body-tempering realm, Yang Kai quickly calmed down his excitement and hurriedly returned to the house to summon the wordless black book. Turn directly to the 4th page and feel it with your heart. These days, every time he broke through, he would try to crack the seal on the 4th page, but never succeeded. Yang Kai estimates that the 4th page will only change when it reaches the 7th floor of the body-quenching realm, the watershed of the body-quenching realm. His guess was not wrong. It took less than a moment to feel the dazzling golden light on the 4th page. Like the previous few times, these golden lights broke away from the shackles of the book page and went directly into Yang Kai's head. Suddenly there is more information in my mind, true Yang art. This is what the black book gave to him after this breakthrough. After checking it carefully, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This true Yang art is a little different from ordinary martial arts. General martial arts have fixed moves and routines. Even if they can be changed, they are still inseparable. There is a fundamental outline. Martial arts. But the true Yang secret art does not. It does not have a fixed way of making moves, and it is ever-changing. In other words, it has no moves at all. This is the first difference. True Yang art is also simple to cultivate, but it has requirements for cultivation conditions. Only in an environment with Yang energy can one practice true Yang art. However, when the true Yang vitality cultivated through this technique reaches a certain level in the body, it will condense into a liquid and accumulate in the dantian. This is impossible for any martial skill or tactic, because every martial artist's body is saturated. Once the cultivation reaches the peak, there is no way to increase the vitality in the body, unless it breaks through its own limit. Chapter 33 Yangyuan Seal. As the saying goes, if you read books, you need to vote, but when you drink alcohol, you don't pee. I'm shameful to ask for votes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But the true Yang art is different. When the limit is reached, the true Yang vitality will be transformed into a liquid and immersed in the dantian, which is equivalent to sweeping away the meridians, and you can continue to practice. That is to say, there is no limit to the cultivation of this tactic. As long as there is Yang energy, one can practice unlimitedly. This is the second difference, and this difference highlights the extraordinariness of the true Yang art. Once you have cultivated Yang Yi, you can use Yang Yi to attack during battle. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and decided to cultivate this true Yang art. Since he had no choice and no contribution points, naturally he could not obtain martial skills from the sect. Second, he also believed that the things produced by the wordless black book would definitely not be bad. Those in the sect are not necessarily better than the true Yang art. As for the cultivation environment, it's actually not something to worry about. The sun is also Yang. As long as there is sun, one can practice this true Yang art. Of course, the efficiency is very low. After all, the sun shines on the earth, and in the radiant universe, how much can a person absorb? With a decision in his heart, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the house, let himself be exposed to the sun, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, thinking about the root of true Yang art, and tried to control the only one in his dantian. The ray of vitality that radiates from it, runs according to the root of the true Yang art. The beginning of everything is difficult, and this saying is true. Although Yang Kai can communicate that ray of vitality, it is extremely difficult to drive it to run. After cultivating for a whole day under the scorching sun, the vitality in the body increased just a little bit, and the flow of vitality was as slow as a turtle crawling. But after all, this is the first time to cultivate, and Yang Kai is already very satisfied with such a result. This is a cumulative process that cannot be accomplished overnight. Patience is something Yang Kai never lacks. After 3 days of effort, Yang Kai finally pulled the vitality in his dantian to his chest. With a move, he controlled this not-so-powerful vitality to shuttle through several key points near his chest. According to the information obtained from the Black Book without words, he needs to form a Yangyuan seal in his body, and this is the first step in cultivating the true Yang art. This Yangyuan seal has no other use, it is only used to sense the existence of Yang Qi. After all, Yang Kai's qualifications are still shallow, and his strength is too weak. He has not yet formed his own consciousness, and he can't find out where there is strong Yang energy on a large scale. But with this Yangyuan seal, it is different. This thing is quite sensitive to Yang Qi. As long as there is Yang Qi within a certain range, the Yangyuan seal will react. The ray of vitality in the body is shuttled in the chest. Yang Kai's expression is meticulous, and he does not dare to be sloppy. Condensing into the Yangyuan seal is a rather complicated and tedious process, and if there is any mistake in the middle, all the previous efforts may be lost. An hour has passed, 2 hours have passed. Yang Kai, who was sitting under the sun, was soaked all over, sweating for a long time even caused his body to be dehydrated, and his lips were white, but Yang Kai's expression was determined, still kept driving that ray of vitality to rotate at the key points of the chest, without any irritability and discouragement. I don't know how long it took, and Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange feeling in his chest, followed by a pain in the flesh and blood, as if it was stamped by a red-hot iron. Yang Kai hurriedly opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. This pain came and went quickly, just in the blink of an eye. The chest has returned to normal, even a little cool, but the feeling of severe pain is still reverberating in my mind, making people feel anxious. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that there was something in his chest, but when he looked down, he couldn't see anything. Has the Yangyuan seal formed? Yang Kai frowned and pondered slightly. The Yangyuan seal should have been successfully formed. It exists in the center of his chest, but he can't see it. But since the Yangyuan seal has been formed, it should respond to Yang Qi. Why can't I detect it? Could it be that there is no strong Yang energy around here? With the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai stood up and walked inside the High Heaven Pavilion. As he walked, he paid attention to the movement on his chest. Not long after walking, there was a sudden warmth from the chest, and Yang Kai's expression was shocked. As expected, the Yangyuan seal had indeed formed in his body, and he didn't react just now because there wasn't much Yang energy nearby. Now that there is a reaction, it means that there is Yang energy nearby. Yang Kai looked excited. Cultivating the true Yang art has very strict requirements on the cultivation environment. The stronger the Yang Qi, the faster the cultivation speed. It is undoubtedly the slowest to cultivate only by the power of the sun like Yang Kai. Following the direction of the source of Yang energy that Yang Yuanian felt, Yang Kai ran all the way, but in just a moment, Yang Kai rushed into a room. As soon as I came in, a familiar voice came into my ears. Hey, Xiao Yang Kai, why are you here at this time? Looking up, Yang Kai was surprised to find that shopkeeper Meng was looking at him strangely behind the counter. It turns out that this is the contribution hall. Taking a look at shopkeeper Meng, and then at the back hall behind the contribution hall, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. The source of Yang Qi is very clear, there must be something with Yang attributes in the contribution hall's warehouse. But, that's from the contribution hall. If you want it, you can only exchange it for contribution points. Yang Kai's contribution points in the accountant are now 0, and all the contribution points have been replaced by the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the dead wood grass. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was extremely disappointed, and he didn't even bother to answer the question from shopkeeper Meng, so he turned his head and left in a dejected manner. What do you mean? Old man Meng was suddenly depressed. Walking aimlessly in the High Heaven Pavilion, the Yang origin seal on the chest plays a role from time to time, guiding the source of Yang Kai's Yang energy, but the source of these Yang Qi is either the residence of the powerful person in the door, or it is already there, in someone else's pocket. Yang Kai even has the heart to mask robbery, but looking at his own small body, and then looking at the strength of others, Yang Kai has to dispel this idea. Although he couldn't get these Yang-type treasures, Yang Kai didn't get anything. According to his many experiments and feelings, the Yangyuan seal in his body can clearly feel the existence of Yang Qi within 50 feet. If it exceeds 50 feet, Yang Yuanian will not be able to sense it. It is estimated that this is also related to his own strength. As his strength increases in the future, the range of Yangyuan Yining's induction should become larger. I hurriedly walked in the High Heaven Pavilion for 2 or 3 hours. Except for some forbidden areas, the entire High Heaven Pavilion almost ran all over. Yang Kai still found nothing. Thinking about it, since these things can be felt by Yang Yuanian, they must be of great value. Was casually thrown on the road and let me pick it up. His own thoughts seemed childish and ridiculous. Do you want to go to Black Wind Mountain again? There must be something with yang attributes in this mountain range, right? When considering whether this idea is feasible, the Yangyuan seal on his chest is actually hot again. Yang Kai almost instinctively followed the direction given by Yangyuan seal and walked over there. Chapter 34 Sleepy Dragon Stream. Not long after walking, a huge mountain stream that almost spanned the sky and the earth appeared in front of him, and a gust of wind blew head-on, almost blowing Yang Kai up. Yang Kai came back to his senses, looked up, and was stunned. How could it be here? The mountain stream in front of me, which is more than 1,000 feet wide, almost bottomless, and inexplicable in length, is the most dangerous and mysterious place in the High Heaven Pavilion, the Trapped Dragon Stream. Speaking of the existence of the mountain stream itself, it is very strange. The place where the High Heaven Pavilion is located is not on the mountain at all, but in a flat land. This mountain stream is not so much a mountain stream as it is a crack in the earth, but the crack is a little too big. Sleepy Dragon Stream, High Heaven Pavilion is not a forbidden place. Because it is dangerous and unusual here, the wind is howling, and one may fall if you are not careful. Once you fall, it will definitely be dead and no life. The Sleepy Dragon Stream is also the place where High Heaven Pavilion exiles rebels and traitors. In the past few hundred years, once there is any serious treason in High Heaven Pavilion, and those who cannot be forgiven, they will abolish their cultivation and exile them into Sleepy Dragon Stream. Yang Kai couldn't understand this. If it was really rebellious, it would be fine to just kill it. Why would he choose to exile? Abolishing the cultivation base and being left here is tantamount to a dead end. Of course, in addition to being a place to exile rebels, Sleepy Dragon Stream is also the first choice for many infatuated people to die in love. There are many stories of this and that circulating in the High Heaven Pavilion, and most of them are hilarious. After the death of the lover, they refused to live and jumped from the trapped dragon stream. The male disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, basically everyone has one or two stories like this hidden in their hearts, waiting for the right time to pick up girls. As long as the beautiful woman listens to the rain, the pear blossoms are haggard, and the male disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion will show their broad chest and warm heart. Arms, it is absolutely invincible, and it is unsatisfactory after 100 trials. These touching stories, I don't know how many tender stories have been achieved, are really the love of the male disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion. The information about the Sleepy Dragon Stream revolved in Yang Kai's mind. He slowly took a few steps forward and glanced at the bottomless mountain stream, full of doubts. How can there be sunshine in here? And unlike the ones that I sensed just now, not only is there a strong yang qi below, but at this moment, this yang qi is still emitting continuously upwards. Even standing on the edge of the mountain stream, Yang Kai could feel the warm feeling in the air. This warmth is not the power of the sun, but it is countless times purer than the power of the sun. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai simply sat down on the ground, no longer entangled in the reason, but tried to absorb it. When practicing true yang art, the more yang energy is in the environment, the faster the cultivation speed will be. Now that his vitality is scarce, the true yang technique is slow to operate, but with the help of these yang qi, the speed of cultivation should be much faster. It was in the evening, and the sun was setting in the western mountains. Although there was not much sunlight, Yang Kai could still feel that the efficiency of his cultivation was much higher than that of the previous days. This practice actually took a whole night of practice, and in the early morning of the second day, Yang Kai opened his eyes to check the results of his own cultivation. There is a difference between having yang qi and not having yang qi. Although I practiced under the sun before, it took 3 days to cultivate a little vitality, but now I can do it for 3 days in one night. The efficiency is so high stunned. The vitality in the body has also grown, and it is no longer like the candlelight in the wind and rain a few days ago. Moreover, with the growth of vitality, Yang Kai found that he was much easier to control than before. Another new day, Yang Kai did not continue to practice the true yang art, but stood up and practiced the body tempering art for half an hour. By the side of the Sleepy Dragon Stream, Yang Kai was sweating like rain. Although he practiced all night, he was not tired at all, but his spirit was bright. After cultivating the body-quenching chapter, Yang Kai completed the task of sweeping the floor, and then ran back. Anyway, my 3-leaf remnant soul flower and Jedi deadwood grass have been consumed almost, and the incense burner can't play a role for the time being. Of course, there is only one option left to cultivate here. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to fight Su Mu and the others, but it was strange. Since that night, Su Mu and the others seemed to have evaporated in the High Heaven Pavilion, and they have disappeared since then. Although Yang Kai had some festivals with them, it was not a hatred, and entanglement with them was only for himself to have fun, to verify his own growth, and he did not care about their nighttime sneak attacks. In exchange for being bullied, as long as you have the strength to retaliate, I am afraid that I will try to repay it. Sitting next to the sleepy dragon stream again, ignoring the gust of wind that was enough to blow a living person away, Yang Kai Nian moved, and the only bit of vitality was surging through the meridians, circulating again and again. The circulation of vitality seems to draw a mysterious force in a certain place, causing the pores of the skin to open up, and the yang qi emitting in the air is more like a cat smelling fishy smell and can't wait to get into the body. The body was hot all over, as if he was taking a hot bath, and Yang Kai relaxed all over. 2 days have passed, and Yang Kai has gained a lot. With the 2 days of cultivation, Yang Kai's vitality has grown a lot, and there is still a mild Yang Yan power in his vitality. This is the most obvious feature of cultivating the true Yang art, because the vitality in the body is formed by absorbing Yang energy and naturally belongs to Yang. Chapter 35. The first drop of Yang liquid. Yang Kai didn't know how much vitality other people would have in their bodies when they were at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, but they shouldn't have as much as his own. The initial accumulation is always incomparably slow. It is because of the true Yang technique that I can absorb the Yang energy between heaven and earth. And how many magical techniques are there in the world like the true Yang technique? On this day, when Yang Kai finished practicing, he slowly opened his eyes. The Yang Qi that has been absorbed these days has gradually become heavier, and the heat in the meridians is also becoming more and more intense. Yang Kai faintly feels that the Yang Qi absorbed these days seems to be saturated. Once the Yang Qi is saturated in the body, it will condense into a liquid, which will be stored in the dantian as a drop of Yang Qi. Still looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, when Yang Kai was about to adjust his breath, the corner of his eye suddenly saw a person standing next to him. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he was immersed in his practice but he didn't even notice. Find out when this person came. This person is facing Yang Kai sideways, wearing a cyan robe with elegant sleeves, tall and straight, although the beard is white, but his eyebrows are bright, and there is a delicate goatee on his chin. It is similar to the old man Meng from the contribution hall, but his temperament is decidedly different. Seeing this person's first glance, Yang Kai's mind involuntarily popped up the word, Shanfeng Daogu. This temperament formed a sharp contrast with old man Meng's rogue and lewdness. Comparing the two, they are definitely one in the sky and one in the ground. At this moment, the man had one hand behind his back, the other hand touched his beard, and stood there looking down at the sleepy dragon stream in front of him. His eyes were strange to the point of being a little complicated. This is a learned and wise man, and he is also an elder with superb martial arts. Yang Kai was concerned, and quickly got up and gave a disciple's gift. Disciple Yang Kai has seen senior. Alarmed by Yang Kai's voice, the old man slowly turned around, glanced at him kindly, and nodded slightly. I don't know how the disciple should call you. Although he knew that this person was definitely a high-level person from the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai had never seen him before, so he naturally had to ask, so as not to mess up his generation. The old man pondered, his brows slightly wrinkled, as if Yang Kai had asked a problem, and it took a while to arrive. Just call me 11 Elder. 11 Elders. Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Although there were only a few High Heaven Pavilion elders, it was absolutely impossible to have as many as 11. But they are elders after all. He said so. Yang Kai can only fulfill his wish, and then bow again. The disciple has seen the 11 elders. The 11th elder stroked his beard and smiled. His face became more and more kind, and asked softly, "Are you practicing martial arts?" Yes. Yang Kai nodded. And it's a Yang attribute martial skill. Yes. The opponent's strength is definitely not weak. How can he not sense the Yang energy he absorbs here? How is your practice? It's just been a few days of training, and it's fine for the time being. 11 elders asked a few more questions, and Yang Kai answered them one by one. He was a little moved. This elder is amiable and caring for one of his lowest level disciples. It is easy to make people feel good. Seeing that he was so talkative, Yang Kai remembered a question and said, 11th elder, this disciple has been cultivating here for many days, but there is something I don't understand. Oh, let's hear it. 11 elders suddenly became interested. Why is there Yang energy overflowing under this sleepy dragon stream? The 11th elder smiled when he heard it. Of course it's because there are Yang-type treasures below. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that I can naturally guess this kind of thing, but I just don't understand what's going on underneath. Do you know how this sleepy dragon stream came into being? The 11th elder suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Although Yang Kai didn't know what his intention was, he could only shake his head honestly. Elder 11 glanced at Sleepy Dragon Stream and said slowly, "This was cut out by someone's sword." Yang Kaishan was shocked. The trapped dragon stream, more than a few hundred feet wide, unknown in length, and bottomless, was actually split out by someone with a sword. If someone else came to tell him about this, Yang Kai would not believe it, but the 11 elders in front of him didn't need to lie to him. However, who is the power of a sword so powerful? What kind of realm is this person? Hundreds of years ago, there was no high heaven pavilion here. Elder 11 had deep eyes and a low voice. Yang Kai knew that this elder was going to tell some unknown secrets, so he held his breath and listened intently. When the patriarch passed by this place, he encountered a powerful demon, and the two fought a battle here. No one knows the specific battle situation, but at the end, the demon realized that he was defeated, and he split a fight. Sword. While speaking, the 11th elder stroked the two ends of the trapped dragon's stream with his hand. With a sword, the trapped dragon's stream is formed. The devil escaped into the bottom of the stream, and the ancestors followed it, and it took a lot of hard work. It took a lot of hardship to kill that devil. However, the devil's strength is very high, although his body is dead and his soul is gone, but the ancestors are not at ease, so he created the High Heaven Pavilion here, guarded it for decades, and confirmed that there would be no more harm before he left. It's the origin of my High Heaven Pavilion. Dragon Stream has been in existence for hundreds of years, and the sky is dark below. Later, many sinful disciples were exiled in. If you want to come here by chance, there may be some kind of yang attribute baby born by coincidence. This is the reason why you can absorb yang qi from here. Yang Kai nodded, wondering. 11 elders came here to see that treasure. Me. The 11th elder looked strange, shook his head slowly and said, "I'm not here to see the baby, I'm here to see people." Look at people. The 11th elder smiled. When you are old, you will talk a lot. Today, let's talk about it for the time being. You cultivate well, but don't try to go deep down here. After all, the 11 elders left gracefully. Yang Kai's head was touched a lot, and he also had a lot of doubts, but he could only be stuffed in his stomach. After regaining his mood a little, Yang Kai continued to run the true yang technique. Now that the true yang art is running, the speed of absorbing yang qi is many times faster than that of the previous days. A few hours later, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his meridians were bulging, and even his dantian was full, as if he had eaten too much in one meal and was able to hold it back. Are you about to get saturated? Yang Kai was not surprised but delighted, and became more attentive. Half an hour later, the meridians and dantian suddenly lightened, the feeling of bulging disappeared, the vitality of the meridians all poured into the dantian at this moment, a drop of scorching liquid quietly formed and dripped into the dantian, Yang Kai even heard it. A soft ticking sound. Yang liquid. I finally formed my first drop of yang liquid. Chapter 36 Beauty Under the Moon. I come to ask for tickets every day, and I feel that Xiaomo's integrity has fallen off the ground. Please help all book friends to pick it up, be gentle, don't break it, it will be gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Although he has not yet cultivated to the point of giving birth to divine consciousness, Yang Kai can still clearly feel the existence of the drop of yang liquid in his dantian. When his mind arrives, yang liquid will be driven by him. Yang Yi can be used in battle, but Yang Kai has not tried it yet. How to change it will have to find an opportunity to hone it in actual combat. These experiences cannot be taught in a black book without words. Although he had suffered for many days, but now a drop of yang liquid was condensed, Yang Kai suddenly felt satisfied. With a hint of excitement, Yang Kai continued his efforts, and practiced in the sleepy dragon stream for most of the night. When he woke up in the middle of the night, Yang Kai did not continue. These days, I have been cultivating so much without eating and sleeping. Although it is a lot stronger, it also brings a lot of load to the body. It is necessary to relax one by one during the practice, so that it will not bury any hidden dangers. Standing up and patting his butt, Yang Kai walked briskly back to his cabin. The door of the wooden house was closed, which made Yang Kai a little puzzled, because he remembered that he had closed the door before leaving. Stepping up and gently pushing the door open, Yang Kai glanced inward, and the scene in his eyes made him suddenly stop in place. It seems to be a scene rubbed from the picture scroll, it is like a dream, it is so unreal. In his log cabin, the only small bed, and now a person, a woman, is sleeping. Yuehua poured down through several holes in the roof, and it happened to shine on the woman lying on the wooden bed. Through the moonlight, Yang Kai saw the woman's hands folded, placed on the flat belly, and the towering chest. With the steady breathing rising and falling slightly, under the light of the moonlight, the skin on the woman's neck and neck was as crystal clear as ice and snow. The earlobes exude a different kind of temptation. Because she was lying down, this woman's slender legs, slender waist and plump buttocks, and her beautiful figure were vividly displayed in Yang Kai's eyes. She couldn't see her face clearly, because her face was covered with a veil as thin as a cicada's wings, but a faint blue gem was dotted on her smooth forehead. This only piece of jewelry was not precious, but just right to highlight her coldness and holiness. The hazy moonlight gave her an extra sense of beauty. She was like a fairy who had been banished from the moon palace, and there was not a single flaw in her body, and there was not a single piece of her body that could not reveal the divine nobility. She just lay so quietly, as if she would never wake up. Inexplicably, Yang Kai's heart felt sour. Yang Kai asked himself that he was not a sentimental person, but today, this picturesque scene deeply touched him. Even if time flies, decades apart, I am afraid this scene will never be forgotten. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai walked over lightly, suppressing his breathing and heartbeat, for fear of disturbing her. Coming to the bedside, about 10 feet apart, Yang Kai took a careful look and found that, as he had guessed, this woman turned out to be the senior sister who almost bumped into him at the contribution hall that day. When he saw this veil just now, he had some vague guesses. It's just that at that time, she was not so unattainable, Ling Ran's inviolable sacredness, she was just timid and shy, pure and lovely. Looking up at the hole in the roof, Yang Kai chuckled, these few holes that have not been repaired have done a good thing today. This chuckle caused Sha Ning Chong, who was lying on the bed, to be disturbed. When Yang Kai lowered his head again, he found that this senior sister was staring at him with wide eyes. Those big bright eyes were a little confused and angry at first, and then they became embarrassed. In the blink of an eye, Sha Ningshang's small earlobes turned red again. Fortunately, at night, although there is Yuehua, Yang Kai's view is not so real, which saves Sha Ningshang from embarrassment. The two just stared at each other, one on the bed and the other under the bed. Yang Kai was full of doubts, but Sha Ningchong could not wait to slap her to faint, and her heart was tangled for a while. Cough cough. Yang Kai coughed lightly, trying to make himself look kinder, and asked, what is the name of this senior sister? I don't know if it's because of the emotional ups and downs or what, the voice of Yang Kai's question seems a bit ethereal. The words seem to ask, what is the name of this little lady? Full 10 of the taste of the Dengxi. Sha Ningshang's face was as red as blood, but she still sat up from the bed with restraint, stretched out her hand and stroked her hair, and said softly, my surname is Sha. Sha Ningchong didn't have the embarrassment to give out her name, she really felt that it was too embarrassing today. It turned out to be Senior Sister Sha. Is Senior Sister Sha looking for me? If nothing happened, how could this fairy-like person condescend to come to his dilapidated cabin? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Sha Ningshang remembered her purpose, and hurriedly took out a package from her side. Her emotions calmed down, and said, this afternoon, an hunter from the Black Wind Mountain came to look for you, but you didn't come back until you were holding the lantern. I saw that he was in a hurry to go back, so I went to ask about it. The hunter said thank you for your life-saving grace, and asked me to hand over this package to you, saying that I will come back later when I have time. Thank you personally. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately knew who that person was. Orion Zhongshan. The last time he returned from Haifeng Mountain to collect herbs, he saved his father and son. Yang Kai reached out and took the package, nodded and said, so that's how it is. Sha Ningchong raised her eyes and looked at him quietly, and then said, I have been entrusted by others, so I will wait here for you to come back. If you don't want to wait, just wait. I fell asleep while I waited. I'm really embarrassed to say this, I feel a sense of inhuman frustration. And he even slept in someone else's bed. Yang Kai knew what happened today in his chest, and he laughed and said, Senior Sister Yulao is tired, and junior brother will come back earlier next time. Sha Ningchong didn't know if it was her own delusion or the other party did it deliberately. Anyway, it was wrong to hear what she said. It was like a husband's promise to his wife before going out. Biting her lip lightly, Sha Ningchong said with some dissatisfaction, it doesn't matter if you are earlier or not, it has nothing to do with me, the package has been delivered to you, I am leaving. After saying that, when he twisted his waist and stomped his feet, his figure disappeared, leaving only a wisp of fragrant wind, lingering in the room and on the tip of someone's nose. This senior sister Sha is really shy. Thinking of the scene just now, Yang Kai felt a little warm, and when he came back to his senses, he opened the package left by Zhang Shan, and Yang Kai found that there were 2 sets of cyan gowns inside. This long gown is stitched together, the needles and threads are dense, and the handwork is very fine. Yang Kai estimated that it was made by Zhang Kai's wife. Zhang Shan has a heart. The last time he fought against the flower-backed spider, his clothes were tattered by the monster beast. It was for this reason that he would bring himself 2 sets of clothes today. Yang Kai smiled slightly, put away the things, and then lay down on the bed. This night, Yang Kai slept soundly. Chapter 37 War Book. On the second day, Yang Kai was awakened by a knock on the door. When he got up and opened the door, he found that there was no one outside the house, but in the distance, a familiar figure was running away quickly. Li Yuntian's figure. What is this guy doing? Yang Kai was a little confused. When he was puzzled, he found that there was a letter wrapped on the ground at the door. He bent down to pick it up, opened it, and Yang Kai was dumbfounded. There are some words on the letter, and they are written in blood. Senior brother, personally, I haven't seen you for many days, and my junior brother misses it very much. I specially invited my senior brother to come to Haifeng Forest for a talk, and I hope that my senior brother will be generous. Junior brother Su Mu wrote it by himself. These words are red, and they are indeed written with blood. I don't know if the blood is chicken blood or some other blood. Yang Kai estimates that it is impossible for Su Mu to self-harm. There is also a line of words at the back, which is different from the previous rhetoric. This line of words is more vulgar and direct. Come as soon as you have it. These 4 characters are written with great momentum, and the brush strokes are full of bitter resentment, full of provocation. It is estimated that Su Mu was afraid that his invitation would be ignored by Yang Kai, so he added a sentence at the end. The easiest way for young people is to stimulate the law. Su Mu has experienced countless times, and has long been ill, very. Holding the blood book plus the battle book in his hand, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. For Su Mu's provocation, Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Maybe Su Mu really hates himself, but Yang Kai doesn't. The mood is different, the vision is different. This kind of petty trouble, Yang Kai only regards it as a trial, the alchemy stone of one's own cultivation results. Although the meeting with Su Mu was a little unpleasant at first, and later he came to trouble him again and again, but with the contact these days, Yang Kai found that Su Mu is not bad in nature, just a little playful. If you have a good relationship with this kind of person, he will treat you well, but if you have a bad relationship with him, he will haunt you like a maggot on your tarsus, making you very annoying. I haven't seen Su Mu and others these days, they should be hiding from themselves. At this time, I don't know why I have the confidence to defeat myself again, so I ran down the gauntlet. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to Su Mu, but after thinking about it carefully when sweeping the floor, he decided to go. Su Mu is undoubtedly a real villain. He did not challenge according to the rules of the sect. Instead, he gave himself a gauntlet. I am afraid he was planning to fight in a group. The location chosen is also very telling. Haifenglan is just below Haifeng Mountain. It is a pine forest, and it is the perfect place to stumble. Although there were a lot of people in their group, only Su Mu himself reached the 9th floor of the body-quenching realm. Li Yuntian was at the 7th floor of the body-quenching realm, and the others were on the 5th or 6th floor of the body-quenching realm. Such an opponent, Yang Kai doesn't know if he can handle it, but Yang Kai needs a decent battle to test his cultivation, which is different from the battle of the same door. At this moment, Su Mu and others were waiting on the only way from Lingxiao Pavilion to Haifeng Forest. A group of people did not ambush, but stood there arrogantly. Thinking of the embarrassment that he was suddenly plotted against the ground a few days ago, and he fell to the ground and couldn't wake up, Su Mu's face was not good looking. I don't know what happened that night. The brothers who went to Yang Kai's hut suddenly fainted. Everything happened so inexplicably. I didn't wake up until the next morning. Although it was summer, I wouldn't feel cold even if I was sleeping outdoors, but I couldn't stand the mosquitoes. When I woke up, everyone felt that they had hundreds of large bags on their bodies. I don't know how much blood has been sucked by mosquitoes. For a few days after that, Su Mu and others were bedridden, and their weakness could not be further increased. After getting better a few days ago, the brothers ran out of the High Heaven Pavilion under the leadership of Su Mu. Can't they hide from Yang Kai? It wasn't until yesterday that Li Yuntian had mastered a new martial skill, and Su Mu's revenge was revived. Only then did Li Yuntian send a gauntlet and invite Yang Kai to fight in Haifenglan. The reason why he did not challenge in the sect was because Su Mu was not very optimistic about Li Yuntian. In case Li Yuntian loses again, his people will swarm up, no matter what the sect rules, bullshit morality, and directly beat Yang Kai into a pig's head. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Yuntian hurried over from there. Did it deliver? Su Mu asked, his eyes fierce. Kindness. Okay, wait for that bastard to come over. Waiting for the left and right, I couldn't see Yang Kai's figure. Su Emu's expression was a little impatient, and he walked back and forth, scolding, as that bastard not having the courage to come over. Just after scolding, Li Yuntian suddenly said, "Young Master Su, someone is here." Su Emu's spirit was greatly lifted, thinking that Yang Kai really ran out to die, but after looking at it, the person who came was not Yang Kai. "Young Master Su, he is from Fengyulo." Li Yuntian stared at the group of people walking by and said, "The one who leads it seems to be Cheng Xiaofeng." Cheng Xiaofeng? Su Emu's expression turned cold. He looked up, and sure enough he saw Cheng Xiaofeng from Wind and Rain Tower leading a group of people over. "Young Master Su, do you want to avoid it?" Li Yuntian asked hesitantly. He knew that there were many festivals between Su Mu and this Cheng Xiaofeng. They have fought many times over the years, and they have both won and lost. If they meet now, there will definitely be some friction. What to avoid? Su Mu snorted coldly. Is he qualified to let this young master give way? Li Yuntian didn't dissuade him either. He knew that this kind of thing was related to a person's face. How could such a strong young man avoid him? However, there are quite a lot of people on the other side. If you really want to fight, you will probably suffer. While speaking, Cheng Xiaofeng had already seen Su Mu from a distance, and his expression was overjoyed. Not long after, the two gangs met. Although the road occupied by Su Mu and others was the only way from the High Heaven Pavilion to the Black Wind Forest, it was also the only way from the Wind and Rain Tower to the Black Wind Forest. In fact, it is a four-way intersection, leading to Lingxiao Pavilion on one side, Wind and Rain Tower on the other, and the Bloody Battle Gang on the other. Su Mu and others blocked Cheng Xiaofeng's way. I wonder who is so blind. It turns out to be Su Mu. Cheng Xiaofeng stepped forward and looked at Su Mu contemptuously, his voice a bit yin and yang. Su Mu rolled his eyes, still standing upright, like a javelin, not even in the mood to answer. This ignorance made Cheng Xiaofeng's face slightly unhappy. "Giggle, Cheng brother, others ignore you." A coquettish smile came. The voice was crisp and sweet, very pleasant, but it gave people a feeling of being arrogant. Su Mu followed the voice and looked over there, only to see a charming girl flashing behind Cheng Xiaofeng. The girl was wearing a loose top, with her pink shoulders half exposed, with a glamorous porcelain-like luster, and a skirt on her lower body, covering the upturned buttocks, revealing half of the jade legs, fair and slender, and the jade feet stepping on wooden shoes, small and exquisite. 10 fingers are crystal clear and round, very eye-catching. Chapter 38 Humayr. The young girl was about the same age as Su Mu and the others, and even though she was older, she folded her waist 3 times at a time, with 1,000 amorous feelings in one body, and there was a wave of fierce waves in front of her chest, and those who swayed were dizzy. At a young age, she has the temperament of a mature woman, but this temperament is not fully mature, and it seems a little unnatural. Humayr. Seeing this girl, Su Emu's expression couldn't help but change, her eyes couldn't help swirling around the girl, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Su Mu is like this, Li Yuntian and others are even more unbearable. Pairs of eyes were like leeches, biting tightly on Humayr's body, lingering on that beautiful figure. Breathing gradually became heavy and ugly. Although the rivers and lakes are children, they are informal. But a woman dressed like Humayr is extremely rare, not to mention that she is only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her skin is tender and fleshy, and her body is extremely lethal. Li Yuntian and these people are at the age of youth, and they are full of vigor and blood. When they first saw such an exciting scene, one can imagine their mood. Not only did Humayr not get annoyed by the presumptuous eyes of the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion, she seemed to be very useful. She covered her mouth with her hands and smiled coquettishly. "So brother Su knows your sister." Su Mu hurriedly coughed and forced himself to look away. His face was a little red. Naturally recognize it. Cheng Xiaofeng was the leader of the body-quenching disciples of the Wind Rain Tower, while this Humayr was the leader of the body-quenching disciples of the Blood War Gang. This woman's identity was also extraordinary, and she was the youngest daughter of the Blood War Gang leader. It's just that the reputation has not been very good. Human, the leader of the Blood War Gang, doesn't care about her, and allows her to make trouble outside. Although this Humayr is young, there are countless ministers under the group. I just don't know why she is messing with Cheng Xiaofeng today. Could it be that the latter has also become her guest of honor? Thinking of this, Su Mu is both envious and happy. The envy is that Cheng Xiaofeng has such a beautiful blessing, and the joy is that he was subdued by a woman. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Su Mu's face, and when he looked at Xiaofeng again, his eyes were already a little contemptuous. This look made Cheng Xiaofeng very uncomfortable, not to mention that the eyes of a group of people in High Heaven Pavilion were still rolling around Humayr, and Cheng Xiaofeng was even more upset. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Humayr, blocking the arrogant eyes of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. This seemingly inadvertent move made Humayr pursed her lips and chuckled. "Su Mu, get your people out of the way." Cheng Xiaofeng's face was gloomy, and he didn't even bother to say polite words. Su Mu sneered. "The road is facing the sky, go to one side, are we standing here standing in your way?" "Yes." Cheng Xiaofeng's face became more and more gloomy. "What if I don't let me?" Su Mu confronted each other tit for tat. The two of them had been having a holiday for a day or two, and they knew each other quite well. How could Su Mu be afraid of him? "Brother Cheng, it doesn't matter if Brother Su is standing here. Let's take a detour, and no one will say anything about you." Humayr suddenly interjected, seemingly trying to relieve the siege, but in fact he was fanning the flames. Su Mu secretly scolded a bitch, the woman's mind was indeed sinister. As a member of the Bloody Battle Gang, she naturally wished that the High Heaven Pavilion and the Wind and Rain Tower would fight to the death. Cheng Xiaofeng listened to Humayr's words, his originally hesitant expression suddenly firmed up, and sneered, "If you don't go away, you will regret it." If he is determined to show his prestige in front of Humayr, how could Cheng Xiaofeng bear it at this time? Humayr smiled and glanced at the two of them with interest, then took a few steps back without a trace. "If you have the guts, try it." Su Mu looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with a sneer. Li Yuntian and the others all stepped forward and stood behind him. "You asked for it yourself." Cheng Xiaofeng laughed suddenly, waved his hand, and said to everyone behind him, "Fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Xiaofeng rushed in front of Su Mu and punched at the door of Su Mu's face. Su Mu sneered and greeted him with a palm. When the fists and palms collided, Su Mu stepped back 10 steps before standing firm, but Cheng Xiaofeng's face was light and light, and his body didn't even sway. "Have you broken through to the Kaiyuan realm?" Su Mu's expression changed greatly. The trace of vitality he felt from Cheng Xiaofeng's fist in the confrontation just now was much stronger than the ethereal vitality in his body in the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm. It is clearly a strength that can only be exerted by breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm. As Cheng Xiaofeng rushed towards Su Mu, he couldn't stop laughing. "Su Mu, you and I started cultivating on the same day, but there are differences between people. From now on, you Su Mu can only chase after me, Cheng Xiaofeng. Never try to surpass me again." Su Mu's expression turned pale and his heart was bitter. This feeling of being surpassed by Cheng Xiaofeng made him even more angry than being humiliated by Yang Kai. In an instant, Cheng Xiaofeng was already close at hand. Su Mu came back to his senses, and did not dare to be careless. The strength of the 9th level of the quenching body was fully utilized, but he was still unable to resist Cheng Xiaofeng's attack. Before Yang Kai could reach Haifenglan, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance, mixed with the scolding and shouting of Li Yuntian and others. The sound was humiliating and sad. After listening for a while, Yang Kai felt that something was not right, and Su Mu's group seemed to have encountered some trouble. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but quicken his pace. When he reached the four-way entrance, he found that Su Mu was lying on the ground with a bruised face and was being beaten by a young man while Li Yuntian and others gathered around him. By Su Mu's side, they desperately protected each other, but to no avail. There were a lot of people on the other side, and their overall strength was a bit higher than Li Yuntian and others. The disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion were too busy to take care of themselves. How could they save Su Mu? "Are you satisfied?" Cheng Xiaofeng punched Su Mu in the eye socket, and the corner of Su Mu's eye was cracked. "Serve you paralyzed." Su Mu spat out a mouthful of blood on Cheng Xiaofeng's face. "Are you satisfied?" Another punch hit him, and Su Mu's cheek was swollen. I serve your ancestors for the 18th generation." Su Mu was panting, but his mouth was extremely tough. "Are you satisfied? Serve your grandma's ass." Cheng Xiaofeng didn't say anything to Su Mu, he just punched and asked, "I'm not convinced." Su Mu's answer to him was always vulgar abuse, which made Cheng Xiaofeng's fist heavier and harder. Yang Kai stood not far away, watching quietly. He found that Su Mu really had some backbone. Looking at Su Mu at the moment, it was as if he saw himself in the past. When facing an unstoppable enemy, even though he was bruised and bruised, he would never compromise. This is not stupid, but a kind of persistence. Yang Kai didn't intend to do anything, Su Mu didn't know who he had offended, and now he is being attacked and retaliated. Not only did he have no friendship with him, but he also had a holiday, so there was no need to go into this muddy water. But Su Mu's unyielding spirit made him somewhat agree. Cheng Xiaofeng was also tired at the moment. Although Su Emu's nose was blue and his face was swollen, his eyes were split open, and his mouth was full of blood, but the look of contempt in his eyes did not change at all. Hu Meier added another appropriate sentence. Brother Cheng, let him go. Brother Su has a strong backbone, and my elder sister likes such a person. As soon as these words came out, Su Mu couldn't help but turn his head and scolded, bitch. Cheng Xiaofeng sneered, have a backbone. I like it too. As he spoke, he picked up a stone on the ground and aimed it at Su Emu's head. Chapter 39 Battle. Cough. Please recommend, everyone understands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Mu glared at Cheng Xiaofeng with bitter eyes, but without blinking, he said coldly, Cheng Xiaofeng, you won't kill the young master today, the young master will not finish with you. You're still mad. Cheng Xiaofeng's original concern was instantly covered up by the madness, and the stone in his hand slammed down fiercely. If it hits hard this time, Su Mu will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Young Master Su, Li Yuntian and others crawled on the ground holding their heads, letting the people in Fenghulo beat and kick, but they cried out in grief. Hu Meier's eyes flashed with surprise, and Fang's heart couldn't help beating violently. This was just a slapstick from a junior disciple, and she didn't expect things to get to this point. If Su Muzhen died here, then in his capacity, the High Heaven Pavilion and the Wind and Rain Tower would probably go to war. Everyone's thoughts were different, but they all focused on the stone in Cheng Xiaofeng's hand. Seeing that the stone was about to hit Su Emu's head, a thin hand suddenly blocked in front of Su Mu. That hand didn't look too strong, even a little thin, and the sharp shifeng broke open. The palm of the hand was immediately a blood spatter. The stone fell, but because of the barrier of this palm, Su Mu was not hurt. The fatal blow was blocked, and Li Yuntian and the others couldn't help but put their hearts down. After the face, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. Senior brother Yang, Li Yuntian shouted loudly, he never thought that it was Yang Kai who saved people, the Yang Kai that his group planned to deal with today. For a time, Li Yuntian felt ashamed. The scene suddenly became quiet, the beatings stopped, and the beaten quickly took the opportunity to breathe. Hu Meier, who was standing aside, opened her mouth slightly, staring at Yang Kai in shock. She found that this thin young man did not frown even though blood was running on his palms, and there was no pain on his face. Instead, he was a little excited and eager to try, and there was a ferocious look in his bright eyes, light. For some reason, Hu Meier suddenly felt that this person was a little dangerous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yin Hong blood flowed down his fingers, breaking the silence. Cheng Xiaofeng looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, and said coldly, are you a High Heaven Pavilion disciple? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, the familiar tingling made him excited, the blood all over his body was boiling, and he couldn't wait to fight a battle to vent the urge in his heart. Are you trying to meddle in your own business? Cheng Xiaofeng's tone was not good. When the other Fenghulo disciples heard this, they quickly left Li Yuntian and the others behind and gradually gathered around here. Nosy, Yang Kai grinned, you already said that I am a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, how can it be considered a nostalgia? No matter what, they call me senior brother. Okay, another one came to the door. Cheng Xiaofeng laughed loudly, I really can't stand your High Heaven Pavilion. I will clean up as many as you come today. Senior brother Yang, let's go. Li Yuntian crawled on the ground and shouted loudly, they are numerous and powerful, you are not an opponent, hurry up. Li Yuntian is also quite unlucky. The position he is crawling on is not far from a disciple of the Wind and Rain building. He is making a lot of noise, which is annoying. Suddenly there was no sound. Over there, Cheng Xiaofeng and Yang Kai were fighting verbally, bickering and fighting over the stone. Cheng Xiaofeng grabbed it with all his strength, but the stone was pinched by Yang Kai as if he had a foot. Cheng Xiaofeng was already in the Kaiyuan realm. Seeing that this figure was as thin as firewood, the wind was blowing, and only the High Heaven Pavilion disciple who was in the quenching realm actually made himself shriveled, and his heart was suddenly annoyed. Immediately after loosening the stone, he raised his arms and shouted, hit me. When the disciples of the Wind and Rain building gathered around heard the order, Chi-Chi rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stood up, holding the blood-stained stone in his hand, and smashing it directly at the head of a Fenghulo disciple. The power of fists and feet is always better than having weapons in hand. Although it is a stone, it can also exert more power than fists and feet. A Fenghulo disciple rushing in front of him was not even close to Yang Kai's side when he was violently hit by the stone on his head, his skin cracked and his head fell to the ground. When he knocked down this person, Yang Kai not only did not stop, but his movements became more and more fierce, and he smashed the other people in Fenghulo. The ruthlessness of Yang Kai's attack and the ferocity of his methods are far beyond everyone's imagination. The 4 Fengyulo disciples were knocked down one after another, and the stones in his hands were also shattered. Yang Kai punched out, and the stone chips flew, just like a hidden weapon exploded, and the dense gravel flew in all directions. The disciples of Fengyulo screamed for a while, and they all covered their cheeks. Many people were scratched by the gravel and hissed in pain. Taking this opportunity, Yang Kai threw out his feet and kicked the 2 Fengyulo disciples, but he was instantly drowned by the enemy. There are quite a lot of people in Fengyulo. Although Yang Kai has knocked down a few, he is still invincible with his fists. In the ping confrontation, Yang Kai staggered, several Fengyulo disciples fell down, and the people who fell to the ground were all hot and flushed. The true Yang art of Yang Kai's cultivation finally showed its power at this moment. The fists and feet are mixed with true Yang vitality. How can these people only be able to resist the 6th and 7th layers of the body-quenching realm? This is still not using the power of Yang liquid. If Yang liquid is used, Yang Kai's strength will probably be further enhanced. It's just that he has cultivated so many talents to condense a drop of Yang liquid. How can Yang Kai be willing to use it? The disciples of the Wind and Rain building were beaten by Yang Kai a lot, and Yang Kai himself was not better. After all, he only had the 7th floor of the body-tempering realm, and he had not yet cultivated any martial arts skills. How could he avoid the siege of so many enemies? Blood flowed down Yang Kai's forehead, and there were also scars on his arms and thighs, but these injuries not only failed to reduce Yang Kai's combat power, but made him more and more courageous, and his strikes became more and more cruel. There was a warmth in the bones, and Yang Kai seemed to have endless strength. With the spread of this warmth, his strength not only increased, but even his speed became faster. Yang Kai doesn't know what mystery is hidden in the arrogant golden body, but every injury, every pain, will stimulate the role of the arrogant golden body. Injuries and pain only made him stronger. Hu Meier, who was standing on the periphery, was full of brilliance in her eyes. Cherry's little mouth never closed. She originally thought that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple would definitely lose quickly, and then she was beaten by Cheng Xiaofeng and others. But now the development of the battle situation has exceeded her expectations. Nearly 10 people fell on the Fengyulo side. Except for the first few who were knocked out by the stone, the rest were rolling on the ground, all over their bodies. It was hot, and the skin was flushed. Is this person fighting with vitality? Hu Meier was astonished. Only a body-quenching martial artist would use 1 point less and 1 point less, and it would be difficult to recover. This is digging his own grave. Isn't he afraid that this will affect his future cultivation? Chapter 40. You are so powerful. The anxious battle continued, and the disciples of Fengyulo continued to fall, but each time someone fell, Yang Kai would have more scars on his body. Until now, his clothes were stained red with blood, he was panting heavily, the veins on his neck were exposed, and his eyes were red, like a beast that devoured someone. Su Mu was lying on the ground exhausted, watching Yang Kai show his majesty and bring down one after another of the disciples of the Wind and Rain building. Today, this incident was caused by himself, and Yang Kai is also his own enemy, but now thanks to him, he can survive the disaster. He was willing to help, but he had no strength all over his body. He had been beaten by Cheng Xiaofeng just now, and he had almost lost his combat effectiveness. With a touch, the last Fengyulo disciple was knocked to the ground, howling in agony. Yang Kai's red eyes turned to Cheng Xiaofeng, who looked dumbfounded, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Cheng Xiaofeng felt a sudden shock. Yang Kai's ferocity made him feel terrified, and now that he saw his eyes on him, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Hu Meier let out a contemptuous chuckle. This laughter made Cheng Xiaofeng's face a little unbearable. He shook his face, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said slowly, "I can't see, you actually have this ability." Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. His footsteps were steady, his thin body was like a crazy torrential rain. Cheng Xiaofeng's breathing suddenly increased, his expression turned violent, and he shouted abruptly, "You are courting death yourself, and you can't blame me." After saying that, he pulled out the sword from his waist. When dealing with Su Mu and others just now, he didn't use weapons at all, that is, he didn't want to cause people's lives, and hitting Su Mu with a stone was also a bit of blood, and he didn't think about the consequences. But now that there is no weapon in hand, Cheng Xiaofeng feels that he has no confidence. The blood-covered High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of him was too cruel. Be careful, this person is already in the Kaiyuan realm. Su Mu raised Yang Kai a little unclearly and reluctantly. Kaiyuan realm, Yang Kai murmured and stopped. Cheng Xiaofeng looked overjoyed, and immediately became mad and laughed. Boy, you are only in the quenching state, how can you be my opponent? With so much vitality, it will take at least a few months to recover. If you hit it again, you will hurt the foundation. You don't want to turn around for the rest of your life. Obediently kneel down and beg for mercy, I. Before Cheng Xiaofeng finished his words, Yang Kai had already rushed over like a gust of wind. You. Cheng Xiaofeng was shocked, is this person a fool? Knowing that he is Kaiyuan realm, he dares to rush over. Although shocked, Cheng Xiaofeng didn't dare to neglect, and with a flick of the long sword in his hand, he stabbed Yang Kai. In the face of this attacking sword, Yang Kai made a move that no one expected. He opened a big hand and even aimed at the long sword and grabbed it. Although this long sword is only ranked at the mortal level, it is also a sharp weapon. How can the body of the flesh resist its edge? Cheng Xiaofeng looked happy, thinking to himself that you are seeking death. The speed of the long sword in his hand was 1 point faster, and he stabbed it against Yang Kai's fleshy palm. PFF'd, just like everyone imagined, the long sword pierced Yang Kai's palm, and blood suddenly splashed out. Hu Meier's expression was stunned. Originally, she saw Yang Kai come up to him with such a big thorn, and thought he had some incredible means, but now that Cheng Xiaofeng was stabbed with a sword so easily, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This person is not so good, so stupid. Before Hu Meier's thoughts were over, a sudden change appeared. After Yang Kai's palm was pierced, he not only did not retreat, but approached Cheng Xiaofeng at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, the two were close at hand, and the sound of the long sword rubbing flesh made people chill. With a bang, Yang Kai's pierced palm pinched Cheng Xiaofeng's sword-holding hand, and the back of his hand was penetrated by the entire long sword. Looking at the mad Yang Kai in front of him, Cheng Xiaofeng could no longer hide the fear in his heart. He wanted to forcefully withdraw his long sword, but the opponent grabbed it so tightly that he couldn't move like an iron hoop. Yang Kai grinned at him, his scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirsty luster, he raised a red fist and slammed into Cheng Xiaofeng's face. In the panic, Cheng Xiaofeng raised his hand to block, and the vitality in his body also hurriedly mobilized for defense. But Cheng Xiaofeng has only just been promoted to Kaiyuan realm, how much vitality does he still have in his body? Yang Kai's fist smashed fiercely on Cheng Xiaofeng's right face, a tooth flew out in response, his cheeks immediately swelled up, and the part where he was hit was flushed red, as if he had been scalded by boiling water. What a domineering spirit! Cheng Xiaofeng was finally terrified. He found that even if he was in the Kaiyuan realm, the vitality in his body could not resist this fiery invasion, and he was dizzy for a while. In a trance, Yang Kai's second punch struck, causing Cheng Xiaofeng to lose consciousness. With another punch, Cheng Xiaofeng's body softened, and he half knelt in front of Yang Kai, his head lowered, his eyes loose. Yang Kai rolled up and kicked him out. The whole place was quiet, and Hu Meier was shocked beyond words. It turned out that this person was not stupid. He took the initiative to grab the long sword for another purpose. Only when he grabbed it would Cheng Xiaofeng have no room to dodge. More than a dozen disciples of Feng Yulo, including Cheng Xiaofeng from Kaiyuan realm, were wiped out. Yang Kai turned to look at Hu Meier, and when he stared at his blood-red eyes, Hu Meier couldn't help shivering. I have never seen anyone so brutal in the body-tempering realm, even the young talents of the bloody battle gang can't compare to him. Chi. A series of sour sounds came, Yang Kai slowly pulled out the long sword inserted into his palm, and brought a warm blood. During the whole process, he didn't even frown. Throwing the long sword aside, he slowly walked towards Hu Meier. The coquettish girl swallowed nervously, with a dry smile on her face. The smile had just bloomed, and Yang Kai had already rushed in front of her, a big handful of blood grabbed her slender and white neck, and then threw her to the ground. The delicate body touched the ground, and there was a muffled sound, and a hot note rolled out of Hu Meier's throat, and the moaning sounded reverie. Yang Kai leaned over and looked at Hu Meier, staring at her with a smile. Hu Meier's nervous heart was beating, and she quickly explained, I'm not with them, I'm a member of the Blood War Gang, and I didn't take any action against the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Really? Yang Kai smiled meaningfully, and, seeing that this person could still communicate, Hu Meier immediately felt relieved. Although she was a woman and her strength was not as high as that of Cheng Xiaofeng, she had advantages that others did not have. That is the body. You're amazing. Hu Meier strengthened her courage, stretched out a jade hand, and reached into Yang Kai's chest. When she took it out, her hand was stained with some blood. He put his finger in his mouth and sucked. Suddenly, a thrilling beauty appeared on the ruby-like yin lips. A different kind of light flashed in his soul-sucking eyes.